Okay, but yeah. Let me check to see if I did. It's okay. Because it has big bugs, but Trent, like a hall. Hey Trent, you may want to check with Wes. He might have one as well. Wes, do you have HDMI plug?
Bill, how are you? Core cable?
Yes. No rush. I do not. Does anyone have an HDMI plug that goes from the computer to cable to go from the computer to the projector?
We have. Oh, no, we have the other one. It wasn't working. On the other one.
Yeah, it's just
Whatever it is you want to show on or I guess dead.
Yeah, I should do it on my YouTube.
Where was he with it?
Yeah, you can bring it up.
Unless, do you have the Windows downloaded? Probably.
No, maybe not on the laptop.
Oh, yes. That would be
Yeah. Yes. So the overlords here.
My laptop's gathered.
So I was talking about that and improve
Yeah, I like this one better.
And after that,
All right, Wes is ready. If you guys are ready, Alicia is almost ready. We will actually defer until the secretary is ready.
Oh, they still live. That's for our food gentlemen, and that's why we have these other.
Dr. Lark, we haven't started. Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Stick everything on there.
I don't have faces to go with some of the alternates yet, so if you're present, please raise your hand. Steve Nielsen, Steve Nagalia.
Right here.
Ken Molman, is
He is not going to be here.
Will not be here.
I don't see him. And Trent Soames is here. Shawna Toole is not present, I don't think.
He said that he was going to be here.
Okay. I don't see Danny Bedwell, and Joshua Katz is sitting in for the rain delayed packet notes.
all right. We'll call the meeting to order at 9:04. Dr. Lark.
Point of information.
That Libertarian. Mr. Redpath.
Before we adopt the agenda, Mr. Chairman, is there a point in time today that we are legally or contractually obligated to vacate this room?
I think it's pretty late. Robert probably went to go grab me coffee because he's a very kind and gentle soul. We're definitely up to 6,
Okay.
and I'll get that answer for you
Just, thank you.
as soon as I can. The next item on the agenda would be an opportunity for public comment. Are there members of the gallery who would like to comment? Assemblyman Moore.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just an update. I see a lot of familiar faces here and some new faces that I haven't quite had the opportunity to meet yet. The update is, since the last time that we met, my campaign for re-election is going very well. I've got a lot of great support throughout my district, both on the 2 major parties, and so that's and as well as the nonpartisan folks, and obviously all of us, the Libertarians within my district, have received me with open arms, so I'm really happy with that. As far as fundraising goes, I've so far Mr. Roofer, Chris Roofer, I think everyone knows who he is. He has stepped up and he has contributed greatly to me. So far I've raised a little over $55,000, 40 of which came from Mr. Roofer and his companies. So we're well on our way, but we're going to need a considerable amount more to keep going. My opponent is pressing in his own account, he's pressing about $250,000, not to mention all the PACs that are going to support him, because the Democrats, that's the same guy that I beat last time, and at that time he was a 2-term incumbent, so he was tagged to be the next speaker. So they're pretty pissed off at me for kicking him out, and they're coming at me pretty hard. So I would ask the LNC or our party to maybe find it within ourselves to contribute if we can. I'm not saying individually, I'm saying as a party. So Mr. Roofer contributed 40. I'm not sure what our finances are, but I would ask that the party consider a equal amount or something that we can do between there. So I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any other public comment? Mr. Carlin.
Yeah, so I would encourage the LNC to consider taking up at the December meeting, appointing people to the bylaws and platform committees, because, well, we got our work done before the convention this last time. It was rushed, and we ended up at the end with things like our reports being printed, or we had set the order in which we take them up, forcing delegates to, now turn to this page and such. And if we could get started sooner, we could do better. So I would encourage you to decide to put out a call in LPUs and through other means, notifying people that this will be taken up at the December meeting.
Thank you, Mr.
And just one question. Is there Wi-Fi provided in this room? Is that something that
Planet
can
Hollywood.
do?
Planet Hollywood has free Wi-Fi.
Mr. Chairman, all you need to do, I guess, you just need to use your email, and it'll actually work well. Otherwise, your cell mobile internet is not going to work very well. That seems to be the best.
Ms. Worther.
Yes, I've met most everybody at the convention, but if I haven't, my name is Hap Werther, Jennifer Werther, and I'm also running for the at-large position today. So hopefully I will make that vote today.
Thank you. Other public comment? None. We'll move next to the credentials report and paperwork check.
The only credentials change I have to note is, of course, the vacancy created from Dr. Spellman's seat.
Pardon me, point.
Dr. Lark needs a shot collar for me so that he can shout at me and make me speak up. table, we've got, staple packet of financial, it's got a balance sheet on the front, it's printed in color like this. Make sure you find one of those. I will pass around, a sheet of the service that Dr. Lark performs for us at every meeting. It's just for people to know when they have to leave, so we know if we're gonna hit a quorum problem at some point, so we just kind of, pass it around, flag when you have to depart today, just for our information. That's all the paperwork I have, and I'm feeling a little intimidated by the size of the binder sitting on Phyllis's desk. So, if there's any other paperwork, now's the time to speak up and let us know what.
There's nothing else on that. The next item of business will be adoption of the agenda. I submitted one by email. I got some good feedback. I just didn't have the time to type it up and put it into an approved. Mr. Hagan notes that filling the at-large vacancy, whoever does fill that vacancy, if we choose to fill it today, would probably be interested in serving on committees or engaging in votes. And so it would probably be better to move that before most of the voting and committee population. My thought is, I don't think there will be anything contentious or controversial during the chair's, treasurer's, or secretary's report that I know of. So I would suggest maybe after officer reports, but before staff reports. There are a couple other relatively fluid things. My understanding is Mr. Nielsen from the Johnson campaign was able to modify his schedule to be here around 10:30 this morning. I told him that we would be as flexible as possible to allow him to give us an update on the campaign. So my intent is we would take that up whenever he's available. If that pushes council's report past the fixed 10:45, I told Oliver this morning, I was on the phone with him, that I'll text him what time, so that we're able to fit that in. Those are the things that are floating. And it was my intention, I sent an email about asking to move the December meeting 1 week. I was just gonna make that motion during the chair's report rather than put it on the agenda. Are there other items, additions, corrections, or suggestions for the agenda, Mr. Hagan?
I'd like to add under new business without previous notice, supporting Assemblyman John Moore's reelection.
For 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
I'll add that. Any other modifications to the agenda?
I have a request from Pat Ford, if we could put that in after Mr. Hagan's item.
And what's it for?
It is for marketing related to ballot access.
Okay. For how many minutes?
Let's say 10 minutes.
And that's Pat Ford, the chair of the Rhode Island Party.
I'm sorry. Could we quickly review the changes, please, that
Yes.
so far today?
Right now, we have the at-large vacancy being moved to after officer reports.
Okay.
A floating Johnson campaign update around 10:30. Putting the rescheduling of the December meeting, it's inside the chair's report, so it doesn't really change your agenda. John Moore, or support for John Moore, for 10 minutes in new business with previous notice, and support for the Rhode Island Party marketing at the request of Mr. Ford for 10 minutes. For 10 minutes after the item about Mr. Moore.
And Mr. Moore was how long, please?
10.
Okay.
Mr. Katz.
And I'd like to add under new business without previous notice, the relationship with the campaign for optimistically 5 minutes.
Where is that, please?
Be under new business after the Rhode Island.
After what?
After Rhode Island.
Okay.
Ballot access.
Relationship with the Johnson campaign. For 5 minutes.
Yes.
Very optimistic. I like it. I
Miss-
can put that in, yes.
I don't think 10 minutes for ballot access will be enough, is my wild guess.
Having been on a lot of the same phone calls, I believe.
We can, I don't care, we can do 10 and extend, because I bet the farm that we'll extend.
I think it's probably prudent to just make it 25. I think it can get done in 25. Do you think that?
Maybe even 20.
Let's do 20. Oh, I love all the optimism in the room. All right, so ballot access goes to 20. Other changes, Ms. Harlos?
I had a request from someone in Region 1 if we could possibly discuss an outreach to the log cabin Republicans, considering their distress over the religious content of the new proposed GOP platform.
And you would put that new business?
New business without previous notice, 5 minutes.
Okay. Other requests for changes to the agenda?
I'm sorry, what was the subject of that last item?
Outreach to log cabin Republicans.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Mr. Chair, was that for 5 minutes?
It was for 5. At some point, and I just want to let everybody know ahead of time, it is likely that we will go into executive session probably during the update from the campaign and possibly during or at the end of council's report. These are things that I'm not saying we're gonna, I just have an anticipation that the body may want to. So we may have to do more than one room clearing this time. The agenda just doesn't fit putting it all at the end. So I apologize for anyone who isn't going to be in here for that. Are there any, oh, there was one other thing. I would actually delete Population and Convention Oversight Committee from the agenda for this meeting for the reasons that Ms. Mattson pointed out. And I actually spoke to the current chair of that committee, and she agreed that it would probably be better to do that in December.
I'm sorry, where was that on the agenda?
It was population of standing committees, but because of the timeline from where we are with the convention, it's probably too early.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other items that need to be added to the agenda? Is there anything the chair missed? Because that happens sometimes. Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt as amended?
So moved.
Can we, Carol, there's a lot of changes there. Can you just?
Sure, I'll go back.
So go through order.
I will. So at large is going to be after officers. The campaign is going to be sometime. It's whatever it was. It's 15 minutes. We just moved it. The campaign will be somewhere around 10:30. Everything else will kind of move around that. We deleted Population of Convention Oversight Committee. We increased the time for Ballot Access Committee to 20 minutes. We added consideration of support for Assemblyman Moore for 10 minutes, consideration of marketing support for the Rhode Island Party for 10 minutes, relationship with the Johnson campaign for 5 minutes, and outreach to log cabin Republicans for 5 minutes during new business without previous notice.
So for those, the 4 items, getting to new business, is that the end or the beginning?
It would be at it's right before announcements, an opportunity for public comment. So they all kind of fit in that space. In the proposed agenda, we didn't actually have any new business without previous notice because you guys brought it all up here. All right, so
those 4 items, one more time, so that.
sure. Support for Assemblyman Moore, 10 minutes. Support for Rhode Island, 10 minutes. Relationship with the Johnson campaign, 5 minutes. Outreach to log cabin Republicans, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So it's moved and seconded by Redpath and Bittner in whatever order they prefer. Is there any objection to adopting the agenda as amended? Hearing no objection, it's adopted. We'll move to conflicts of interest.
Okay, I have, as I said in the paperwork check, I distributed a listing of what was submitted to me. Please let me know if there's anything missed. Mr. Hewitt?
I have quite a few. I'm actually actually the county chair of the Riverside County Libertarian Party. I'm an at-large member of the Libertarian California Executive Committee. And I'm a member of the Libertarian Millennial Caucus, along with being the mayor. Actually, there's some regional boards I'm on that I have to fill out 700 form.
Okay, and one of the things I want to ask you guys about is, I mean, I'm not being critical of people being, making sure they cover everything. So don't take this as a critical comment, but does the board want us to list on this listing caucus memberships? I know it's just because you brought it up, there are several people that submitted various caucuses. I doubt there's any motions that the LNC can make regarding those caucuses. You can't do anything or tell them not to do anything. Some people have submitted their employment. So there are various items that are on this list that it doesn't hurt for them to be there. I'm not complaining, but maybe a little guidance about whether the board wants that material or we can skip those. Administrating Facebook group or an email list or that sort of thing. So I'll just accept feedback from the board on how much detail you want on those matters.
To me, it would make sense, I'm just throwing this out there, I'm not saying this is this is the be all and end all, but I would suggest that the members, when they report the conflicts, just think, do you foresee a way that relationship that you have with whatever organization or company is going to come up in deliberation? So we should all know. Because if you don't see a way that it's going to come up with regard to the LNC, one of mine is I'm general counsel for a cannabis consulting company, and we sometimes do cannabis policy stuff. So I add that because you never know, and then I would just have it as a conflict. But if you don't feel that it's going to be something that's going to ever have you questioning which hat am I wearing? Am I wearing my LNC hat or my other hat? Or should I even be dealing with this? Then, it doesn't seem like it's necessary to add it to the list the secretary has to keep.
Time, Mr. Chairman.
Time has expired. Do we need any more time on this?
I just have one thing to add.
Mr. Vora, without objection.
I'm the Maryland's candidate for U.S. Senate.
And Mr. Sohn submitted his in writing, so I'll add it.
Okay. The next item on the agenda would be the chairman's report. I submitted a written report, so I won't supplement or I won't expand on that directly. Mr. Reimers sent this really nice note and this gavel so that I have one for my use in spreading the mighty authority and terror of the chairman at the next convention, LNC meeting. The history of it is it's either been used in the First Continental Congress and is a family heirloom passed through the Reimers family for a long time, or it was from the Grand Forks Toastmasters Club that's now defunct. One of those two. Choose whichever history gives it the most status. So thank you to Mr. Reimers for the gavel. I will use it in good health. As most of you are aware, I've been here along with Lauren Doherty and Wes Benedict and Robert Kraus for Freedom Fest. It has been a rousing success. There was Governors Johnson and Weld were very well received. Governor Johnson actually won the Freedom Fest straw poll. The Trump people. I'm gonna put $5 on the swear jar because I said the name. The presumptive, the supporters of the presumptive Republican nominee were louder, but apparently there's more of us. So that was actually very heartening for a very mixed crowd here. I gave a breakout session kind of aimed at people who weren't sure about total commitment to the Libertarian Party that was well received. Thanks to Mr. Bittner and Mr. Soames, it was recorded and put up on Facebook, and so that's kind of spreading around. I got to co-moderate a panel with Matt Welch of Reason on the main stage with Governors Johnson and Weld. We had a fundraising event at Coy. I have to take a moment to just say, so everybody knows how awesome Lauren Doherty is. She's in the back of the room, kind of hiding and probably being embarrassed right now. But she pulled off an incredible event with a few kind of unique challenges and just attention to detail and getting stuff done, and I just want to make sure that she's publicly recognized for that. As she did at the national convention with regard to the fundraising banquet there that also broke records. So what I want to let you guys know is, I was telling Mr. Marsh this over breakfast this morning, the response that we've received here from people who may have been involved back pre-1983 or at other times with the Libertarian Party and are considering coming back into the fold has been very, very positive. We've gotten lots of new doors are open that weren't open before, and I kind of envision as we go forward, once we get past some of the ballot access crises and emergencies, that my role as chair this term is going to be kind of pre-Freedom Fest and post-Freedom Fest, and it's going to involve a lot more fundraising and donor cultivation and building these relationships with people who had not considered the party, getting more legislators to defect, getting more legislators from old parties to endorse our candidates, and really public face kind of stuff, which is a little different than the last term. That's the sense I get, and it's one of those, in my mind, the opportunities that have been created by nominating the only qualified ticket for president that any party is running this election cycle, the opportunities that's created for the Libertarian Party to reach out to people who are looking at us, we have to take advantage of them right now. We can't say, oh yeah, a couple years in the future. We'll get there. So that's my intention going forward. Are there questions? Hearing none, I will. Oh wait, Star Child.
What was the response like at the booth? Did we move much merchandise? And it was just yourself and Lauren who had passes for the booth, correct?
It was myself and Lauren. Mr. Hayes was very helpful. He was able to man it. Robert Krause was there for some of the time. And then I know that party members who were here in attendance kind of floated by the booth or helped out. Not on a regular basis, just holding down the fort when we're speaking and stuff. The response was very good. I got in a lot more fights last year. This year, we had almost no negative feedback. Everyone was positive. There were some people who were positive but hadn't quite come over to being ready to join, or maybe just wanted a Johnson thing but not an LP thing. That was okay, but far fewer. I think I got in one argument and it didn't last very long. Whereas last year when some Republican nominees were here, it was a much different vibe. It was a lot more tense. So I think it was great. I don't know, Wes, how much stuff did we sell? We sold a lot of stuff.
I'd be guessing at the quantities. We sold plenty of shirts, and people bought Gary Johnson signs and our Libertarian signs too. So it went real well.
Okay. Other questions? Mr. Redpath.
Was there a staff report? If so, I missed it, or it came too late for me to partake of, or whatever. But how are things going down ticket? Because this year, the presidential campaign is blotting out the sun in U.S. politics. But believe it or not, House of Representatives has, the entire House of Representatives is up, a third of the Senate. How are we doing down ticket this year? Or if you want to punt on this to a later report.
I will punt to a staff report. I think we have good candidate recruitment, but I don't have those exact numbers to hand. And I know that we have some good candidates who are kind of shining. Lily Williams, for example, the Senate candidate from Colorado, she was all over the place. She was probably on the stage more often than I was. And she's getting really good support, and it's broad support. She's connecting with non-traditional supporters, people who often otherwise would have chosen one of the old parties. And Colorado politics right now, their Republican Party is trying to kill itself. And so
I wish them luck.
things are things are very much in flux there. Kind of in a similar way to Mr. Bittner's current state of Indiana. You know, you'd think they're older and they're bigger. You'd think they'd be okay with this kind of flux and change, but it seems like they get really kind of scatterbrained when a couple things change, and all of a sudden people are making campaign logos and pulling campaign logos within 24 hours of making them because they're super embarrassing and lend themselves to juvenile jokes. So and that's kind of what we have the opportunity to do, is take advantage of the unforced errors that our opponents seem very willing to make. But as far as down ticket candidates, I will punt to the staff report.
There's 140 left on this item.
I'm not going to take all my time unless you guys have more questions. It's always good to be done early. Wait, there's 140, isn't there? I would move to move
130.
the December LNC meeting from the weekend of, I put it in the email,
3 and 4 to 10 and 11.
3 and 4 to 10 and 11, still in Alexandria. Is there discussion?
Well, I'll second the motion if that's a motion.
Oh, yes, it is a motion.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
It's not normal, I make my own motion. Star Child.
Yeah, I believe that it would be a really good idea for us to have an LNC meeting before the election. There's some discussion of that online, September perhaps.
You could move to add to the, once we're off this motion,
Substitute motion perhaps.
you would be more likely to get what you want done if you move to add to the agenda, adding another meeting.
Doesn't that require a higher threshold of approval?
Your motion's not germane anyway.
It's not germane to the current motion, is the problem.
If we're moving the date of an LNC meeting, we could move it to
I
September.
would rule, it would be in order and germane for you to move to substitute, to say rather than moving from December 3 to 4, that you were moving to a date certain prior to November 8th.
So
Do you have a date certain?
I'd like the body to discuss that.
Okay, so it's basically a motion with a blank. So it's moved as a substitute amendment to move the December 3rd and 4th meeting to a time prior to the election.
Time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so resolving the previous questions, is there a second for the substitute?
I'll second.
There's a second for a substitute to move to a time before the election. We'll proceed to a vote without a motion to extend. We'll proceed.
Move to
Point of information.
Point of information is privileged. Go ahead.
Thank you. Would we handle the budget at the same time as that if we move it to that time frame?
The agenda would be a separate issue. So what we would have on the agenda we would figure that out. Move to extend for how long, Mr. Redpath?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. So it's been moved and seconded for the amendment. Star Child, would you like to speak?
Excuse
to
me,
the
we haven't voted to extend.
Oh, sorry. Is there objection to extending for 5
Yes.
minutes? Okay. All in favor of extending for 5 minutes, please raise your hand. Opposed?
Better count them
It's
hands
6
in a row.
to 4.
We'll talk again later.
No, but he made 4.
Okay.
So I think that's extended.
Well, he was up to
You were, okay.
I got Lark Red Path,
And you had 6 on the other?
You don't have 12
so
days.
that's not.
So you need 2/3 to extend?
Of those voting. We didn't have that many voters. So we will not be extended. So we'll proceed to a vote on the substitute. All in favor of adopting the substitute as the main motion?
Roll call, just Mr. Chair.
We can, the secretary will get ready. All in favor of adopting the substitute to move to a time before the November elections, the December 3rd and 4th meeting, we'll do the roll call, and then that would make it the main motion, and then we proceed to a vote on whatever the main motion is at that time. So let me know when you're ready.
Parliamentary clerk?
If I was about to address it, I think, but go ahead. We'll see how telepathic.
I just want to understand this. If the motion is since we're out of time on this item, if we adopt this motion to have a meeting where we fill the blank date before the convention, would we need to have an extension of time to then figure out that date? Because it couldn't be.
Oh, yes. It would either need to be put into the business, or we would just add the time right now. Mr. Nicola, I see you're at the table, but Mr. Marsh is at the table too, so just don't vote. Go ahead, Ms. Manson, please take the roll.
Ms. Harless?
Yes.
Mr. Bittner?
No.
Mr. Marsh?
No.
Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Mary?
Mr. Redpath?
No.
Starchild?
Yes.
Mr. Demarest?
Yes.
Ms. Billiard?
No.
Mr. Hewitt?
No.
Mr. Hayes?
No.
Mr. Hagan?
No.
Mr. Vora?
No.
I'm voting no. Would the chair like to vote?
I will not.
I have 4 in favor and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 opposed and used.
And now proceed on a vote on the original main motion, to move the December 3rd and 4th meeting to December 10th and 11th. Is there a request to have it be roll call? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? It passes. Did you get a count? Or
No, but we can count if you want.
It's
Just hands up again.
hands up, all in favor again?
9, 10, I see 10, and I was the only opposed, I think.
Okay. Thank you. The next item on the agenda will be the treasurer's report, Mr. Hagan.
Point of
Mr.
personal privilege?
Yes, Mr. Benedict.
We have a conference call with our attorney at some point. Do
It
we?
is at 10:45 theoretically.
Okay, and I'm having tech issues with the speakerphone we were gonna try and use, and I was wondering if there was someone here who either had an alternative solution or could troubleshoot this for me for 15 minutes and see if you have any luck. I've got the instruction manual. Otherwise, we'll just use the speakerphone as best as it works on my.
Or we can take a brief recess to try and troubleshoot it right before. Or we can do. Is there anyone who feels like they can troubleshoot it who's?
I can take a crack at it.
All right. Mr. Nicola, thank you so much. Mr. Hagan.
Okay, passed out it's like preliminary draft of some of the two of the financial reports. We'll have a complete monthly report covering June later this month. Last numbers I got are the convention revenue was $291,000. I was rounding these off to 1,000. Convention expenses were $216,000. So the convention itself had a profit of $74,985. In addition to that, the banquet, the fundraiser at the banquet had raised $105,961. That gave us a total for the whole convention and banquet event, profit of $180,946. And the policy manual, we have a target to have 1 month's expenses is in the reserve. And currently that's about $44,125. Typically we've been around that target, sometimes higher, sometimes just below 0. It gets me worried. But right now it's like our unrestricted my cash or reserve, we're sitting about 390,000. I'm not sure if you've been this high before. Yeah. So that's the good news. However, a lot of this is also due to new members, and I expect maybe next year we'll probably see a large drop off, because remember here in Wednesday, I may have gotten this from Mr. Starr years ago, that when people first sign up, after the first year, about half of them will not renew. And those who do renew, there's a lot less attrition, so they usually stick with us. So we need to consider that what we have now may not stay around as far as the number of membership and donations coming in. So prepare for that. Think about that for the next years. And also the ballot access has been more expensive than we're predicted. We set the budget. Signatures, how much costs them per signature, we're paying a lot more because it gives us more petitions going around, just supply and demand, we're paying more. So the executive committee has actually encumbered more than what we have allowed on the budget. So I have a motion to change that, send out on the email list. Yeah, executive committee has actually encumbered $338,625, and we budget $272,500. And I saw an email this morning that New York may need another additional $10,000. I had to bring up a motion to change it to what we've encumbered so far, unless Mr. Redpath, if you think we should add that $10,000 also.
I don't know. This comes as news to me, by the way, this assertion that we've encumbered more than the budget. I did not think that was the case, that we encumbered more than the 272.5 this year. Maybe you're right, but that comes as total news to me.
I sent out to the executive committee list this week of the numbers we've encumbered.
Okay, well, part of that, all right, well.
I know some of this is going to be, they're going to cost less than what we've covered. I think you mentioned Pennsylvania will actually come in less than what we've covered.
Yes, Pennsylvania will come in for less.
Yeah.
So, well, in any event, I mean, it is, I mean, we're going to have to step in. If we want 50 state ballot access for the presidential ticket, somebody's going to have to step up with the cash to do it. It's either going to be the LNC or it's going to be the Johnson campaign. And somebody's going to have to do it or we're not going to make it.
Right.
So your motion is to increase the budget for ballot access to $338,625.
Correct.
Could I suggest 340? It's easier to.
Certainly.
Point of information, is there somewhere a document here that shows the budget amounts, and so I can see what we're adding to the document?
I don't think it's got that. The budget that was approved,
I can pull it up if you need it.
Ms. Matson can pull up the specifics. The budget was $272,500, and so we would be raising it from $272,500 to $340,000. Mr. Kraus?
Yes, if people go to the May financial report, the statement of operations does have the budget on it.
Okay.
What was the new number again, please?
The new number would be $340,000.
Is it possible we can look at this first? Because that seems like we're voting on something we can't actually.
Is there a particular part of the budget you want to see? You can come look over my shoulder.
What I want to see is, what I want to understand is just the budget in total, when I look at it.
Well, I'm pulling it up on my screen. I'm not hooked into the projector, so if you want to look over my shoulder, I can give you a number.
I can put it up on the screen.
Could you? I just don't want to be like Congress where we're voting, we don't know what we're voting on.
Good call.
Welcome to the big leagues.
You can find it out.
Point of information.
Yes, Dr. Allen.
If we vote to increase the encumbrance, would that mean subtracting money from a different category in the budget?
Actually include my motion, I'd like to also increase ballot access donations by 20,000.
Just like 27.
Right. Because we did receive donations from the Johnson campaign for 20,000 to help out for the Pennsylvania ballot access, or here, dedicate to Pennsylvania ballot access. And then also increase donations, for the rest of the difference, so end up with a balanced budget.
So since we increased the total to 340, should we adjust that other donations increase also to match?
Right.
So, let me do.
Wait, I'm gonna make sure I answer Star Child's point of information. So you're asking.
I think Tim just answered
Well,
it
increase the
basically.
donations.
I mean,
to make it match.
Well,
I'm not super comfortable with it, but
The
you
known
did answer the question.
revenue that came in, I think, that is just ballot access, the big chunk is the 20,000, which was it was Illinois that they threw in the 20 for.
Right.
So the Johnson campaign gave the committee 20,000 in support of the Illinois drive. I think the sense I get is revenue is up kind of across the board, so there's sufficient revenue to handle the expenditure. And so you would have it be that you would budget ballot access donations to balance with the new budgeted ballot access
Right.
expense line. Okay.
So the increased ballot access expense is going up 67.5.
Right.
We're increasing ballot access donations by 20,000, so there's
I think you would.
47.5 that you want to increase.
Looks like donations are gonna be way above what we're currently budgeted. Plus they have that 47,500 increase.
So he really wants to do a matched increase.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to find what this number changes to. So line 40, on 11. That's the wrong number. Maybe, oh, yeah, line 21, 40. So line 21 is budgeted at, can you read the full number off line 21?
So for 21 donations, annual budget is 271,300. For line 27, ballot access donations, it's 193,700.
So you
So
were proposing.
21 would change to
like
318,800.
Why? I'm sorry. So 318,000 comes from 271,300. How are you getting there?
Add 47,500 to it.
And
So
that's
line
from.
21.
That's the difference between the increase in the expenses and the 20,000 we're putting in ballot access donations. So it's a balanced transaction, is what he's saying.
Mr. Redpath.
Mr. Chairman, we also need to remember Illinois. Lex Green has requested $7,500 to wrap up expenses on the Illinois drive.
I believe, well, while we're at it, there was something else that was gonna go over by 1,500. I think Wes can remind me what it was. We thought we were gonna go over a little bit on New Hampshire, right?
Possibly Massachusetts.
Oh, it was Massachusetts, yeah, cause
Some extra SIGs there, yes.
it was like an extra 1,500 or something. It wasn't a lot, but it was something.
1,500, yeah.
So it may be 75 plus 15 is 9, plus, we haven't actually encumbered 35 for New Hampshire, have we? We just anticipate that that's what
No,
it's
we
gonna go.
encumbered 15 for New Hampshire at Orlando.
Okay. So some of this math is a little bit off.
So would it be appropriate maybe to defer this item until maybe after lunch, so that the treasurer can put together some figures to show us where we are, where he thinks we're going to be by the end of the year? Because right now, I don't know how we make an intelligent decision without more of an understanding of the figures are where we're going to be. That's just a suggestion. We could make a decision blind, but I think you'd rather have it be fully informed.
Dr. Lamar.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be useful for us to have the most updated information from the Ballot Access Committee on this matter, and then perhaps we can take care of this in one fell swoop.
Is there objection to tabling this to postponing this until after the ballot access report? I hear no objection to that, so we'll postpone it till then. Chip, branding, right?
Yes, got two other ones. One's branding. At these Gary Johnson signs, bumper stickers, and door hangers that their staff is selling. Guess are pretty successful. We're selling, we had budgeted 65,000 for branding development revenue and branding development expenses. And we're getting close to that already, so we moved to increase that 65,000 to 100,000 for both brand, line 26 branding development revenue and line 55 brand development expenses. And that's a neutral to revenues and expenses because we're selling, basically giving away the merchandise for the cost of donations.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
There's a second from Dr. Lark. Do you need to speak to it?
No.
Okay. Mr. Starr, do you have a question?
Yeah, just process oriented maybe. Would it be possible perhaps for the treasurer to just come back later today with the spreadsheet of the budget as it is now, and then just another column for his changes as proposed, and the last column for what it will look like when it's done, and we can have that sort of compared to what the financials are. It's just, it's hard to make these decisions without being able to see the whole. Is that something you can do maybe between now and sometime later today?
Time on this item, Mr. Chairman.
So, time has expired. We will proceed to a vote on, would you like to extend?
Yeah, move to extend for
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Treasurer's move to extend his report for 5 minutes. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, will be extended for 5 minutes. Yeah, Mr. Hagan, do you want to respond to that? And
I don't have my laptop with me with the budget, like spreadsheet of the budget, unless someone has that, I could put those in there.
Maybe you can do it for once.
so maybe we can proceed to a vote. Is there need for further discussion on it?
Can you read the motion again then, please?
We're going to stop taking comments from alternates and objection. We're going to proceed back to the without objection, okay? Ms. Madsen, can you read the motion?
The motion is to increase both line 26 brand development revenues and also line 55 brand development expenses from 65,000 to 100,000. So both the revenues and expenses increase 35,000 to neutral to the bottom line.
Star Child.
I'm not sure if this is a point of order or what it would be, but I think we ought to let the alternates participate fully in the conversation short of voting.
It would be a motion for the body to proceed in that manner for this meeting, and it would be in order if you were recognized after the motion that we're currently dealing with is voted on.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that as chair you can unilaterally change it, but if we want to change it back, we need a motion?
No, I'm saying that as chair, I have been lax in the standard procedure, which is that if you are not a member who can vote sitting at the table, that any comment is either with the request of a member or without objection from the body.
And that's what it says in the policy manual?
No, that's just the parliamentary procedure, as I recall. It's not a policy manual thing. It's Robert's.
It takes permission to allow anyone besides a voting member to meet.
And sometimes I get a little loose with it. We're tightening up. You'll make that motion at the time? Okay, so can we proceed to vote on this motion?
Yes.
All right, do you want it to be roll call, or is it sufficient to be show of hands?
I think it's supposed to be.
It is a substantive change to the budget. It's a main motion. So what I will do is I will ask, is there any objection to adopting this change to the budget? Hearing no objection, it's adopted. Mr. Hagan, you had another revenue neutral budget thing, right?
Correct.
I'm going to recognize Star Child first because Star Child, you're recognized to make a motion to allow alternates alternates not at the table to participate in discussion for the duration of the session.
I would just say alternates present at the meeting to participate.
Alternates present at the meeting.
Yes.
Is there a second for that motion? Dies for lack of a second. Mr. Hagan.
Yeah, and then the third motion add, last one, a part-time contractor has been hired to handle press releases. And actually, I guess George Billy's recommended this and also gave a $1,000 donation for this. But we need to increase the media relations, sorry, the line 80 media by $7,000. So change from 3,000 to 10,000 to handle this contractor. And our staff told me that they're comfortable with taking it out from administrative costs. So that would drop from $270,050 and change it to $263,050.
There a second? So second from Dr. Lark. Do you want to speak to the motion? Do you want someone else to speak to the motion?
Let someone else.
If there's no one who will object, just to clarify, we brought Rachel Mills, Ron Paul's former communications director, on to develop press releases and also cultivate media bookings and interviews to try and put the chair and the executive director and people on TV and radio more, so that we should see increased frequency in press releases, and then someone to manage those relationships with the press to try and get us out in front of the public more often. And that's a contract through the end of the year, is that right, Wes? Okay, so it's the end of this calendar year.
So this is just a shift from administration to media. It doesn't actually increase overall expenses.
Not at
Right.
all.
Recategorize.
Right.
Is there a need for any discussion?
What was the amount change again?
Seven.
From 3?
3 went to 10.
3 went to 10.
That's line 8 in media went from 3 to 10.
So basically, we're paying Rachel Mills $7,000 to handle this function through the end of the year.
Through the end, she has a part-time contract through the end of the year. Hearing no further discussion, is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, it's adopted. Mr. Hagan, do you have more?
No, that's it.
Okay. And we'll next move to Ms. Matson for the Secretary's report.
I mostly came into this room because my phone told me there was a Pokemon. I haven't found it yet. She says picking up her not smartphone. So if you find it first, let me know. All right, so I distributed a written report. I sent it by email covering all my progress since convention. If you have questions on any of those matters, I'll field questions. As I said in the report, I'm sure the chair feels the same way after convention, a little bit like drinking from a fire hose, but for my secretarial duties, I'm almost caught up. So I've got a few things left that I listed in my report to do, and then I'll feel like I have my wits about me again. So I haven't had a terribly long time since convention, however. I do have a Brownie Point Award to give out. So for the short-term run, Ms. Carlos wins the Brownie Point Award. There were 3 people that had one each, but she snuck ahead when she caught my lack of a Goldstein vote when I sent out my email ballot. So she wins a fireworks chocolate bar, which is excellent chocolate. Explodes and is wonderful chocolate. So congratulations. And if there are any questions on my report, now would be the time.
Hearing no questions, thank you, Ms. Matson. The next item on the agenda is amended, is consideration of filling the at-large vacancy created by Dr. Feldman's untimely passing for 15 minutes. I think
Yes, as discussed in the LNC list, I think we should follow the procedure that we had done at the post-convention meeting, and that is to pick the next person in line. We're only about 7 weeks out from convention. I feel that ultimately the buck stops with the LNC, the fact that the delegates did not get to completely and properly vote. These people ran at convention, and I think the people that have shown our party the respect and honor of running should be next considered. And we do know they have some support of the delegates. True, they did not get 50%. We would not know what they would have gotten 50% because we did not allow the delegates to vote properly. So I would support the suggestion that we take the next in line just like we did right after convention. If it was valid then, I believe it's valid now and is in fact the way Dr. Feldman's seat was filled. So we would be filling it in the exact same way.
If that's a motion, I'll second.
It's not a motion yet. Ms. Mattson.
So I also said this on the LNC list, but I'll quickly summarize my position. I spoke at the time against just automatically choosing the next three. There was, when you have a tight field of people and you have a runoff election, oftentimes preferences will develop on the second round of voting, and we didn't get to do that, so we don't necessarily know, what the delegates would have done had they had time to have a runoff election. And when you're looking at numbers that are in the 30% at this point, my preference is, and it was at the time also back in Orlando, that we have a standard election, we open nominations and conduct a ballot election with nominees. And so I would move that we open nominations for a ballot vote.
That is a motion.
I'll second that.
Has been seconded by Mr. Bora.
A point of information.
I figured it was. Go
Yes,
ahead.
Ms. Harlow, she said something about the delegates didn't get a chance to properly vote.
Yes.
Or something. I'm sorry, I don't understand that comment.
May I?
You may. Go ahead.
We ran out of time for various reasons, and one of the reasons is we did not have a proper checkout procedure. So we were sitting and waiting in order to see that if we had quorum, or if we had a proper checkout procedure, which I think is ultimately the LNC's responsibility to make sure we had, the delegates would have had time to properly go through the entire approval voting procedure. I have to tell you that I'm frankly deeply disturbed that our party elections get the short shrift. And what ends up happening, whether this is the intent or not, we're talking about appearances, is that the LNC could in effect make sure each time that we do not have proper party elections, and then we conveniently get to a point a good portion of our number. We are only 7 weeks out from convention. I think the appearance of this is terrible for the delegates that we did not let properly vote, and it's disrespectful to the people who actually campaigned for these positions. I come somewhat from a personal perspective on this. If I did not win my Region 1 election, I would have campaigned. And I had already put significant money and time into it. Already their nomination speeches got cut short, and they didn't get a proper election. So I don't think my solution is ideal in an ideal world, but considering what happened, and to keep us from 7 weeks out from convention, making it our fault that they didn't get proper elections, to just go and appoint it just seems like a power grab to me, and I think it will appear that way to the members.
Okay, that answers the point of information. We're into discussion on the motion to open nominations by ballot. Is moved, it was seconded. Ms. Mattson, do you need to speak further to the motion?
Just very briefly, I mean, we have this problem in every convention. It's not like this convention was unique. I don't think in past the LNC has ever been accused of a power grab because we didn't have time in elections. Frankly, it happens every convention too, that a lot of delegates end up killing a lot of time during convention, frustrating the rest of the room, and we don't proceed on. So I don't think it's reasonable or fair to say the LNC's at fault because we ran out of time at convention, and avoid it being perceived as a power grab, we must do some procedure that's not on the books and that Roberts advises against. So I just disagree with that commentary.
Dr. Lund.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually am very sympathetic to many of the comments that Ms. Harless made. Indeed, at our May 30th meeting, I voted in favor of the motion that seated Dr. Feldman, Starchild, and Mr. Hayes. However, after reflection upon this, I now feel that the best way of interpreting our bylaws is actually to say that those who did not receive a majority of the votes during the vote should not be considered, that we do have a none of the above option in all of our elections. And I think looking at the entire, our bylaws, our history, I think that it is appropriate for us to open this seat up for nominations. And that frankly, I shall not vote for people who did not receive a majority of votes. If someone's name is put forward as a candidate who sought an at-large position and did not receive a majority, I don't feel comfortable now voting for them, because I believe the very nature of the approval voting is people were given an opportunity to cast a vote for someone. If they did not, I think the best way of interpreting that by the LNC is that they did not receive a majority of approval, which is the selection criteria.
I'm going to go with Ms. Billiot and Starchild, and if there's no objection from the body, Mr. Starr. Go ahead.
Billiot.
Is Billiot. I apologize.
Point of information, did NOTA receive majority? Okay. One more. Are there people seated today who did not receive majority?
Yes.
Thank you.
Starchild.
That pretty much addressed but I just wanted to clarify, which I think Whitney may have just been asking, and that was, NOTA was on the ballot, right? I think it's on the ballot automatically for all our elections. They're supposed to be.
Votes for NOTA are counted, but it's not nominated. But actually, I don't think there were votes for
NOTA. I'll answer the point.
Sorry.
Because we shifted to approval voting for these elections, you can't meaningfully have NOTA on the ballot because you vote for however many you want. The meaningful way, you can't put NOTA up, the only way that you can vote for NOTA in an approval voting election is you submit a ballot with one name and it says NOTA. But the effect of an approval voting ballot where you say, Mr. Smith, Mr. Jones, and then no one else, is kind of like Mr. Smith, Mr. Jones, and NOTA.
But I
It
believe
just, it's a tabulatory thing. It's not, does that make sense? Is there objection to hearing from Mr. Starr?
Yes.
There is an objection. All in favor of hearing from Mr. Starr, raise your hand. Opposed? Mr. Starr.
Thank you. I have to remind people that during the convention itself, when it was time for these votes, I made announcements to the convention at least twice, where I said, be sure to vote for as many people as you approve of. Otherwise, this decision will go to the LNC. So people knew that if they didn't vote for enough people, and there were vacancies, that the LNC would get to decide that. So from my standpoint, the fact that they didn't put in enough people means that they gave that decision to you. I'm not really crazy about the idea they did, but they did, and that was their decision. And I think you can honor their decision by voting for people who you think are best suited for the position.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the motion to do this by ballot? I'll recognize Mr. Bora, and then if there's no one else that wants to be recognized, I may recognize Starchild again.
In terms of the way that the election cycle works with approval voting, and if I'm saying this wrong, somebody correct me. If you approve of 3 people and you don't approve of anybody else, then that's not really recorded in any way, is it? So I mean, the people who would say that I approve of these 3 people and nobody else, that's kind of reflected in the original tabulation. So I don't think it's just relevant whether or not NOTA got a majority in this case, because it very well could have. We just have no way of knowing if it did or not. That's the key point that I'm trying to make here.
gonna say it over and over and over until my sleep. Ms. Harlos?
The fact that this has happened before in the past, I think this makes this even more so that we need to set an example that this is unacceptable, that our party elections are not getting enough time. If we know sometimes they're stalling and things like that, I believe we need to adequately plan for it. I think we're being very, very disrespectful to the people that run. We do not know whether they would have gotten 50%. They were under the impression that this would be approval voting, and we do not know what's in the minds of the delegates where these people, as Ms. Mattson had said, preferences do develop. They could have gotten 50%. And when we start putting people into the field that did not run only 7 weeks ago, I ask, why didn't they run? If they wanted this position, why did they not campaign and put themselves in front of the delegates? And the only people that did run are the people that are on that list. And we are, in a way, substituting by fiat, I suppose, if we did this ranked voting instead of approval voting. And I think it's, again, the best way to make of a bad situation, and that we commit ourselves to next convention that this does not happen again. Our party elections are important. I just really want to impress that upon all people. I'm just really aghast at this situation.
All right, Mr. Demarest has not spoken yet on this issue, so he'll be recognized.
I think that changing rules or logic on how we selected folks for the LNC retroactively is a slippery slope, and that does impact people that are sitting here. So my suggestion is that we apply the logic that was applied before and then fix it going forward.
Mr. Demarest, is that in form of a substitute amendment that would have us fill that seat with the next person down the ranked voting list?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second for the substitute? There's a second from Ms. Harlos. So there's now a motion to substitute that the procedure would be to take the next person on the ranked voting list, who is, as a point of information, Ms. Werther, correct?
Yes.
With Mr. Perry having declined to accept.
Point of information.
I will, without objection, I'll take point of information from Mr. Starr.
Would you get to the same outcome anyway, no matter which way? You went with the same for the first motion. And the person who is the next in the rank is one of the people getting nominated and voted on. Don't you get to the same outcome anyway if you vote for that person?
I'll answer your point. To answer the point of information, if the substitute wins, then it would be Ms. Werther. If the original motion is the motion we do, then Ms. Werther could be one of the nominees for the ballot, but she would run against other people who would be nominated. That's the difference. Would anyone like to speak against the substitute? Mr. Redpath?
Yes, I will speak against the substitute. I think this is a different situation. I, by the way, would support a repeal of the majority requirement for approval for the approval voting. I think that Dr. Feldman and Starchild and Mr. Hayes should have been elected directly to the committee, and I would favor changing that. That said, I do think now we are beyond the convention and 7 weeks beyond the convention, and I know that's not a long time, but at this point I do think that considering a number of nominees at this point, or several nominees, would be appropriate for the committee. They could still elect Ms. Werther if the committee desires, but we're no longer at the convention. I think it's appropriate to consider other people.
Would anyone like to speak in favor of the substitute? You just spoke against. Okay. Starchild in favor of the substitute amendment?
Yes, I wanted to point out, I was just looking up in our bylaws, and it says nominations for the at-large members of the National Committee shall be from the floor. The election shall be conducted in the following manner. Each delegate may cast a ballot with a vote for either none of the above or one vote per candidate or any number of candidates. So none of the above was still an option, and this tells me basically that approval voting basically created a situation where the bylaws are in conflict. So we wouldn't be, because we have, a situation where voting for none of the above allegedly makes no sense, and I can see that argument, but it specifically says in our bylaws that voting for none of the above is still an option. So I think it's not clear that, as to kind of respond to Mr. Redpath's point, that if we don't do this, or I'm sorry, was that that we wouldn't be upholding the bylaws in terms of the approval voting. I agree with Ms. Harlow's points, and I really do think it boils down to not just the perception, but the possibility that some future executive committee or, LNC, or members, of the LNC, could consciously decide, or convention planners if they appoint, to shorten the time for delegates to conduct party business on the floor, and thereby increase the chances that the election will be thrown to the LNC. I think it's a huge conflict of interest. It's directly taking power away from the delegates by this body at their expense for the enhancement of our own power, and I have a huge problem with that.
Mr. Chairman, if the 15 minutes went with this agenda item,
Yes.
then we're out of time.
Okay, so we're out of time. Is there a motion to extend?
I'll move to extend for 15 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
I would suggest that you move to extend for 10.
I would also note that the presence of
For
Mr.
exactly
Nielsen.
that reason.
Okay, 10?
10. Is there objection to extending for 10? There's no objection to extending for 10. We will continue and try and get it wrapped up on which way we're going to go on this. Ms. Mattson, go ahead.
I'm going to speak against the substitute. So to say that because we used one particular procedure, a few weeks ago, that creates some sort of precedent that we're obligated to follow. The LNC has had situations come up with vacancies many times, and it's been handled many, many different ways. There's nothing that you can call precedent in this situation. There have been times that the next finisher was not named. There were times there was a ballot vote, and the next finisher happened to be the one who won the ballot vote. There is no precedent here. And to say that somehow the approval voting process is some sneaky thing that creates a situation that gives the LNC more power because people can't. We had 4 people get majority on the first round of approval voting in Columbus. I think the issue this time is there were more people on the ballot, and just fewer people knew, and it ended up spreading people's preferences further. But or maybe they didn't know enough people. But in Columbus, we had 4 people that did get majority with the same process, and the convention did have time in that case to fill the other slot from the delegates. I think.
Pardon me, point of information. I think, did we not have 5 and there was a tie and we had to break a tie?
Was it a tie?
It
or
was a tie. It was a tie that was broken. I think, but we did have all. I think we did have all.
Okay, all right, so then we had 5. So, the process sometimes gets us there. So, one failure by the process without time to do a second round of balloting, I'm not going to say the whole system is flawed based on that. Thank you for the detail on that.
All right. Is there anyone else who wants to speak for or against the substitute? It would be a second time because you spoke in favor of the substitute, I think. Did you?
I'm confused, to be honest.
You have not on the substitute, so yes, you will be recognized. Go ahead.
I just wanted to speak to a couple things Ms. Mattson said. I am not saying that the approval voting process itself is sneaky, and I'm not accusing anyone else here of sneaky. I'm talking about appearances and potential to appoint people that should be done by the delegates. The problem was not with approval voting. The problem was with not allocating enough time, which has happened before. There were some examples given by Ms. Mattson on the LNC discussion list where there were vacancies. Those were much longer. They were not 7 weeks out from convention, and the examples given in the list were officers. It seems like we always have plenty of time to elect officers. It's at-larges that are getting the short shrift, and judicial committee, but that's another subject. And I just repeat once again, we need to make sure that our members can properly have party elections. We did not do that this time.
no one else seeking to be recognized, we'll move to a vote. A vote in the affirmative would be to adopt the substitute amendment from Mr. Demarest and make the procedure to fill the at-large vacancy to take the next person in line who did not decline the nomination, who would be Ms. Werther. A vote against would be to adopt, to keep going on the main motion, which would be to open the floor to nominations and then proceed to a balloted vote. Are there any questions before we proceed to a vote?
Just a request for roll call.
I was
but
going to
that's
do it
probably always
anyway because it's
automatically.
pretty substantive. So we'll take the roll on adopting the substitute amendment as the main motion.
Okay, Ms. Harless?
Yes.
Mr. Bittner?
No.
Ms. Marsh's not the table, change the name.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll have to get, I think I got it spelled right. All right, go ahead.
No.
Mr. Katz?
No.
Dr. Lark?
No.
Mr. Redhat?
No.
Starchild?
Yes.
Mr. Demarest?
Yes.
Ms. Billiard?
Yes.
Mr. Hewitt?
No.
Mr. Hayes?
No.
Mr. Hagan?
No.
Mr. Bora?
No.
I vote no. Would the chair like to vote?
I won't.
I say 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. 8, 9, 10 opposed.
Technically, where that puts us is we have to vote on opening, we have to vote on the main motion to open nominations for a balloted vote, because it's a proposal for how we're gonna do it. So, we'll proceed to, I'm gonna ask, with the failure of the substitute, is there objection to opening nominations at this time, to proceeding in that fashion? Is there objection?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, would it be possible for us to suspend the rules to allow the Johnson campaign to present this?
Here's my plan. My plan is that we get to the point where we know what the procedure is, and then we hear from Mr. Nielsen from the Johnson campaign, and then we come back into nominations. Well, we come back to nominations after that. That's the way I wanted to go. I just want to get something done. So is there objection to proceeding in the fashion of, there is objection?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll take another roll call on the main motion.
Mr. Chair, may I speak to my objection?
No, you just object and then we vote. Because I was just asking if it was without objection, so we'll just have the vote on it.
Won't you be able to speak against the motion?
He already spoke against the motion. We're still in that first round now that we've backed out of the substitute.
We have 4 minutes, we extended for 10?
We have the time, it's
Okay,
just,
so
we're not gonna.
We have 4 minutes
we're not
left
gonna-
if we extend it for 10.
Typically, you hear from one person, one time. Sometimes we're a little loose, but we'll try not to be. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the motion to open nominations for ballot vote. Ms.
You want me to
Harless?
take it?
Aye.
Mr. Bittner,
Yes.
Mr. Nicola,
Yes.
Mr. Katz,
Abstain.
Dr. Lurk,
Aye.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Starchild,
Nay.
Mr. Demarest,
Nay.
Ms. Bilio,
Abstain.
Mr. Hewitt.
I didn't hear. what-
She said abstain.
Yes.
Mr. Hayes,
Yes.
Mr. Hagan,
Yes.
Mr. Bora,
Yes.
Ms. Mattson.
I vote yes. Would the chair like to vote?
No, I'm not voting.
Okay. With 3 abstentions, there are 2 noes and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 yeses, 2 noes.
Passes.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, if there's not objection, we would hear from Mr. Nielsen of the Johnson campaign. But Dr. Lark, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that is fine with me. We may want to take a moment before we do that to think about what we're doing up until, say, noon. Checkout, I think for most people is 11, 12, if you requested it. How do we wish to handle matters concerning checkout? Perhaps that's not necessary, but.
Are there people who need to check out today?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have late checkout or not? It's 11.
12 p.m. was what I was told is the latest, at least without penalty.
So I would propose that we would fit in about a 20-minute recess at approximately 11:30. Does that work for people?
That's fine.
And then we come back for the working lunch.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Does everyone have late checkout?
Not what I have.
If you don't, we'll do our best. All right, so, is there anything else before we hear from Mr. Nielsen? There's not. Mr. Nielsen, do you want to give us an update on the campaign?
Thank you. Can I take this chair?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Well, did anyone see the news this morning?
No.
CNN polled 13%. We also note we had a online poll, as most of you know from the primary. I wasn't a big fan of online polls, but there was an online poll that was conducted in Utah. I think it might still be live, run by a station there, that 35,000 voted on Johnson's at 54%. But I think the interesting thing about that online poll is I didn't know about it, and the campaign didn't even know about it, so we didn't participate in it or try to hedge it in any way. It was just an organic poll. So we have a little excitement going on. I thought I would give an update, and I will certainly open this up to questions and answer any that anyone has. And if you do have questions, please feel free to ask me now. I know it's sometimes difficult to get your questions answered when everyone's running around, so that's the purpose of today. We have, in the last couple of weeks, hired about 35 staff people on the campaign, and we've brought on about 40 full-time volunteers. We have purchased a product called Nation Builder, which some of you might understand is a grassroots organizational tool. It's designed specifically for campaigns to work grassroots nationwide. We've got pretty in-depth youth movement organized. We have full-time regional directors on the youth team, state directors on the youth teams. We just brought in the chairman or the president from YAL over to work on our campaign to help run the youth movement. As you've probably seen from polls that have been released, Johnson and Weld are doing very well with millennials. They're actually second right now with millennials. They're doing very well with independents. They're actually second with independents. And those are two major targets. Now there are small targets we're looking at. For example, we'll be looking at Republican Hispanics. We'll be looking at obviously independents and millennials, but there'll be other small along the way. I wanted to kind of take a moment. I know some of you have heard my spill on what the campaign goals are, but I'll walk through them really quick. We have really two main goals right now in the campaign. One is to get that 13% above 15% by Labor Day. So the polls that are conducted by the Commission on Presidential Debates occur after Labor Day. Any poll before then doesn't matter. That's just for fun. After Labor Day is when the actual polls that determine who participates in the debates occur. We don't know who will be the pollster. It's generally been a Gallup-type caliber polling outfit, and I'm sure it will be this time as well. That's our main goal right now. So we are accomplishing that by really earned media, and we've been very fortunate to get a lot of earned media. Both candidates will be in Cleveland next week for about 2 days, and we've got some major hits in Cleveland. So we've got Chris Matthews and several big shows, and that's really very fortunate. We cannot go into the inner sanctum of the meeting space. We're not allowed in there. I guess maybe we could somehow force our way in, but we can't really go in there. So they're actually coming out to interview us, which is really a big deal. So we will look at going to Philadelphia to the Democratic National Committee meeting, but we don't know at this time whether or not, we're only going if there's media. So we're gonna wait and see. Next week we'll find out. So earned media is extremely important for us. That's a major push. That's our major effort that we're utilizing to get to the 15%. Now, in addition to that, we've targeted specific states around the country. And those states are based upon our understanding of the groupings of independents, libertarian leaning, and other supporting groups that occur in those states. In addition, we're looking for states that have not as much presidential money being spent there, so we're certainly never going to go to Ohio. So places where we can get a larger return on our investment for any time or media that we use. Those states that we've determined on our first run are generally Democratic states, and that's because we believe that Hillary Clinton is way ahead right now on the electoral vote count. So the states include Nevada, New Mexico, Colorado, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and possibly Oregon and Iowa.
Are you saying that's the second goal, or is it earned media the second goal? I lost you in there somewhere. You mentioned.
Well, the main goal is to get 15%.
And then the
That's
second goal.
the second goal is to do well or win these states. Then, hold on a second here.
Ron, I just wanted to point out something before you go any further. I just want you to be aware that what you're saying is live. Other people
That's
will hear
fine.
it outside this room, so if
Thank you.
don't want heard outside this room,
No, thank you. Actually, we will make this plan public. Thank you, Aaron. We'll make this plan public, and we'll actually post it on the website. We want everybody to know what our target states are. And that's important because there are other groups out there that want to help the campaign, and we want them to be in sync with the plan that we're working on. I mean, we would prefer that people help us with the states that we're targeting and not, for example, Florida necessarily. So the Republican states, yes, Joe?
Could you just repeat the targeted states and I'll help everybody know what they are? I got Nevada, New Mexico, Colorado, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, maybe Oregon.
And Iowa.
And Iowa.
Thank you.
Now, we did get, I will throw one other in there. We did get an endorsement from Jesse Ventura earlier this week, and his home state may become a target. We'll be kind of examining that over the next week or so. Yes?
Did you consider Utah?
Well, that's a Republican state, and that's the next tier. And so Utah, which is, of course, my home state, Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, the Dakotas, and Alaska are the targeted Republican states. Now, those are states, of course, that we feel that we can do well in, and we've seen some polls in those states that, you know, Colorado just released a poll. I think it was last week. Kind of the dates get fuzzy, but it was 13%, I think, as well.
You said Utah, Idaho, Alaska.
I'm sorry, Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, Alaska, and the Dakotas. So we have set up these targeted states that we're working in, and that's our goal. Now, why is this important, and what's the reasoning behind all this? It's basically that, first of all, if we can show momentum in some states where we can actually capture momentum, I think that's a big plus for the campaign. But as anybody knows that studies electoral college and understanding electoral college, if someone is not able to gather a large enough percentage, 270 votes, to win the electoral college, the election is thrown to the House. And we're making no secret that our goal is to throw the election to the House of Representatives. So in order to do that, and I don't mean to get too far in the weeds, but in order to do that, if we were to assume the election today is the same as the election was in 2012, the Clinton campaign would be up 60-some electoral votes. So we would need to win several, and that's why we targeted as our main target, Democratic states to prevent that from happening. So that is our initial agenda. Now, as the campaign moves along, and if Mr. Trump is able to, say, win Florida, that's a lot of electoral votes, or win North Carolina, or win Ohio, that would start evening out the race. And then maybe all these pundits that have been writing articles all across the country that state that if Gary could just win New Mexico, he could win the presidency, that may actually occur. then it would come down to a 1 or 2 state race. But right now it's not. So that's why we've targeted all these states.
I have Ms. Harlos, and then Mr. Redpath, and then Starchild. Were you seeking to be rec? Oh, no, okay. Then Ms. Harlos, then Starchild. Go ahead.
The clarification on those 2 grouping of states, I'm not sure I understand, so you're targeting the ones that you identified as the primarily Democratic strongholds first. The Republican ones are coming next, was that?
Well, we've kind of, they're coming somewhat similar in stance, but yes, they are next.
Okay.
Starchild.
Yeah, a question from one of our members. Are there any efforts to have backup debates in case Gary doesn't manage to poll 15%? Then I follow up as well.
Well, there's a lot of people that have contacted us talking about debates between Libertarians and the Greens. So I think there will be a lot of that demand going on. We will be unable, as always happened in the past, to get the Republican nominee or the Democratic nominee to participate in a debate. And that's because the Commission on Presidential Debates, which is a 501c3 private organization, enters into a contract with the Republican nominee and the Democratic nominee that prevents them from participating in any other type of a debate format that's not sanctioned by the CPD.
Yeah. My follow-up to that is, you know, I'm certainly not, you know, I agree with the goal of the campaign to get into those debates. I think that's absolutely crucial, and you know, the backup thing would just be backup. But in terms of getting in, I'm also wondering, is Gary willing to go and, you know, if necessary, get arrested, everything possible to get that media attention, because I think that's been very effective in the past in drawing news focus to the fact that these, you know, this is a rigged system and embarrassing the establishment.
Well, that's a good point. Jill Stein was arrested last cycle. We should probably know. We're looking to do in August a lot of press targeted just on the CPD and the 15% rule and trying to get into the debates and pushing attention. I think that helps in a lot of regard. I think it helps our momentum. It brings attention to the race, and then it brings also attention to the problem of the CPD. Now we have the lawsuit that we filed against the CPD. That lawsuit is still out there. We're hoping that we can move on at some point here to discovery. If we can get to the discovery phase of the lawsuit, the first item that we'll be seeking is a copy of the contracts. And once those contracts become public, we hope that brings a lot of press and pull attention. So that's a major event.
Without objection, Mr. Starr.
So regarding the Commission on Presidential Debates, you know, it seemed like in the past they sort of selected the polls or pollings that they're going to be doing in secret afterwards, or maybe they're cherry picking afterwards, I don't know. Is there any way that pressure can be put on them to announce ahead of time which polls they're going to rely upon? And what efforts we make to make sure that Johnson is actually included in that poll, in those polls?
Well, that's the game. That's the game to try and make happen. We are understanding, and we do have people that are friendly, that are associated with the CPD. So we are getting information. We are understanding that they will release who the pollsters are ahead of time, but they don't have to. I mean, it's a private organization, but we've heard that they will. Now, I don't know who they are going to be, but you know, in the past they've used like Gallup type. Not be the same. I think it's going to be a really hard PR stand for them to take if you got someone at 13% in other polls nationwide, to not include them at least in the discussion and not be listed on the poll. But you know,
I'm going to recognize Mr. Hewitt and then Dr. Lark, and then without objection, Dr. Hooper from Gallery. Mr. Hewitt.
Yes, are you guys actively, there's a lot of different polls, aren't there? I mean, there's dozens of them or more. It seems to me, and here in California, they just came out with a poll that showed right before Comey's press conference, Hillary was up 30%, 58 to 28 over Trump. Well, then when they included Johnson, he got, I believe, 14% and took a lot away from Hillary. If he were in just every poll, Our biggest problem is when I talk to Californians, they don't even know who Gary Johnson is, or that there is a third person. And so we could be easily up over 25%, I would say, if we were just in every poll. And I would say that, you know, leaning on all of those pollsters, whatever they are, Quinnipiac, all the different ones, right on down the line, just include this third choice, because without knowing he's even there, there's no way people can vote.
When you're singing to the choir, I mean, that's right. Now, each pollster has their own reason why they conduct a poll. I mean, some of these polls are commissioned by outside organizations, some are funded internally. Some of these university polls, you know, we've made a lot of impact, I think, but I don't know if we've made a lot of success, but we've made a lot of contact with a lot of the university polls, like you just mentioned. And the media polls, of course, are being paid for by the media. And at this point in the game, it's all PR. I mean, if you look at, you know, one of the important, you know, my suggestion, if you want to watch polls, go to a place like Real Clear Politics or somewhere which shows an aggregation of polls. And you can see all the different polls that are being listed. If you look at the national polls, you're going to see some big disparity. I mean, there's big differences between each poll, even if they're conducted within a week of each other. I mean, sometimes Trump's up, sometimes Clinton's up, sometimes they're up by 10, 5, 2, all over the place. So I would say at this point in time, I mean, a lot of these polls are conducted differently. I mean, some are considered, you know, more legitimate, obviously, than others. But they're all just PR efforts on our as far as we're concerned. So we are probably going to try to get some polls listed specifically in Real Clear Politics in the next week or two that we hope we can start pushing the agenda on the PR discussion about polls.
Dr. Long.
First of all, Mr. Nielsen, thank you for taking the time to
Thank
come
you.
here and brief us. An observation, I think for once we might actually have a situation where the prestige press might actually have an incentive to see our campaign in those polls, because it actually increases the horse race opportunity. It makes the races look much closer. More substantive issue. A colleague of mine in Florida pointed out to me, he said I could mention this in the meeting, that he's had difficulty making contact with the Johnson Well campaign to organize events. I realize that you're still, in some sense, in ramping up phase. I'm involved in building campus organizations on college campuses. I've contacted the campaign, no one has gotten back in touch with me. I think it's very important for the campaign to make it clear to our members how they can get in touch with the campaign to help in terms of setting up events, if nothing else to make the campaign aware of activities. So I think it's very, very important that you all make clear to us how best we can help you and how we can make contact with the campaign, whom we should contact about various matters.
All right, thank you. That has been a problem. I mean, we are inundated with contact. I mean, it's, I mean, the phone lines are crazy, and it's great, but it has been difficult to manage. Everything has gone exponentially, and then exponentially again. So we're trying. We've hired all these new people. We've got all these new full-time volunteers. We're trying to respond back as quickly as we can. As far as the location of where to contact the campaign, I would still go through the same channels on the website, and maybe we can take it down a couple of notches and dissect it. The media lines, we have a pretty good size of people who are actually dealing with the press right now. The communications director is Joe Hunter. John Lavam is assistant communications director, and then Brandon Ellison is working on that team as a media coordinator. They're dealing directly with the press. Now we have set up surrogate press people. Some of these are coming on board now. We're bringing in some different celebrity types. So Brandon is coordinating all the surrogate press. So, I mean, there's only so much press that Gary and Bill can do. And we are really focusing that press on the bigger press. So if they get a CNN call That's what we're going to do. And as far as all the podcasts and all the other media, we really are going to have to push all that out to surrogates. I mean, there's just no way we can. There's no way we can physically do it. I mean, Gary's doing between 7 and 9 interviews a day. You know, Bill's not quite that high, but that's about it. And so these surrogates are going to be more helpful. So that's kind of my read on the media is, you know, contact media@johnsonweld.com, but understanding that Brandon Ellison will be coordinating a lot of the surrogate smaller media stations. I mean, a lot of people want to have their hometown station do a podcast or radio show. We would want to do that too, but unfortunately we can't do all of those. So we're gonna have to bring these other guys in. As far as the volunteer coordination, if people want to volunteer on the campaign, go to the volunteer@johnsonweld.com link. We have a full-time volunteer coordinator, and he has a staff of 2 volunteers that are supposed to be just directing volunteer people, and he came on board last week.
Who is that
So
individual?
His name's Cliff. and just to give you kind of an understanding, in the last 2 weeks we had over 4,000 volunteers. The people who asked to be I want to be a volunteer, not just asked to be on the website list or or some other kind of thing. No, they asked to actually be a volunteer and do something. So there's a lot of people. As far as events go, that goes to scheduling at johnsonweld.com. We have 2 people in scheduling. Their names are Tiffany and Lindsay, and they are out of Salt Lake City, and they do all the scheduling for the 2 governors and other people on the campaign. So we were trying to do events. I will say that we are targeting some major events in the states that I outlined. We're going to be trying to do rallies there, and hoping those rallies are of some magnitude, meaning that there are at least over 1,500 people. We'll try and do some rallies at some other locations as well, but those particular states I targeted, those 6 first states, Democratic states, will be doing rallies prior to Labor Day. Then we will go back to those same states again after Labor Day. We're trying to put in some other rallies in other states prior to Labor Day as well. But I'm stating this as a fact. It is not realistic that the governors will be able to visit all 50 states. We will not be able to do that. But we are trying to set up some other events where other people, surrogates and such, will be visiting other states and helping. Does that help to some degree? I mean, I'm sorry we can't. We just physically have not been able to get back to people when we have been over the top. But I guess that's a good thing.
I'm hearing some concerns around that there's people in the base, who should be voting Libertarian for Johnson, who may not be. And one of the big concerns, I think, is the campaign's insufficient use of the word Libertarian. There's also, I realize the governors have their agenda as far as the issue. There's been some, specific problems with some of the issues. Some things have been said in the press as well. Things like interventionism, supporting the Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership. Although I understand Cato did come out for that, and maybe that's a little bit more of a balanced one. But I'm wondering, one of the questions that often comes up in relation to some of these kind of concerns is who are the advisors? Who is Gary Johnson in particular getting advice from in terms of ideological positioning and statements and so forth? Are there libertarians who are in that close circle around him that he's getting good, solid libertarian positioning advice as part of that mix? And who are those folks that he's consulting with?
Okay, that's a good question. Well, let me answer it by saying when a decision is made on an issue, that decision is really made from a pragmatic, Gary's a very pragmatic libertarian. I mean, he looks at issues about what can be solved and what can't be solved. So when he's making a decision about an issue, he's looking at it on from a realistic realistic perspective, and I don't think this is a surprise to anybody. He wants to see what can happen and what can't happen, and he wants to talk about it in real terms. So that is his makeup of his character when he's looking at all the issues. Now, as far as discussing the issues and who's advising him, I mean, from an outside perspective, or from an outside source, Cato has basically just opened the door to us, and they've had calls on, you know, late Friday nights and Saturday afternoons. We've done meetings with them, and Sundays and Mondays. I mean, any day they just pull in. You know, if I call up Cato and say, hey, look, you know, we just ran across this issue and I'm not sure what to do with it. You know, they call their troops in and we got a meeting scheduled immediately. So Cato, and they go out and they do all the fact search and then they bring it in. So they have been a big source of help for us. And now in addition to that, there are a lot of people around that we talk to on a regular basis that provide information and sources of thought, and we value all everyone's opinions. But Cato does have a big source of research that they can draw from. So those decisions. Now, as far as your first part of your question about, I mean, I tried to answer that question as directly as I possibly could. And
Use the term libertarian, but
yeah.
Also maybe who some of those other individuals around Gary are that are contributing advice, or if there's some way that perhaps a party could.
Well, I mean, I am. I'm talking to him constantly about issues. I mean, you know, Joe Hunter, a lot of the guys that are on the team are talking to him about how to message the issues, and that's what we're doing.
Someone like Darryl Perry, the other presidential contender for the nomination, might be good in terms of knowing how to communicate with the Libertarian base and avoid offending those people, because it's not just the votes. I mean, the Libertarian base obviously is fairly small in terms of the overall electorate, but carries a disproportionate weight in terms of the people that are going to go out and volunteer and you know, drive the campaign at the grassroots level.
Right.
So we need the people for that,
well,
shock troops, right?
I mean, you know, it's no one's goal to try to offend anybody. I mean, we're not trying to make a decision, and we're hoping that, you know, when we talk about an issue or make a decision on an issue, we're certainly hoping we don't offend anybody. And we're hoping that people understand that the way I described, you know, Gary's makeup about making choices is what's happening. I mean, each decision is thoughtfully reviewed. It's not, you know, we're not connecting polls and then saying, oh, gee, let's switch our position and do this. We're looking at it from what could actually be accomplished, what could actually work, and what's the best way of making it happen. I mean, what is the best choice here? So I mean, we don't want to make people feel that they're not involved in the campaign. We don't want anyone to feel that's in the Libertarian Party that they're not welcome, or they're not part, or there's not a space for them. We want everyone to feel like they can come on board and be part of the campaign. So I don't know the answer to that, really. I've thought about it a little bit, and maybe maybe one solution would be that we need to set up some kind of an involvement with a collection of individuals that might represent people within the Libertarian Party that feel that they're being not heard, and that voice be heard directly. And that might be the solution of doing that.
Yeah.
And that might involve people like Darryl or others that have a voice that and they'd like to participate. I mean, and maybe we could direct them into some kind of I don't know whether that'd be some kind of just a committee or a board or brain trust or something that we could draw from and get feedback from. I think that might be the way we could do it.
Excellent.
I mean, that might be our solution. Now, as far as the Libertarian word or the Libertarian logo or the Libertarian, you know, put on everything. We are designing a new website. As anybody who's dealt with this kind of stuff, you know, we thought it was going to be done today, probably going to be done tomorrow, but it should be done pretty quick. And when that new website comes up, there will be the Libertarian link at the bottom of the website going to the Libertarian Party page. I think the signs that are going out, our signs have the Libertarian logo. There's a couple different versions, or they have the Libertarian name on them. I'm talking about yard signs. Most of all of our information is now carrying the Libertarian logo or words or something on it, but there will be some that does not. And it will be somewhat on the smaller end, but there will be a few things out there that do not. I think that we are trying to, I think that each time someone runs and gets an opportunity to participate in national politics, they somewhat change a brand a bit. That's just a function of participating in the media or participating in public relations. So we're trying to, kind of use different messaging as we push the brand out. We've called it Libertarian America. You guys have seen some of the stuff that we're pushing out. You are Libertarian was obviously a message that we used before. And those are the same things that we're going to kind of be pushing along the same cycle, the same race. So, I mean, I don't think that, I don't want anyone to think that we're running from the Libertarian logo or the Libertarian message, because that's not what's happening at all. It's just, we'll probably be changing it a little bit, but you'll be seeing it on everything, pretty much everything.
So, a lot of people want to talk to Ron. Ron's busy. So we're going to keep it a little snappy. I'm going to put LNC members and have precedence to people from the gallery, and ask people to not engage in the long back and forth. Let's keep it snappy. Not saying necessarily you, Ron, but you too. So I have on deck Mr. Hayes, Ms. Mattson, Mr. Redpath, Ms. Harlos, and Mr. Bora. And then from the gallery I had Dr. Bookman, and I see Mr. Stewart and Mr. Starr. So it's busy. So Mr. Hayes, go ahead.
Mr. Nielsen, I realize obviously your really sole focus is to elect the next president of the United States, that being Gary Johnson. And having such a prominent up-ticket candidate is certainly going to help our other candidates down-ticket. But the converse can work as well. Down-ticket candidates, very good ones and prominent ones, can help the up-ticket campaign. You mentioned earlier about surrogates. Is that part of the plan to maybe reach out to some of those down-ticket candidates? Is there any plans from the campaign to do what you can to assist certain down-ticket candidates?
Well, of course, we'd like to help. We'd like to help the candidates. I think, if you have something specific you want to suggest, please let me know. But we want their involvement. We would try to endorse them and provide some assistance as we can. We may be able to do some joint events with some of them. And as far as surrogate speaking, like on media, I think that's a good idea. I mean, that would be certainly. We have opportunities they probably don't have, and we could probably share those.
So, I know, for example, we have John Moore, the the assemblyman from Nevada that came over. He's got a prominent race here in Nevada. I think he'd be a great surrogate. Lily Tang Williams is just a tremendous speaker. People connect with her all over the place. I think some candidates like that would be some excellent choices for your surrogates. I don't know, Jeffrey, you running for anything coming up? But we have an elected mayor sitting on our board right here next to me in Calamasa, California. So people like that, I think, would certainly be assistance to the campaign, because they're excellent advocates and excellent speakers, and can bring some extra diversity and interest to your message.
I think it's a great point. Thanks.
Ms. Mattson.
So I wanted to ask if you have ideas for things the LNC could actively do to help get to 15% in the polls. Are there things that we can do to help get to that goal?
Well, I think that we just discussed an issue here about a segment of the Libertarian Party that might feel they've been ostracized by the campaign, or they just don't. Maybe we should just say they don't feel that they're being heard. So any effort that the LNC could provide to bring some unity and some bring us all together for some common cause and some common leadership to focus on these campaigns, and in particular our campaign would be a big help. So that's what I would ask.
And Ron and I have been, I mean, I didn't say anything, but we've been talking about ways to start doing some of that. And we'll probably keep talking a lot. And if there's anything that people don't get to bring up here that they come up with, send it to me. I'll talk to Ron. So don't feel like you didn't get to say it today. That's the last chance. Mr. Red.
Yes, just to make sure, volunteers, for instance, I had a woman in Northern Virginia who, I don't know her, but she maintains she's a health policy expert and very enthusiastic about the Johnson Weld ticket. She should be directed to volunteer@johnsonweld.com?
Yes. Now we have state directors in each state.
Okay.
And that'll be on the new website.
Okay.
So people in the states can contact those state directors.
Volunteer@johnsonweld.com.
Volunteer@johnsonweld.
Okay.
ETA for the new website?
Well, it's today, probably tomorrow.
But that actually isn't my point, but what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about ballot access, believe it or not. We have 3.5 weeks of very intense period coming up here. Massachusetts has an August 2 deadline. It's pretty much in good shape, pretty much done from what I hear in Massachusetts. We've got New York, which is ongoing. It's going to be a push. We got an August 2 deadline there, and then we have 4 states, including the District of Columbia as a state, with August 10 deadlines: DC, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Ohio. I surmise that the amount that the Johnson Weld campaign would like to expend on ballot access going forward is zero. I mean, I'm sure.
No, that's not true.
No, well, yes, it is. I don't want to spend any more on ballot access, but we got to do it. Okay, so all right, so I don't think that's a controversial statement. My comment is, how much do you think the Johnson Weld campaign is able and willing to expend on ballot access to cover this critical territory in the next 3.5 weeks?
Well, we offered to pay approximately $150,000. So I don't know exactly what we've spent so far, but we still got a long, we've only spent some.
Right. But I just want to make sure that
we can spend.
But we'll need to catch. I mean, it won't. Yeah. We can't pay the petitioners on promises. We need.
No, we can help with that. So we're planning to help.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I think it's been going well, in general terms, right?
We can still make 50 in DC. I would also say that Governor Johnson has been stating, and people have been stating, that we're on the ballot.
Right.
Like it's a done deal. It's not a done deal. We're on track to do it, and I think we will. Can achieve it. And will achieve it. But there have been instances where people didn't petition. I know of one woman in New York State who didn't participate in volunteer petitioning for the first 3 weeks of a 6-week drive because she heard Governor Johnson say we already had ballot access, so she thought we didn't have to petition in New York. So I mean, it hurts a little bit, but not a lot, but it hurt a little. So if that message could be tweaked in some way that we're on track for that, versus, that would be a fair reflection. But so there's not really a number, but you do have the cash to help on ballot access.
We have the funds.
Thank you.
I understand the Greens are 40 to 45 states. That's what I was told yesterday.
They're on track for plus 40.
Yeah, 40 to 45.
And their target is 47. I don't anticipate they make their target. Would it be fair to say, order of magnitude, that between what you guys have spent so far, that you still have about 100 of the 150? Does that feel?
That's about right.
Okay.
Probably about 100,000.
Ms. Harlows.
Several comments on 2 separate issues. On the presidential debates first, I'm wondering if there's any thoughts that if we're in the very happy circumstance that Gary does obtain the 15%, if that's going to harm the lawsuit because we've proven it's possible. That's just one thing. I wanted to reiterate on Starchild's comment, seriously encourage the campaign to take up on some offers to have a Libertarian Advisory Committee. I think that's one of the most damaging things that's going on right now. As you know, I gave a speech at convention, and that same group does feel like they're not being heard.
I understand that.
Cato does not represent those kinds of people, and I think there are ways that can message that would bring the party together. Unity is always my big concern. For instance, one thing I understand where you say the Johnson campaign's not intending to offend, But when there's an interview and he openly repudiates the Libertarian Party platform specifically, that is something that is going to offend the base. And there's probably better ways to express disagreement. We can't expect everyone to walk in lockstep. There are parts of our platform I don't agree with, but there's ways to do it and wrong ways to do it. So I really highly suggest that some advisors come on board that can help with that, because the division I see is very, very destructive, and I really just do not want to see that. So just wanted to lend some support to Star Child there.
Okay, thank you. I mean, if there's suggestions on people to put on that advisory group, I mean, I would appreciate that.
Get some to Carousel.
Okay. Thank you.
And do you think it's going to hurt the lawsuit?
Well, that's an interesting. You're an attorney.
I don't think it won't move the lawsuit. It would probably, optics-wise, it makes it more likely that they're going to get summary judgment against us. It won't moot it because the issues are still, I mean, there's still live issues, and plaintiffs who are involved, some of them at least would still have standing. You'd still have Stein who would still have standing if she didn't hit the threshold, which it does not. I don't see a path for that happening. So I think it wouldn't kill it. It would weaken it from a, you know, how's the judge gonna rule perspective, but it won't kill it.
It's a strange irony we found ourselves.
It is.
Isn't it though? I had a follow-up on that. I'm kind of cutting the line because I get to. Last go round, we got 3 co-sponsors of the presidential debates to back out, to pull their financial spending. Are we gonna do kind of a game time strategy to figure out at what point we shift from trying to get in through the front door to scorched earth, make sure that they don't have any dollars?
Well, publicly, I can't. I really don't want to answer that
We can
question.
talk to it, and we have the opportunity. We can go into executive session and talk about other things that you don't want to talk about.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, so,
but
so don't
publicly,
answer
I can't
answer
really
my question.
Address that.
Mr. Bora.
I mean, this is just echoing what Starchild and Ms. Harlow said. During the actual debates at the Libertarian National Convention, Gary Johnson specifically asked Darrell Perry if he would be willing to serve in that advisory role. And, you know, Gary is known for having great advisors around him, you know, yourself included. And I think that, you know, from what I understood at the time, he would be certainly open to that. And I think it's a really good idea to have that perspective in there. A lot of the, quote, hardline positions are actually much easier to sell. You know, my area of expertise is education, where the hardline positions are actually much easier to sell than the midline positions. And it's just, a lot of times people just don't know that those positions even exist. And for those who've thought about them deeply, the way that Mr. Perry certainly has, I think he could provide a lot of very pragmatic and very sellable advice in that type of a situation.
Okay.
I also, you know, he won't say it, but Arvin should be in your list.
Okay.
Definitely. Because
Okay.
he has more time. So, without objection, Dr. Bookman, Mr. Starr, and then we're at about 11:10, is there interest in having maybe a short 15-minute executive session with Mr. Nielsen?
There's interest in having a recess at some point.
And a recess at some point. I'm trying to see if we can have one that's around the right time to have the recess right after. Does that sound good? Sounds good to me. Dr. Bookman?
2 quick questions. There's 2 lawsuits, one against the Federal Election Commission as well. I don't know if you have any updates on that, or I'm not even sure what the campaign's involved.
Campaign's not involved.
The one, yes, I talked about that one.
And then secondly, as a polling expert, is Gary polling at 15% in just 3 candidate, or 13% in 3 candidate polls? Because some of that is likely to be an anybody but Hillary, anybody but Trump.
Sure.
And then can you talk to what happens if there's a 4 or maybe even a 5 candidate poll? It's one thing the commission could do to screw with you, I think.
Right. Yeah. We are getting some of the disenfranchised. I hate everybody vote. Sure. And so is Stein. She's getting the, you know, so yeah. The more people that come on to the ballot question, that could certainly affect us, because those disenfranchised voters then get split.
Right.
And then it does become a question of name ID. They're just gonna go to somebody they may have heard of. They probably don't even know who these people are. They heard of Stein, they heard of Gary. That's who I'm supporting. I hate these other guys. So if they did include other people in the polls, I would see that as a complete negative for us.
But how I guess I'm asking how much is it a big negative?
Well, we don't. I think as the name ID for Gary goes up, that issue becomes less important. So right now we're gonna say that Gary's name ID is anywhere between 30 and 35%. And I would say that Gary right now, the Johnson Weld, or Gary's polling at somewhere between 10 and 14% nationwide. I would say that's where he is now. And it's also an interesting point that he's probably, a lot of the polls that we're looking at, that we're seeing that are being made public, are showing a slight edge of support coming from the Clinton camp over the Trump camp. Now, these numbers are so small, that we're talking about, that they're dissecting, but there has been, an ongoing mode there. I mean, we've seen that example again and again and again, that shows a slight edge is coming from Clinton. I think that is a major plus for us. I mean, that's a big deal, because after the convention, and I'm talking about both conventions that are coming up, the R's and D's, the real focus of this campaign will be against Clinton. We'll be trying to pull support from Trump, because he's got a lot of low-hanging support that's not really very strong for him. We want to move that over. But the campaign's really to stop Clinton from winning. That's what that campaign's going to be about. That's what those targeted states are going to be about. So, I mean, yeah, we would, in a perfect world, we'd prefer Stein wasn't on the ballot. I mean,
What about the FEC lawsuit?
the FEC lawsuit, so that FEC lawsuit is funded, and the principal person is Peter Ackerman. And Peter Ackerman funded, maybe somebody remembers the name, Americans Elect last cycle. He's been playing around with some other stuff since then. Nick's very familiar with what's going on there, because the Libertarian Party is a plaintiff in that case. That case has different merits than our case does. I think that they are, at this point, in reality, these cases are really public relations stunts to force the discussion to the front, to hopefully apply pressure to the CPD to do something. If that comes from an FEC involvement, or it comes from the media involvement, so what? Whatever happens to change that is the goal. I don't know that I talk to Alexandria once in a while, the attorney for that case, and we exchange information. I don't know that really anything's going on there. They're probably kind of locked in, just
they're in the same spot you guys are. Both lawsuits are kind of cross motions from summary judgment, and judge is kind of sitting on them.
So, they're there. They can really help us if we can get over the little hurdle, and now's the time we need to get over that hurdle with them. But at this point, they're just sitting there.
I have Mr. Stewart and Mr. Starr quickly, because we do need to go into executive session, and then some people need to recess to check out. So go ahead, Mr. Stewart.
Quick comment. I'm going to suggest saving you money. Don't go for 50. Let New York with it. Go for 49 and stigmatize those bastards. And you'll have Bernie Sanders' help there. You'll get write-in votes there. The one state, home of Clinton and Trump, not on the ballot, save some money. My real question, though, was, could not a backup debate exist, but a front-up in August with some minor networks carrying Gary and Jill and 2 open seats that are not being filled? Mr. Trump, well, he's not here to respond. Mrs. Clinton, not here to respond. Okay, Gary, Jill, we'll televise it. Is that realistic?
I'm going to answer that question in the executive session.
So we'll get an answer. Mr. Starr.
3 subjects, and we can talk about them in executive session if you think it's more appropriate. I want to talk about the website, I want to talk about data sharing, and fundraising. Concerning the website, I was contacted by a volunteer, I think Scott Barney, He's a graphic designer in Sacramento. Seems like he's very talented, wants to help volunteer. I'm not saying that I necessarily like his particular approach, but he's certainly very professional. Sounds like he wants to help. Who do I put him in contact with as far as your web developers, so that if he can offer services that are helpful, that it's something that he can take advantage of?
Well, he should go through that same site. I hate to say this, but
He's tried.
there's probably, just when I looked at it, I would bet there were over 100 people that contacted us that did web design. It's just, we've got a new site that's coming on board. It has to go through, like when I was explaining, we bought the Nation Builder product, which is integrated into the website. So the platform for the site has to be on Nation Builder. So the new site is being designed with some architects. That's a term that they use with that product. That deal with Nation Builder, and then we brought in our graphic design team for the creative element. But it's a little different with Nation Builder, but it has to.
I have two Nation Builder sites.
Okay, so it has to it can't be a WordPress site or something. It has to be on that setup. So, there may, if people want to help with graphic design, the area where we need help in graphic design is social media. We need social media graphic design. We need, if people want to design videos, that would be great too, and submit them to us. And if they're great videos, we're going to put our logo on them and run them as a campaign video. If the memes and designs and stuff that can be used through social media is a big need of ours graphically.
All right, second subject, fundraising. If there's this you can talk about here, great. If you want to wait till executive session, I'm fine with that too. Tell me about how well fundraising is doing. I understand Wells is the guy who really loves doing fundraising. How much money has been raised so far? What's his target?
Okay, let's talk about that one off the thing. Okay. So.
And the third subject is data sharing. I see a lot of opportunity where you're going in a libertarian direction. I'm not part of the purist crowd here. Mostly I want to make sure that we get as many prospects in the door as possible. I'm really confident once we have the prospects in the door, that the folks who really want to educate people, that we can do that. So I want you to be out there and get as many people as possible into our sales funnel. We'll work on making them pure later. I just want to know, is there any sort of is there anything you can share at this time about what we're doing with data sharing, or is that something that you want to discuss in executive session?
Why don't we discuss that in a moment too? Is that okay?
All right, with that, I'm gonna not recognize anyone else asking questions in open session. I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for a time certain from 11:20 until 11:40, at which point we would rise from executive session and go into a 20-minute recess until noon. Does that work for everybody?
I don't think you can actually do that, but you can vote to go into executive session.
We'll vote to go in, and we'll intend that we'll get back out around 11:40. How's that? Is that a little cleaner? Okay.
Second.
Is there any objection in moving into executive session?
For purposes of
Discussing
strategy,
strategic or contractual matters regarding the Johnson campaign. Hearing no objection, we'll move into executive session. LNC members and alternates, please stay in the room. Everyone else, please leave the room. Recording devices get. This is very important. It has not caused my agenda to stay.
We are broadcasting, I believe.
All right, so hey everybody, just so we're back to live streaming. Everything's kind of crazy. As a general matter, we've taken more time this morning so far than we ought to have. So if you get that sense that, hey, the motion that I'm making may not actually pass, then we don't have to use all the time to debate it. We can just go straight to the vote and have it not pass or have it pass. Get along with stuff. I think the campaign report was super important, so I'm glad that we changed up everything to do it, even though we took a lot of time. Lauren Doherty, who does special projects, is a contractor, is part of the staff report, but she has a flight to get back home. And so my proposal is that while we're in this working lunchtime, we take like 10 minutes to hear from Lauren about what she's working on. I will then text our general counsel and arrange to have him call in. If you guys need to go into executive session with him, we will, and we'll do the big shuffle. Then we'll get back to filling the at-large. Then we'll get to the rest of the staff report, and then we should be back on the normal agenda. And we will make up as much time as we can, as quickly as we can. And I would note, and then we'll figure out the goals thing, because it's kind of shifting around.
Mr. Chairman, that's something that we can do, and in fact we'll have to do in some measure by email, because I think we'll find other things to do. So if we have the opportunity to do it, that's fine. If we don't, it's not.
Okay.
There are other things that are perhaps more important for us to do while assembled in our meeting.
Right, and I would just point out as kind of a point of information, because I know that the motion to have a meeting before the election didn't pass, but we still have the capacity to do an electronic meeting before the election in addition to the December meeting, if there are things that we know we want to address in that August, September timeframe, and make sure that we, as a committee, hit before the election. So a motion to do that would be in order later in the meeting. So with that, Lauren Doherty, if you could, you can come up here and kind of introduce yourself to everybody, tell people who you are, what you do, why you're awesome.
Hello everybody, my name is Lauren Doherty. I do special projects, and that is a title that is delightfully vague. It sometimes encompasses fundraising efforts, so writing fundraising emails or direct mail pieces. Sometimes I do press releases when that's needed. I do a lot of work on the branding right now. As you all are very, very aware, we have this new logo. And it takes a while to get all of the associated materials updated with the new logo, the colors, and to get them all polished up and so on. So for example, with the convention, I was tasked along with Elise Lucky to do the branding for all the visual materials. So that gives you an idea of what my role is. And my upcoming assignment is the new LP.org. As you know, there's been a developer creating a new website, but once it is created, then it has to be populated with content and images and so on. So Denise Lucky will be working on the visual parts and pictures, and I will be working on the content. And we'll be doing that as fast as we can to get it up. Time is very, very critical, and I am very eager for that to be out there as the face of the LP online as quickly as possible. And with that, I'll open it up for questions if you have any. Start out.
So you're working on writing press releases, or I wasn't clear exactly what you're doing with regard to press releases?
Occasionally, when there's a pressing issue and Carla can't hop on it, or now we have Rachel. But for example, I did one the other night because no one else was available to do it, and I knew it needed to be done, so I did it. That's right.
Yeah, the one, I don't know if everybody saw it, when former governors Bush and Romney came out and publicly said they were considering supporting the Libertarian candidate. Lauren was the one who late at night, I was in a club on Facebook, or on my phone, reviewing a press release that she had done on super, super short notice, basically calling them out and talking about their courage. And as longtime members of one of the old parties who had a lot invested, we understand how courageous it is to come out publicly and say, I'm considering supporting a party that isn't my party because this is such an important election, these are such good candidates. And so she made sure that that dropped. It actually dropped either late night or first thing in the morning, so that that news cycle, we actually got some hits off of it. People picked up on the Libertarian Party calling them out for being so courageous, and it helps with, you know, we're doing that segmented marketing, it helps with giving positive feedback to those people who are party switchers, maybe for this one election. So we're trying to, that's the kind of responsive thing.
And those things have to happen fast. You have this narrow window. So I try to help to seize the opportunities where they exist. And on Facebook too, so that the LP Facebook page, there are other people in this room who are very frequent contributors to that, and I've been doing that.
Totally
also.
critical, like nailing it at the early in the news cycle, for sure. In terms of that process, I'm wondering if you tried to do some crowdsourcing from people getting ideas into these press releases and stuff. I'd love to see us do more of that.
I've been thinking about a new Facebook group that's based on the Design for Liberty Facebook group that would be Writers for Liberty. And I've technically created it, but I haven't had time to recruit people into it.
How about an email list that people could join where you'd be on that and you'd get people's ideas through that?
What was the last part of that sentence?
An email list where you'd be on it and people could join that and send you ideas through that.
I think the Facebook.
I mean, I'm not personally on Facebook as part of
I see.
why
Okay.
I actually tend to discourage people from joining it. I was kicked off. I understand there's a lot of people on it, so that makes it valuable for outreach, but it's ultimately less user empowering than email. We don't control that forum. They are always changing their rules and not
I
telling people.
understand. It's not
There's
a
a lot of
perfect
issues
platform,
there.
but it's been very effective in a number of ways. But we're helping organize people.
But there's no reason you can't do both. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
sure, and you
get
can
rid
email
of
me
the
anytime,
Facebook group.
Starchild, and I welcome emails from anyone and everyone.
And as far as press release ideas, like if you do want to crowdsource it, or if people want to say, hey, this is a press release that we ought to do, Rachel has an LP.org address right now, right?
Yes.
So they can, the best funnel for that is rachel.mills@lp.org, because she's more directly tasked all the time with those press releases that have a little more lead time and would always be in the pipeline, so that we're constantly saying things to the media. Lauren, you know, is more of a, Lauren like just fixes things that need fixing and does stuff really fast.
That's the goal. Any other questions? Wes?
Do you have plans to do stuff on Facebook? I don't think we're commissioning it, just prospecting to other
Yes.
areas to get our membership up through Facebook.
Yes, Wes has authorized me to work some on Facebook ads and to try some things. And they need to be moderately profitable ads. And that's the goal, so we're going to start testing different messages and ads and see what happens. And to that point, with online fundraising, I've been very reluctant to send people to the current lp.org/contribute, so our donation page, because that page is so cumbersome. It is, it violates all the rules of what an online donation page should be. And as you all know, we're working on the new lp.org, but unfortunately, despite my input and protests, the new lp.org/contribute is going to generally mirror the current one. And this is one of the biggest roadblocks to our successful fundraising online. We need a donation page that is streamlined and that follows the best practices for donation pages. The current one does not. The new one will not. The reason why it will not, Kevin Ludlow says that redoing that donation page is outside of the contract we have with the vendor. So once we get the new lp.org up, I'm going to be championing us extending that contract if necessary, or doing whatever we need to do to make that lp.org/contribute page, that donation page, make it effective, make it work, make it welcome people in a way that's going to upgrade their giving, or at least not stonewall them. And that can be done. It's just something that we have to make happen.
And from the LNC, you would need us to essentially authorize funds to do the work, and you would also need us to authorize stripping off all of the donation levels that were put in the policy manual from having to be on the donation page. Is that correct?
That is correct. And they can still be on there, but we can do it in a different format. My personal opinion is that the giving levels can be done, but that they are not currently done in a way where they are. And the format that is on there is counterproductive. We can still have that information there, but it needs to be done in a slightly different way, in my opinion. But yes, we need the LNC to all of that. And close to my 10 minutes, Trent.
How would that look like? Like, in your opinion, what would that look like without like the giving levels listed and stuff?
Okay, so the current best practices for a political donation page is a multiple step process. So you get them to give you some information, and then it flips to another screen, and they give you more information, and it flips to another screen, and so on. When they are bombarded with so much information on there, it wigs them out, and a lot of people will just give up and not do it, or they'll downgrade their giving because they're so confused. If we give them fewer options, it's more likely that we'll get more money. And all of this was tested very intensively by the Obama campaign. They had a much bigger budget and greater numbers to test with. We are not large enough where we can really do robust testing at this time. So our best bet is piggybacking off of the results that they have found. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, and did you write was that a press release or you sent something out about after the Libertarian take on the shooting in Orlando and all the mass shootings? Is that? I read something off.
Is that Warren or Rachel?
Was that one?
I think that was Rachel.
Huh?
Rachel did that one.
But stuff like that, whether it's you or Rachel, it really helps out because later that same day after I read that, I got a call from our editorial, the opinion editor from our county paper and said, hey Jeff, can you give me an op-ed on the Libertarian take on mass shooting or what happened in Orlando? I don't have to take my, this is great, they already tracked it really well. And like I say, we're all Libertarians, but sometimes, there's so many issues that it really helps out.
Well, we try to put that message out on Facebook too to help get the quotes from Nick up in the public mind as possible. Anybody else? Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
What did I say was next? Council. And I was so entranced by Lauren that I couldn't text him. Robert, are you ready with the phone when you need to be?
What? What was the question?
Are we ready with the phone when we need to be for Oliver? Did we figure out any technical difficulties?
We got it to work. I mean, let's see if we can do it again. I think. Do you want me to try?
Yes, please do. You didn't get a lot of notice, but you got a little.
Often it may cost us $400 to $500 just to rent a speakerphone for these meetings. Just so you know, so we invested $100 in this device. I hope it works today. Give me just a minute, but that's our $500 a meeting.
Sounds good. Seems a purchase function.
Yeah, and here you go. Is that one? That's good. Okay, now let's let them go forward. Oliver, this is Wes, and you're on. Just warning you in advance. We're calling from the LNC meeting using a new device, and I just want to warn you in case there's a technical issue. But if you could do your best to speak loudly, let's just do a quick test. So say hello, Oliver, say hello.
Okay, hello.
Nick, say hello.
Hello, Oliver. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Nick.
Awesome. Your written report was sent around to the LNC members. If you have anything that you want to highlight, please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, it's a little difficult to hear on that end, so but I think I can, and I'll go ahead and just. I think that everybody has a copy of the most recent report, and yes, I'll just highlight a couple of the main points. One of the main things that I'm working on right now is discussing with the Johnson Weld campaign. I'm sorry, there's a big echo in this phone. I'll try to just go on. With the Johnson Weld campaign as regards to both the joint operating agreement and the joint fundraising agreement that we are hoping to have in place. We're in close contact with the Johnson campaign manager Ron Nielsen and also their legal counsel, and we hope to have these things wrapped up possibly within the next 24 hours, but if not that soon, then hopefully soon thereafter. Beyond that, we also have a new Instagram account online. I don't know if anyone has had a chance to check that out. It's not strictly a legal matter, but I did negotiate with the young man who is running that account, and he's doing it as a volunteer, which is always good. And if folks haven't seen that, they should check it out at Instagram.com/Libertarian Party Official. Other than that, I just wanted to raise a couple of points about lawsuits that have been ongoing. I know I've mentioned the Constitution Party of Pennsylvania case to the committee before. I just wanted to note that we had obtained an order granting injunctive relief within the last week or so, and that order established lower signature requirements for the Libertarian Party and the other minor party plaintiffs in that case, and also enjoined the Commonwealth from imposing costs against any candidate who defend their nomination petitions. So it's really a fantastic win for our side, and once we obtained that victory, the Secretary of State agreed to apply the same relief to any candidate who has to comply with those provisions in Pennsylvania. So it's really been a successful lawsuit. It's entirely transformed their ballot access scheme, and the relief that the court granted will remain in effect unless and until the legislature enacts remedial legislation. So at this point, it's essentially a permanent fix to the problems that were ongoing in Pennsylvania for the last 10 years. The other big win that we had is in Maine. Our attorney up there, John Branson, really did a great job, filed a complaint and a motion for preliminary injunction. That motion was originally denied, but John filed a motion for reconsideration, actually got the court to reverse its prior decision on a motion for preliminary relief, which is really difficult to do. And the result of that was that we were granted more time to register the number of new members into the party, which the main party successfully did with help from the Libertarian National Committee. And the party is now ballot qualified in 2016. So it's another great victory. Other than that, I think I will just keep this short and invite any questions that anyone may have.
Does anyone wish to be Mr. Benedict?
I just want to test to see, can you hear me,
hello?
Oliver? Oliver, can you hear me?
Oliver, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
It may be maybe he's listening through my phone, so I'll try and go close to whoever's talking.
We'll
Okay.
find out.
If you have a question.
We'll find out.
Would anyone like to be recognized? Without objection, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I want to ask about the Gary Johnson versus Commission on Presidential Debates, whether there's any possibility that that could have an impact this election cycle, or whether it's just going to be something that may not even be decided until long after this year.
Could somebody please repeat the question for me a little closer to the speaker?
See if it's the phone or the speaker, Wes. This is how we test this
Hey,
thing.
Oliver, can you hear me really well?
I can.
Okay,
I think
then-
this is it.
then Aaron, come up close to the speaker.
Oliver, this is Aaron Starr. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so the question has to do with Gary Johnson versus Commission on Presidential Debates, which you wrote about.
Yes.
And what I was trying to figure out is, do we have any prospects of a decision coming about before, I guess before Labor Day or whatever the cutoff is for that to have an impact on this election cycle, or is it likely that any decision coming out of that case won't benefit us this year?
I think that the very likely answer is that there will be no decision in time to benefit the campaign in this election cycle. Right now, the case is at the motion to dismiss stage. So even if we prevail there, we're not going to get a decision on the merits. The case would simply be allowed to proceed so that the parties could litigate the merits. So I think it's almost certain that we would not get the relief that we're seeking for 2016. I am not aware of any motion for preliminary relief having been filed in this case. I don't believe that one has.
Would anyone else like to be recognized with questions for Mr. Hall? I'm not seeing anyone. So, I think that's it, Oliver. I appreciate it. And the subject of the retainer's on the agenda for later in the meeting, so we should be able to get that done.
Great. Well, thank you for your time, and you know how to reach me if you need anything else.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Redpath.
Mr. Chairman, when we were considering the agenda, something did not dawn on me, which I would like to include on the agenda, which I would take 5 minutes and would like to add at a place of the chairman's choosing.
What thing would
It
you like
would
to
be
add?
a resolution in support of main question 5, an act to establish ranked choice voting that will be on the ballot in Maine, November 8, 2016.
Is there objection to adding that to the agenda previously adopted?
Where?
It would be at the end of new business without previous notice. I mean, it would go back, it would go at the end of that line. So it's a resolution for 5 minutes?
For 5 minutes.
Okay. Hearing no objection, it's added.
Point of information.
Uh-huh.
When that does come up for a vote, is this considered a public policy measure? And it's without previous notice, it would require unanimous decision, I believe.
Is it unanimous or is it 2/3?
We'll check.
We'll check. Starchild?
On a similar note, I would like to move something I brought up, contact via email from an activist who's organizing Gary Johnson meetups around the country. Meetup.com, for those not familiar, was really big in the Ron Paul campaigns. A lot of groups organized to do that. We use it locally. They're doing some conference calls with people, and there's one happening this afternoon at 2 p.m. And I would like to move that we take 5 minutes to call in. Christopher Kula actually sent me a note, which I requested from him, sort of a formal invitation for us to come on participate. I was thinking perhaps Nick could say a few words. He writes, I'd like to invite the committee to say some words about their recommendations on ways to pitch in to support the Johnson Weld campaign. and also look forward to conversing more directly with the LNC if desired about how to shape and encourage grassroots activism over these next crucial days and months. So basically, he's inviting us to participate on this conference call, which I think would be a good thing, and sort of let the people on the call know, hey, it's not just the Johnson campaign, there's also the Libertarian Party here, even if we don't sort of get into too much of an aggressive pitch, which he sort of didn't like the idea of making that a big focus to try to get people to join the party, but kind of letting them know, hey, we're here, we've got other candidates, we can buy Gary Johnson's stuff through LP.org as well, this kind of thing.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I think the best way to handle that would be for either myself or Arvin to step out in the hall and get on the conference call and do that so that the LNC can continue to do the business. So whichever one of us you like to pitch it, the other one can chair the meeting. Does that, would that meet
yeah, that
what you're trying to do but not slow this down? Okay,
Yeah,
it's at 2
that
p.m.
makes sense.
our time, 2 p.m.
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Okay, so just give me a high sign at like 5 minutes till, and we'll play paper, rock, scissors.
I'll call him back and let him know. Or
Thank you.
email him back.
So the next item on the agenda, it had been moved and it passed to open nominations for the position of the vacant at-large seat.
Point of information, what would be the time remaining, Mr. Chairman, on this at-large?
Well, there isn't any.
I move to extend.
Mr. Starr pointed out, once we decided to do it that way, then we have to make the time to do it. So, does 15 minutes sound like enough, or do we want to go to 20?
I move 20, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there any objection to adding 20 minutes to the agenda right now to open nominations and fill that at-large seat? Hearing no objection, we have 20 minutes at this point. Nominations will be open. They do not need to be seconded. In the order that I saw the hands, I'm going to go Bittner, Bilyeu, Harlos, and Mattson. So, Mr. Bittner.
I'd like to nominate Jennifer Werther.
Ms. Werther is nominated. Ms. Bilyeu.
That was my.
Okay. Ms. Harlos.
That was my nomination.
Ms. Mattson, were you going to nominate the same person, or you got somebody else?
I will nominate Joshua Katz.
Mr. Katz, will you accept?
Yes.
Mr. Katz is nominated. Are there any other nominations?
Point of order.
Point of order.
Do they have to be here to accept?
They do not, but we do have to know that they will accept if they get nominated. We won't accept. I think he would probably take it. That's not good.
Okay.
Without objection, Dr. Buchman from the gallery, is there?
Point of information, just wondering about the spelling of Werther.
Werther, is that correct?
Yeah. Jess Mears, I just got confirmation to accept.
Okay, so Mr. Soames, without objection, we'll hear from Mr. Soames.
I'd like to nominate Jess Mears, Florida.
Ms. Mears is nominated. I'm going to rule that I'm going to let Mr. Soames know. I'm going to pretend that Dr. Lark slid back real fast and Mr. Soames slid up really fast. And it's all good.
Sorry about the word.
Ms. Mears is also nominated. Ms. Bilyeu?
Boyd Kendall.
Last name is Kendall.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Kendall from Louisiana, I believe. Is that right? Or is it Mississippi?
Mississippi.
Mississippi. Are there any other nominations? Seeing no further nominations, nominations will be closed. I believe that the typical way that we proceed on this is by secret ballot, or we sometimes have discussion about whether or not we want secret ballot or signed ballot, so that you have the nature of a roll call, but you also have an election. I'm open for discussion if people feel strongly one way or the other. Ms. Harlos?
I believe the members have the right to know how we voted.
So you would prefer signed ballot, is that
Yes,
correct?
I would.
Okay.
Second.
Is there any objection to signed ballot? I hear no objection to signed ballot, so that's how we will proceed. So we can use as ballots, you all have pads around, you can use the whole thing, the half thing, doesn't matter. If I can ask Mr. Starr, would you be willing to help collect?
Sure. Mr. Soames.
And Mr. Soames, the alternates, are basically Dr. Lark.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, perhaps mention is what manner of voting are we using?
I would suggest just trying the first round, just with one, and see what happens.
I didn't mention, but my intent was to go with just normal voting. So you need the standard stuff under Roberts. You need a majority, I believe, to be elected. Yeah.
Casting
Voting no more than one. One person. Ms. Werther, can we hear from Ms. Werther? Oh yeah, sorry. That's so. Ms. Werther would like to be heard. This makes a lot of sense. I would propose that we would hear from any of the candidates present, and that in the interest of fairness, we would hear from any of the nominators for the candidates not present who wish to speak on their behalf. I would suggest 2 minutes would be a good limit. Does that sound good? 2 minutes. I'm going to go in order that they were nominated. Ms. Werther, you can go first.
Thank you. I put out a lot, but I've worked with Louisiana. I've been the secretary for the last 3 years. Also worked very strongly in our parish, in St. Tammany Parish, and ran for sheriff in one of the worst parishes in the country for mass incarceration, and got a lot of great attention, media attention, and debate attention, believe it or not, being the first one in Louisiana to run for a district level. So those were really eye-openers to me of what we need with elections. And I'm working with elections now in our state. The things that I've brought up already about what I could bring to the table, that's what I really want to go over again. And one is expanding technology. I teach programming right now for Android programming, so I think applications are a big thing. Growing the party, keeping members empowered, and away from the negative actions and communications. Also, I think an entrepreneur technology venture mentorship, where we have like an angel program that doesn't even cost the Libertarian Party anything. I think that would be awesome when we go around to events. Also, communications with our newly registered high schoolers, or newly registering. Like in Louisiana, we can now register at 15, 16-year-old when they get their permits. And I think that's a big thing throughout the nation to follow suit, if they're not doing it in different states, to push that. Because now you have high schoolers registering, and you won't see them for another few years. I also only want to be on one subcommittee. I think if we're on one committee, then it also gets people now from other areas that will come and volunteer. And we do have enough people in the country now that we can get more people volunteering at the national level. And also 2018 New Orleans Convention, so I can definitely help there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Katz.
Sure. Thank you. I think people here pretty much know me. I've been an alternate for the last term. This is currently my second term as an alternate. I've served on several committees, importantly the APRC and the EPCC. I served as secretary of the EPCC as well. And I was also secretary of the Bylaws Committee for the last you've seen how I vote. You know my voting record. You know where I stand on most issues. But in summary, I stand for my Let National Be National plan, which I've spoken about a few times on list. The idea that national should focus its efforts on those things which we are uniquely positioned and strong to do, as well as on effective board governance and fiscal responsibility. I think my voting record on that speaks for itself, and I'll continue to vote in that manner. I believe it's crucial that we have good board oversight and governance. Our members give so much to this organization. They give their time, their energy, their money, all that travel time. They give a lot to the airlines, too. And we need to steward that. We need to safeguard that. And I promise you that will be my mission as an at-large, just as it has been as an alternate for these past 2 years. Before that, I was involved with my state party. As you know, I was secretary for several years. I was state chair for a short time. Next year will be a law student at the Anheuser-Busch School of Law, Washington University in St. Louis. I do hope to bring my enhanced legal knowledge to this board as it enhances itself over time. And I should certainly be able to schedule my involvement here around my busy time listening to people talk about common law and try to scare me by asking me tough questions on it. I think most importantly, I'm an elected libertarian. I think that brings that the more elected libertarians we bring onto this board, up to a certain point, obviously, and the more different positions that the elected libertarians on this board hold, I think that brings a diversity of viewpoints and experience to this board. And that's something that I look forward to contributing as well as an at-large.
Thank you, Mr. Katz.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Point of information.
A point of information, yes, sir.
Will we be able to hear from Ms. Mears if she makes herself available to do so by phone?
I think we could make that happen. How difficult would it be to set that up with the magic machine?
Probably 2 minutes.
Okay. We could probably do that.
We could probably do just as.
Or Mr. Soames, are you trying to speakerphone it?
Oh, I wasn't gonna do that. I was gonna hook it up to the magic thing. But
To what?
To this thing. I have a number.
Okay. Do you have her?
Yeah. Not quite. Hold on here. Yeah.
Apologize.
The problem is if we ask questions, then I would
Sorry?
have to set it up so everybody
Not
else
planning
asks
commission.
questions. I think we could probably open this up for questions from the board members of all of the candidates.
Yeah, that's
For the questioners to ask as many questions as they
Oh,
want.
Westbrook, Connecticut.
At some point, we may as a board want to consider using the Indiana model, although I guess it has its pros and its cons. Like many things from Indiana.
That's fascinating. The Indiana models.
They send the candidate out of the room.
Hey, Jess, just so you know, you're on speakerphone with the LNC.
You got 2 minutes.
Hi, everybody.
2 minutes to tell us why you're awesome, Jess, and why we should make you an at-large member.
Okay, give me 1 second. I need to plug my phone in. I'm at a Gary Johnson State campaign kickoff this very moment, and my phone's dying, so hold on 1 moment.
All right, go ahead. Plug your phone in. We'll accept as an excuse that you're out campaigning for a presidential nominee, I guess, this time only.
Okay, so just to tell you a little bit about my experience, I became a libertarian when I was 18, and I started a college group, the Bearcat Libertarians, in 2007 at my university. I'm heavily involved with the Libertarian Party of Ohio. I served on the EC of the Ohio Party, and then I moved to Florida, and I started a libertarian club in the villages. So I have experience with students, I have experience with retirees, the largest retirement community in the entire world, and I started a libertarian club there. After I lived in the villages, I moved to Sarasota County. I started a county affiliate there. I got involved with the Libertarian Party of Florida. I moved to another county. I bought a home in Pinellas County, Florida. I'm involved there. One of the things that I'm passionate about is the youth movement. So I've gotten involved with the Libertarian Youth Caucus, which I'm sure Trent can tell you about. And I've just been involved with the Libertarian Party nonstop. It's one of my passions in life and something I'm never going to stop doing. So if I could serve at the LNC level, it would just be a highlight for me. I would really enjoy it, and I'd love to work with the LNC. Very easygoing, very easy to work with. So those of you that know me, I'm not a person that will bring any drama to the LNC. I like everybody to work together and get along. And so that's Jeff. Is there any questions I can answer?
We're not doing questions so I was going to open up for questions for everybody. Ms. Mears is actually on the phone right now and she's out at an event, so if there are any board members that have questions for Ms. Mears, Ms. Harlos, go ahead.
Ms. Mears, my question is, if this was a seat that you desired, how come you did not run at convention for at-large?
Oh, I'm sorry, could somebody answer or ask the question?
I'll repeat it.
The phone?
I'm loud. Ms. Harlow's asked if this was a seat that you wanted, an at-large seat on the National Committee, is there a reason that you didn't seek the seat at the National Convention in Orlando?
Sure. Well, at the time I didn't think that I was qualified, but it appears my name has been mentioned and been nominated, so it sounds like somebody on the LNC does feel that I am qualified. I'm honored to be nominated and considered, and so it would be something I'd really enjoy doing. So I would be honored to serve the party if I was called to do so.
Thank you. Other questions for Ms. Mears? There's no other questions, Jess. Thank you for taking the time to call in, and we will let you know how it goes.
All right. Everybody have fun at Freedom Fest.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Billiard.
Just as a matter of procedure, I think whoever is not here to speak on their own behalf, so whoever nominated them has an opportunity to speak. Is that correct?
Yeah, so basically, if you can get him on the phone, if Boyd wants to talk on the phone, that's fine. But if not, you would have the same 2 minutes to tell us why he's awesome. And should be an at-large member. But that's kind of the same.
Does my time start now?
It starts whenever you want it to start.
Okay, I don't actually know Boyd, but
Okay.
I'm doing my due diligence as his rep as well as Jennifer's. I did send out to all of you guys the information that he sent to me a couple days ago when I got it. Again, he did run at, just for your information, he did run at the convention and got 5.5%. So that's all. I just wanted you to have that information. So you can read more about him in the email that I sent earlier.
Okay. All right, and I assume all the LNC members, I mean, it's right here in my email inbox, I think everybody saw his qualifications. I have met Mr. Kendall. He seems like a fine person, but I don't know him real well. All right, I think that's all of the sort of nominating speeches, such as they are, or hearing from the candidates. Are there questions for the other candidates, Ms. Harlow?
I'd ask the same question to Mr. Katz. If the at-large seat is what you would like to have, how come you did not run for that at convention?
So I thought a lot about running at convention. I kind of vacillated back and forth quite a bit. At the time, it was my hope to go to a lesser-known law school in Massachusetts, which would still be in my region, namely Harvard, which had me waitlisted, or else Columbia or Penn, which also had me waitlisted. And in the passage of time, Harvard doesn't seem likely, and Columbia and Penn I decided against. As a result, the regional position is a little bit harder to hold moving forward. And I also did not think I could put in the strong campaign effort I would like to while serving as assistant secretary. And I made the decision that I'd rather serve in that position as well at the convention.
Dr. Lark.
Yes, question for Mr. Katz. Of course, you're currently serving as the regional alternate. Do you have someone, or has your region lined up someone who would replace you should you be elected to this position?
So of course, it'll be up to the state chairs who have 2 weeks to vote by cumulative voting. However, I have spoken with Larry Sharp, who has indicated that he would be interested in seeking the position. I would be endorsing him, and I believe it would be very likely that the state chairs would select him to be the alternate for Region 8.
Okay. Without objection, Mr. Starr, did you want to say something or no?
Actually, my question was already asked.
Oh, okay. Are there any other questions from members of the board before we proceed to voting? Hearing no other questions, we will proceed by signed ballot. So please put the names of either Ms. Werther, Mr. Katz, Ms. Mears, or Mr. Kendall. Pick one name, put your name at the bottom, fold it up, and then if the alternates in the room could help with collecting and tallying the ballots, that would be awesome. That's probably not a good idea.
I fixed that.
Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Nope, you guys pick where
yeah, you guys go find a table or something and.
Is there any votes?
Are there any other votes? Anyone who has not voted? If an LNC member has not voted, this would be a real good time to do it. I don't see any, so Dr. Larkin.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's appropriate for the LNC to thank all of those who would be willing to serve. It is a great deal of time and effort, and all of those who either came forward or put their names forward. I think the LNC owes them appreciation for being willing to serve.
We are, I assume I speak for everybody, we're very thankful every time people are willing to give up their time and their money and their effort to try and serve the greater cause of the Libertarian Party. So we do appreciate all of them.
Time is out on this item, Mr.
Okay, so time has expired. The ballots are being counted and tallied by the alternates outside of Mr. Katz. And so the next item on the agenda.
Staff reports?
Staff reports. We're back to staff reports. We have 40 minutes nominally, although we could go to 30 because one staff member took 10. 30 work for you, Wes? Do you need more or less?
That should be fine. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Benedict. Did you have your slides or you good?
Yeah, I think this will work fine. So normally at these meetings, this is about the time when I start making excuses or coming up with theories for why our revenue is shorter than we hoped and membership's down. So I'm delighted to say that we don't have to do that today. Since our last, can we just scroll this to 10? Since January, membership has gone up from about 11,500 to it's almost up to 17,000 dues paying members now. So that's all. Each new member contributes money to be a new member, and they're not all just giving $25. A lot of them are giving $1,500 to become life members. So that's very good news as well. I believe the budget that was first passed for 2015, that we passed in December for this year, for 2016, the original budget was $1,514,000. So the budget you guys set, what?
Can I interrupt you?
Yes.
Only because I don't like to sit on information. The ballots have been tallied. With 15 ballots cast, Mr. Katz received 8, Ms. Werther received 6, Ms. Mears received 1. Mr. Katz is elected, 8 being a majority of 15. Thank you all for running. Congratulations, Mr. Katz. Although it does put your region in the awkward position of not being represented as of right now.
Welcome this meeting as an at-large.
Thank
you. Thank you all for your
Go ahead,
confidence.
and we have the list of who voted for whom, then it'll get into the minutes. It's
Can
just
you switch to a different chair since you're now at large?
Larger, Mr. Benedict, I really apologize.
Okay. Congratulations, Mr. Katz.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you. So, originally the budget that was passed for this entire year was $1,514,000. Right now, we're in the middle of July, and we've just about reached that entire budget for. By the end of this month, we will have hit $1,514,000. I'm pretty sure. So that's good. That in 7 months the things really started turning around in February, and a lot of it had to do with Donald Trump securing the nomination for that other party, and just people keep coming to the website, joining. I think our national convention was the most fun and exciting and largest one in the history of the party. People are very excited. They keep wanting to volunteer and do things, and we're doing our best to accommodate them all. Our biggest focus currently, and for the last month and probably for the next few weeks, has been ballot access. It is a huge project. There's been states that were emergencies that came up, and there are emergencies right now. New York, we're not joking when I say something's an emergency out there. We literally we can't find people to go help and get it done. And so when I send those blasts saying it's a crisis, they work and people come out of the woodwork and help. I think a lot of folks just came out since yesterday to help in New Hampshire, where the deadline's August 10th. It's the Free State project place. There's tons of libertarians, and I assume they're all sitting around thinking someone else is handling the job. And we kind of need to let them know once in a while, look, nobody's actually stepping up and getting it done. We need you all to step up and help. So those email blasts where we've asked for more people to help have worked. Some have been volunteers, and some have been paid people, and it actually is usually the paid petitioners that get 75% of our signatures, if not more. But sometimes we have to send those signals out there that we need more help. So I think it's going relatively well so far. I think we will make 50 states. We have had to scramble many times. But I do think staff is working on it a lot more than in previous years. It used to be Bill would handle a lot of it and just tell us how much money to send where. Now we've gotten a little more rigorous about documenting things and putting things in contracts. But I think that's working pretty well, but it certainly has added a burden. But it's something that I think is the right thing to do, and I think we should continue that way. So I'm still hopeful we make all 50 ballots. I think we can do it, but we do have to keep responding to the occasional emergencies and also fund the petition drives as needed. Pennsylvania ended early. If they had shut it off a week or two earlier, we would have saved $10,000 or $15,000 extra, but they kind of waited till we were about 2/3 done. So it was good news. It could have been a lot better if it had happened sooner. One of the things I'm supposed to report on each meeting is if we've had any staff changes. As you heard earlier, we brought Rachel Mills on to help with press releases. We call her press secretary now. Her job is not just to write press releases, but to actively get interviews, mostly with Nick Sarwark and Arvin Boer, but to get the party into the news and to actively solicit appearances for the party. And she was the former Ron Paul press secretary, so she's qualified for this job and knows how to do it. And that's what made it easy to take her on. She's working from home. She's just part-time. She's like much less than half-time. So it's not a big expense added. But we're very happy to have her on. Another person, we've done all this branding, the yard signs, and now door hangers and things. A lot of new products on lpstore.org that are selling like crazy. Casey, who used to do 2 jobs, now has 2 huge jobs to fill all the membership cards, process all the donations, and ship all the products that people keep ordering. So we've taken Matt Thexton on board part-time, and he's basically an assistant to Casey when he's in the office. Casey Hansen's our member services guy who does all that work. Matt Thexton now comes in and helps to pack and ship all the materials and stuff envelopes and whatever is needed. So he's about half-time doing that as well. But I do want to compliment them. Casey, he's been with the party he's been in the office for quite a while. For the last couple of months, he's been coming in many weekends, staying late, just put in an amazing effort. Now that I know what he's capable of, we're going to raise our standards on what we expect from him after November. But he's really stepped up. I'm surprised and very impressed. And I think when the party's doing well and when I'm smiling and happier, you know, it seems to rub off on other people. It feels like we're going to do well. So I'm trying to keep things going that way. Just a quick note, any of the materials over there on the table, please take them at any time during this meeting. A lot of that stuff costs as much to ship home as it costs to buy new. So we'd also like to have you to have some of the signs and stickers and whatever's left over there. Earlier, someone asked about the candidates. Was that Bill Redpath or Jim Law? One of you asked how many candidates we had. Okay. I think we're at 565 listed on lp.org so far. A few of those may not make it onto the ballot, but often the list continues to grow, and even on election day, when we say here's our election results, we usually find out about 5 or 10 more candidates. So I don't know for sure where we'll hit, but in recent years we've had 600 to 800 candidates on the ballot, on the November ballots. So I can't tell you for sure where we end up.
Good example.
Lauren, are you heading out?
I am.
Okay.
And she's taking stuff.
I do want to recognize her one more time. The efforts
Yes.
that Lauren and she works very closely with a graphic designer, Denise Lucky, who's put in a lot of hours for the party as well. The two of them have greatly improved our image. A lot of the new fundraising letters, people compliment on how nice they look. These signs and things up here, this event sign, that's something that I never would have come up with or even attempted to have here at Freedom Fest, but we had nice things like that at our event a couple nights ago. The door hangers that we put on the website were by Denise Lucky and Lauren Doherty, and that convention website and all the emails promoting the convention, I think they really helped turn out. I don't know how many people would have come if we hadn't done that. You know, it's not something we scientifically know, but I just think the very nice looking emails that they've been sending and the website with all of our speakers up there and the graphics have helped improve our image and gotten more people to want to be involved. So at this point, I'm going to open it up for questions.
I'm going to go with Star Child and then Dr. Lark and let's see who else. And then without objection, Mr. Stewart from the gallery. Star Child.
Yeah, Wes, so regarding, you mentioned the candidates being listed on the website. I haven't looked at that recently. I'm just wondering, are candidates who've been endorsed by the party being distinguished from those who have not been endorsed, and is there any kind of vetting going on? I mean, are there links to candidates' actual websites and things like this, or is it just strictly a list? I think it would be good, especially, you know, if they're candidates we've endorsed, to have their contact info there and their website links. And
I'm just grabbing my tea here. So
sure.
Not coming to attack you. We asked for all of the candidates. Well, first of all, the criteria for listing them. Our first step is we defer to the state chairs, and we say we will list anyone that you claim to be a candidate from your state. There are some state chairs that don't respond to that request, and if we find them on their state party website, we'll list them. If someone contacts us and says, well, my state party won't list me just because they can't get their website working and I can't reach the state chair, there have been instances where we have listed people but we notified the state chair we were going to do that. So we defer to the state chairs, and then sometimes, you know, and that's probably what 90% of us there, if not 95%. You can go to lp.org and click on elections, and there's a menu right below there that just asks where you click on candidates.
I guess I would.
And we do have their information. No, I'll just finish the first part.
Sure.
We ask for photos from them. We link to their websites. We list a lot of information if they have it for us. If not, then it's just a name in the office. So go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I would just, yeah, that sounds good, and I appreciate, you know, the coordination with the state chairs, but I think it would be good to, again, distinguish whether it's, you know, endorsements at the national level, like at the convention by resolution, or at the state level, you know, how they've been endorsed, if they have been endorsed, and then distinguish those from the candidates that have not been officially endorsed.
It's, very few states endorse. They're either nominated or they're not nominated. So that's why we defer to what the state chair wants to do. So like Florida's an example. That's one state where they actually do, they so-called vet their candidates and then say these are the ones the Florida party endorses. Now it is possible to get on the ballot as a Libertarian in Florida without being vetted or approved by the Florida party.
Same deal with California. That's sort of the danger.
We
that
defer to the Florida state chair. So with California, we would defer to the state chair. If he wanted to list someone, we'd list them. If he said don't list them, we wouldn't list them. And then if the state committee in California passed a resolution overruling the state chair and let us know about it, we would go by what the state committee said, if they overruled their own state chair.
Yeah, maybe you can instruct the state chairs to make sure they communicate this information to the state committee. I understand it might be difficult for you to reach out to the entire state committee, but it shouldn't really be sort of a chokehold with one person either if it's not going by actually endorsements. If it's just the preference of a state chair, that information should be communicated to the committee. But
yeah,
for cases, there are cases where
region reps let your states know this stuff, exactly.
some candidates, you know, have been officially endorsed, and others sometimes have not been endorsed, and sometimes there's very specific reasons for, you know, why they may not have been endorsed. So yeah, I guess I'm not sure exactly what the ideal approach is there, but I think there should be at least, I mean, it's a form of recognition as well for the candidates that have actually won our endorsement. And sometimes it's because they took the extra step to go out and seek that endorsement, to acknowledge them for that. But all the candidates, you know, perhaps have their contact info, and that will enable people who are interested to do their own research and follow up with the candidates to ask them questions.
Dick, how much time do we have left?
Bill can tell me.
We are 16 minutes into this, so 14 to go.
Okay. Okay. Are you in charge? You call
Yes,
people?
I am in charge, and I'm going next to Dr. Lark, then Mr. Hewitt.
I was just going to follow up on it real quick on what he said about the endorsement section.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Hewitt.
basically, in California, we go ahead and we endorse any candidates that want to seek the endorsement of the party with the state executive committee. That happened this year too, but we have a lot fewer candidates because of our top 2 status and stuff.
All right, so I have Dr. Lark, and then Mr. Katz, and then without objection from the gallery, Mr. Stewart and Mr. Starr. So Dr. Lark.
Mr. Benedict, a couple of points. For several years, members of the LNC have been concerned as to whether or not the staff was understaffed in the sense that we were asking you to do way too much. Given what is now taking place, sort of a stress testing, if you will, by virtue of good circumstances, are there things where the national office, you feel clearly you don't have the resources you need, not only now but prospectively? What should the LNC be doing? In other words, how can we look at this systematically to say we need to do this to improve the national office in terms of providing more assistance? What are you going to ask from us, if anything?
Well, you heard from the Johnson campaign, and some of you shared complaints from others that people offer to help or they ask for information and they're not getting a response. We certainly are guilty of the same thing, and you know it's good that there's so many people contacting the national party wanting to do this or that, but I don't want to get myself in trouble, but the truth is we don't reply to every question or offer for help. We don't have the resources to do it. You know, if we had had tons of money and there was low risk, we would benefit by having someone that could do a better job of responding to emails that go to info@lp.org. When I send a press release to 100,000 people, there's lots of people that have something to say about it, and we don't always follow up on that. You go ahead. Yes.
Along the same lines, of course, this point has been brought up in several different ways, but can we achieve a more distributed structure, perhaps by virtue of bringing in volunteers? Can you offload some of these functions reliably to volunteers at the acceptable level of quality?
You know, sometimes that can be achieved. I think we've achieved that very well with the Facebook group. There's a very good team at Facebook, and they do hours and hours of work that staff just sometimes. But some things that seems to work, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes we've got a good volunteer coordinator, and sometimes we don't for certain activities. I would just say it varies. Matt Texton he's also being tasked with some of that extra member support stuff, because he's a guy who also does phoning to get people to renew. So he's very in touch with conversations with members and why they don't renew or why they do renew, and he'll help with that. But you know, we would offload ballot access. You know, I don't want to help New Hampshire ballot access. I wish volunteers would make it happen, and it doesn't. Certain things we try and get volunteers to do, and it may work, and it may not. You know, who wants to be the coordinator? Step up right now, and I will forward stuff. There's been times when I've sent a note to a few people. I said, this guy wants to know our position on whatever issue, foreign policy. Who wants to reply to that? And I don't have someone to send that to. I would love a committee that could, one of you could organize a committee just for that, like a customer service committee. It could be to answer policy questions. It could be to answer, I live in Florida, how do I get involved in my county? That would be a great service. That we are losing lots of people, I guarantee it, because of that. And it hurts me to do that. And you got to get them now while they're interested. But
I'm always happy to help respond with policy questions if you want to forward me any of those emails.
I would like, and I think you would help with that. It would be nice if there was an organized committee where, with Facebook, it's a team thing, and they kind of, I don't want to say police, but they police themselves, and it seems to work pretty well. There's still a lot of variety that gets out there, I think that same approach on a customer service thing, to answer policy questions and activist questions would be great. And if Star Child was on that group, that would be good. So, there. Yeah.
Mr. Katz, then it'll go Mr. Stewart, Mr. Starr, and Ms. Werther, and assuming there's no objection. Go ahead, Mr. Katz.
I just wanted to note one concern. I like that last bar a lot on the giving picture. I'm very happy to see that. Money is always good. Yes, that one. But there's another graph that I wanted to ask about, which is renewing donors, which I've noticed is falling. Do you have any new is flying and renewing is not?
On renewals. Yeah. So leading up to the convention, I was sending a whole lot of emails asking people to renew, and we always send one at least once a month, but I was doing a special push for that, and probably some big letters hit also. So there's an up and down thing. This last month, actually since the convention, I've hardly sent any fundraising emails, hardly sent special, please donate. We've sent a few, but part of it is just we haven't worked on it lately much. And maybe there's some dissatisfied customers that don't like whatever, maybe they don't like the Johnson campaign or something. That may be some impact, but some of it is just what we're getting done and what we're not. And I would say overall, the Johnson campaign is bringing tons of new people in and has people excited. There are some that aren't thrilled with everything he says, but when Ron Paul was raising $30 million a year, everyone was criticizing him as being a terrible communicator and blah blah blah. And yet, the whole knows who he is. So I'm thrilled with the Johnson campaign, and I'm very sympathetic to the complaints where you know they can't respond to everyone. Well, they have 35 staffers and they can't. And one thing with responding to suggestions is if you respond, then you get follow-up questions and follow-up suggestions. I know your question was about renewal, and I turned it into Gary Johnson stuff, but I'm thrilled with the campaign overall, and I'm not critical, even though there's lots of critiques we could make on everything about it. I've been critiqued for years, and if anybody hasn't, I could find some for you.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Bittner as he's a member, and then Stuart Starr and Worther. Mr. Bittner.
Do you have the graph that you included available, not in a PDF, that you could send us, or any of those graphs that you could send just as an image file? The members who may be updating their regions or their members, their summaries of what happened at the meeting. I know that Aaron and I both do a recap of the meetings, and it might be useful for us to include that. I don't mind screenshotting it, but if there are others that may not have that capability,
yeah,
it
it's
might
a
be
spreadsheet.
useful.
You know, if you send me an email requesting it, I can reply. I mean, we can send you. You say not a PDF?
Yeah, you want to see actual spreadsheet so we can either export the image or have you export the image.
It's not, I mean, I can take screenshots, that's no problem, but I don't know that everybody here that does what I know that she and I do has the ability.
We can send it to you, yeah. It's the original format is an Excel spreadsheet, so we can go from there.
So Mr. Stewart.
And move so you didn't have to turn heads.
I appreciate that.
So it's a comment and then a question, and it's toward Dr. Lark's comment about deputizing a lot of people for the follow-ups that West needs. In 3 weeks, a lot of petitioners are coming free. We've busted our butts to put feet on the pavement. I think maybe West can conjure us all, or most of us, to turn your physical work into get on the phone or command a keyboard after August 10th when the last drive. So I'm hoping you might be able to facilitate it. My question is whether this committee could deputize in New York, since I do realize the need is high, whether it's formally or informally, Larry Sharp. I mean, the guy's a magnet. And you know, I personally, with a lot less magnetism, have gotten 800 people signing in Connecticut. Maybe he and his crew, whether paid or not, can get you in 2 weeks a couple thousand signatures. Is that possible for a committee to make that kind of recommendation, deputization out of here?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing, first of all, volunteer SIGs are best. I want to emphasize that. I love volunteer signatures. There's nothing preventing, assuming he's a New York resident, there's nothing preventing Larry Sharp from going out there 1 minute from now and circulating a petition gratis, for the Libertarian Party. And I would urge all Libertarian Party members in New York to do that. But we are certainly hiring people, if people need to get paid to go do that, to stimulate them to go do that, then we'll pay them. So, I mean, I refer names to Mark Axon, who's the local point person in New York State, and if I was not aware that Larry Sharp was able and willing to do that, but believe me, if he is, have him call me, have him call Mark Axon, have him call me, I can refer him. We're looking for people in New York right now, unquestionably, but volunteer SIGs are best.
Mr. Starr.
So one of the issues brought up earlier was listing candidates and who you need to contact for various state parties. I don't think the burden should be on you to figure out what the state party rules are for each state. I mean, that's a lot of staff. But I think it would be reasonable for you to at least get confirmation from the state chair that he has the authority to speak on behalf of their state, much like any other contract where contract might state something to the effect of, I have the authority to speak on behalf of my organization. I'm not asking for anything as formal as that. I'm just simply verifying that should be sufficient, and I just don't think it's reasonable for us to ask you to find out what the rules are for every state. So I think what you're doing is fine. If you want to just ask a follow-up question, just say, hey, just want to make sure you don't have any other requirements of your organization, that's fine.
Are you authorized to ask me that question from your organization?
I'm just simply
It's a joke.
I'm just simply saying that you're doing well in this regard, and I don't want you to be tied up with bureaucracy for no reason, but I'm sure you can act in a prudent way.
I mean, if I send an email to the 50 state, well, you know, I can send an email to the 50 state chairs and ask them that question, and
None of them will answer.
Would you do it? Would you ask the 50 state chairs and then give me the list of which ones are authorized? And
How do
which
you
ones
have
aren't?
access to that? I'm just simply saying that when it was requested of you to find that information out, I'm simply saying that I think that's asking too much of you.
Oh, okay.
That's what I said. So I said, simply, if you want to get confirmation from the chair when they talk to you, you say, hey, just make sure that you've got the authority to speak on behalf of your state. That's fine. I just say, I don't think it's your job to explore the bylaws of every single state to find out what the state chair can and cannot say.
Yeah.
Time, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, we'll hear from Ms. Worther since she was waiting patiently. Go ahead, Ms. Worther.
Sure. I'll keep it real short. What I wanted to bring up, I know our volunteer stuff goes down to the states and we push it down to like Parish County. When you get those notifications in, if you want assistance at national level, more than willing to help work with those kinds of things that you get bogged down with. So if you have a committee even, if you want somebody to work getting volunteers to help with that committee, I'm more than happy to do that.
Okay. A customer service committee.
Sure.
And response committee is what I'm looking for. So I may work with you on that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Benedict, unless you have more. You don't have any time.
Yeah. One last thing. You know, everyone who calls and complains, I want to help the campaign, what can I do? Now we can tell them what to do. Go get 100 door hangers from lpstore.org to promote the campaign, and when you're done with that, call us back and get some more. Now there is something every single person in America can do to promote the campaign beyond giving just money. Get those door hangers. So, and I'll have you. Has anyone seen them? Okay.
So if you have them,
that's it.
pass
Thank
them.
you.
All right. Thank you, Wes. Next item on the agenda. We could take a recess, but I was going to skip it. Skip people then sort of bouncing in and out, which is good. So we would get to looks like our population of standing committees. We're all on the same page. That would start with the audit committee. The audit committee is, I'm going to do this from memory, but I know that the secretary will help me by pulling up the policy manual very quickly. It is one LNC member, two non-LNC members selected by the non-officer members of the LNC. At present, I believe right now, Mr. Carling is still on it from the last audit committee. Mr. Johnson was the LNC member who was off because he's not on the LNC. Mr. Starr was the non-LNC member who then became off because he got on the LNC. Congratulations. So my suggestion would be that we take nominations for people willing to serve on the audit committee, and we can do them separately. We can do the LNC member first, and then we can do the non-LNC members. Does that make sense to people? Okay, so I guess at this point we would open it up for nominations to be the LNC member of the audit committee. Starchild?
I'd like to nominate Aaron Starr.
And did we confirmed that, well, because of the ineligibility works that way, that Mr. Starr would qualify as an alternate as the LNC member?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other nominations for the LNC member of the audit committee?
Mr. Chair, would it be possible to find out who would be willing to serve on that?
I can ask that question. If you would be willing to serve as the LNC member on the audit committee, please raise your hand. Otherwise, you're declining a nomination.
Let me put it this way. I'll serve. I am running a very busy campaign, so I won't be able to get into the depth of details that I have in the past.
Can I nominate Ansel?
I think everyone. You just won yourself an endorsement or two.
That was a hell of a speech.
Is there any to serve? So does that answer your question, Mr. Bora? Hearing no further nominations for the LNC member, is there any objection to closing nominations? Is there any objection to electing the one nominee by acclamation? Is there any objection to him being the LNC member from those people who are eligible to vote? I hear no objection to that. Congratulations, Mr. Starr. You're now the LNC member. So now we have 2 spots that are available for non-LNC members. So we'll open up for nominations for those. Does anyone have nomination? Ms. Harlow's.
Joe Buckman.
Dr. Buchman is nominated. You would serve?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Katz.
Nominate Emma Carlin.
Mr. Carlin, you would serve. Mr. Bora.
I nominate Julie Fox.
Julie Fox has indicated previously that she would serve. Are there any other nominations?
Request for information?
Yes, Mr. Katz.
Would it be in order to nominate someone if you're not sure if they would serve?
I try not to do that. Can you tell me who you think it is?
Bill Weld.
I am, having talked to Bill just the other day, I'm going to say that I don't think he has that time.
I don't think he can contribute more action than me.
I'm sure he'd be pretty good at it. I just don't think he's got the time.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Starr.
yeah, I think that it'd be appropriate that any nominations come from non-officers. So I'm sure that whoever's making a nomination, you can ask somebody else to make that same nomination.
Mr. Bittner.
I would like to nominate Julie Fox to be a non-LNC member.
Thank you,
of the
Mr.
committee.
Bittner. I appreciate that. Dr. Lark.
Mr. Chairman, I have been apprised that the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Virginia, Bo Brown, would be willing to serve on that committee as well.
So, are you nominating Mr. Brown?
I am indeed.
Okay, so my list is in order of nomination.
I'm sorry, that's B.O.
Bookman, and that's Carling.
Us Louisiana folks have that problem.
Explain these things to these younger people.
She says she's willing to serve on the audit committee. That's what the Fox says. Star Child.
Nomination, but I do have a concern, which is, the same thing that I brought up on email regarding the filling the at-large position. That I'd like to see this, go out to our membership. I suggested polling the membership. Nobody really responded on that, so we didn't end up pursuing that. But when we're filling these positions, and especially in this case, we don't have the precedent that we had from the convention. I think if we're going to avoid just always going to the usual suspects, we need to get the word out more to people in advance and make sure membership knows about these opportunities to fill these positions. I would actually move to table this filling of the non-LNC member until such time as we've done that, to give people who might be interested in the party a chance to apply for that position or those positions.
So that's a motion to postpone indefinitely filling the non-LNC membership of the audit committee at this time. Is there a second for that? Is there a sec?
I think you postpone definitely
Till.
Definitely means you're gonna specify time.
But it's a time, or is it? It's indefinitely because it would contingent on when that thing was done. So I think it's indefinite, but it has some definiteness to it. Is there a second for that motion?
I would second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded to, it's to postpone it indefinitely till after it would be the party you would ask to publicize it? Because I consider it incumbent on every single member of this board to talk to their constituents and solicit members who are willing to serve for offices rather than putting it on staff. But
if
it would be
we
until
are
after.
given authority to do that via LP News and LP.org, then I would fully concur with you, Mr. Chair.
LP News is on a print schedule, and so pretty much useless for it. But
Logging on LP.org, then
potentially.
if we're
So-
not authorized to do that, then I don't think relying on individuals on the LNC to do the outreach will be sufficient.
All right. So point of information, Mr. Bittner.
It's actually directed to Star Trials. Move to table. Is that all of these committees to be populated, or just the audit committee?
All non-LNC members of all committees would actually be preferable. If it's in order, I would
That's what
amend
Star
my
Child
own
want,
motion to.
but it is not in order. It's only in order to move to postpone the ones that we're considering right now. So you could bring up.
It might save us some time if I can make that the motion.
It might, but it's not in order. So, all in favor?
Is this for 2 positions right now?
It's for the 2 positions, the 2 non-LNC positions on the audit committee. All in favor of postponing that
Roll
indefinitely?
call, please.
What? Roll call has been
And there's
requested.
no opportunity to speak, or?
Debatable or not debatable?
Sure.
Postpone indefinitely?
Postpone indefinitely is fine.
I'm hearing conflicting things. Mr. Redpath, do you have a question or no?
Just
We'll write it out.
a useless comment.
I would ask for the record that everybody pretend that he made it. Point of information.
Yeah, just,
It is debatable, by the way.
just confirm my understanding. If we do postpone this,
Yep.
then the effect of that is until we select those 2 people.
It's just you.
The audit committee will be, at this point, me and Mr. Carlin, is that correct? Until then. Because
Yes, that's right.
because those 2 positions haven't been filled yet. I think he would continue to serve until we replace him.
The language is until successor is selected.
Is it specific? If it's specific language that says until successor is selected, then that would be the effect, that that position would remain filled by the predecessor, the appointment of the successor. If it wasn't specific language, then I would have ruled that it was just you, because it would be, we would be unpopulating and populating. But given what I've been told about the language, I believe you're correct. It would be you and Mr. Carling.
I don't think it actually says that. I have to look at that to be sure, but what I believe is that since it's a standing committee.
I think that's, yes, I'm pretty sure that's how this works.
Because it's a standing
Yep.
committee until their successors are selected.
So, motion to postpone indefinitely is debatable. Is there someone who would like to speak against the motion? Mr. Redpath, did you want to do that?
Yes,
Useful comment?
I agree substantively. I think that I agree substantively with what Kyle just said. I think that would be advisable for going forward. I think we should populate the audit committee, but take his comments under advisement. I think they are proper and do better in informing the membership in the future.
Okay. Ms. Harlow?
I wanted to speak for it. I think there's no better time than the present, having recently come from the membership that paid a lot of attention to what was going on in the LNC. I think I have a good feeling for the certain complaints that might have, and not advertising open positions has been a recurrent complaint. We have a rich treasure of talent that might volunteer. I'm saying this even though the person I nominated is here, that I would love to be on it. But in principle, I think we need to start offering these positions to the members so that they're invested in this party and feel like they have opportunities to move up and serve. And I think we need to offer these, and I think it needs to be be offered through national, not just counting on the members of this body to advertise it.
Anyone else to speak in favor or against postponing it indefinitely? Hearing no further discussion on that, we'll move to a roll call vote on whether to postpone filling the two non-LNC positions on the audit committee until after the national party solicits the membership for people who, is it just soliciting or do you want us to also poll?
No, the poll was.
Okay, so soliciting membership for people who would be interested in serving. When you're ready. Ms. Harlows?
Yes.
Mr. Bittner?
No.
Mr. Marsh?
No.
Mr. Katz?
No.
Dr. Lark?
Aye.
Mr. Redpath?
Abstain.
Starchild?
Yes.
Mr. Demarest? Ms. Billiou?
Abstain.
Mr. Hewitt? No. Mr. Hayes?
No.
Mr. Hagan?
Can officers vote on this?
So,
As it pertains to elected.
just hold on for a second. Let me.
Since it pertains to procedure selecting.
Because it's procedure, the officers can vote, although I have noted that maybe some would choose not to. But you can. That's my rule. You could if you want.
Oh, I abstain.
Mr. Bora? Ms. Madsen? Hey, guess what I'm going to do? I do a lot of abstaining.
So I counted 3 in favor, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 opposed, and 4, 5, 6 abstentions.
So we will proceed with the election to fill these positions. I would suggest as a procedure, signed ballot, vote for up to 2. Does that sound right?
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Point of information.
First, do the people on the audit committee have to be accountants? And second of all, are any of the people running accountants?
The people on the audit committee do not have to be accountants because the audit committee serves to manage the audit firm and they have the accountants. Of the people who have been nominated, I'm aware of Ms. Fox being an accountant. Dr. Bookman is not an accountant but has a degree in finance?
Yes.
Okay.
An MBA.
An MBA. Mr. Carling, not an accountant?
I did a year of graduate study in financial economics.
A year of graduate study in financial economics, but not an accountant. And Mr. Brown, do you know?
He's an accountant.
Mr. Brown is an accountant.
That's my understanding.
Okay. So that sort of answers who's who. So, Dr. Lark,
Would the secretary kindly read the names of those?
would you like me
Okay,
to
so
do it?
the nominees, Joe Bookman, M. Carlin, Julie Fox, Bo Brown.
So, non-officer members vote for up to 2, sign your ballot. And I guess
Can you read the names again, please?
Joe Bookman, M. Carling, Julie Fox, Bo Brown. And I would ask the alternates to tally. I don't want to move forward to populating another committee well. This,
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Redpath?
I move to suspend the rules so we can hear from Christina Tobin about ballot access and fundraising issues for no more than 5 minutes.
Is there any objection to hearing from Ms. Tobin for 5 minutes about ballot access? Hearing no objection, Ms. Tobin, if you would like, you can come up this way and then the camera can see you too. If you're on this side if you're on my side of the table. Everybody else talks from over by that screen for some reason. Right over there. I mean, that camera's got a wide angle.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, thank you for
having me today. I am Christina Tobin. I'm the founder of the Free and Equal Elections Foundation for about 10 years now, and also Free and Equal Inc., a petitioning company. I wear 2 different hats, which I've been running almost 20 years. And Free and Equal Inc., we have experience, well, you may know my dad, Jim Tobin. He ran as a Libertarian for governor back in '98 when I was 17 years old. And I saw the corruption of the electoral system in Chicago. Dad got over 60,000 signatures, and he was wrongfully knocked off the ballot. So since then, for the remainder of my life to this day, I have been fighting for electoral reform, or for that matter, supportive of electoral reform and bringing about integrity within our elections. And one of many different hurdles that we need to overcome within the electoral system, beyond the electoral college and gerrymandering, needing alternative voting methods and maybe online blockchain voting, is ballot access. And so in 2008, after helping many different local congressional candidates get successfully on the ballot, being up against GOP and Democratic candidates in Illinois of the Daley and Cross faction, I was hired as a national ballot access coordinator for independent candidate Ralph Nader in '08. I would have done it for Dr. Paul as well. Ron Paul, he told us the #1 reason he didn't run is because of the difficulties of getting on the ballot. And boy, he's right. And so starting that ballot drive, there was 0 ballot lines as an independent. And I am an organizer. I helped pull together a team on a national level, and we succeeded 100% success rate in getting on the ballot in 45 states plus DC. We did not have money for all 50 states. So my level of expertise in ballot access is, well, I really commend the work that Red Path does, as well as other parties, for ballot access. Recently, I was hired, Free and Equal Inc., to help get the Libertarian Party of Illinois on the ballot. I flew out there for almost a month on the ground, and with the level of organization I saw from the state party, Lex Green, National Ballot Access Coordinator Chris Walker, and working with Mr. Redpath and even Mr. Sarwark and Ken Molman, as a team coming together, I am so excited that they overcame the odds. The last time the Libertarians were not challenged was 1990 in Illinois. It is a very, very challenging state to get on the ballot, and they ran a very organized, from what I can see, high validity. Most of the signatures gathered outside of Chicago, the suburbs, exceeding and getting over 53,000 signatures and being placed on the ballot. So that was pretty great. I'm currently helping the National Green Party as well getting on the ballot, and Libertarian in Alabama, more so piggybacking. Alabama and Connecticut coordinators are carrying both petitions, not only to offset the cost, but to drive in more pros, because they're more likely to come in to help with ballot access when there's 2 different petitions. And I am aware that the Libertarians are working hard to get on the ballot in New Hampshire, New York, and DC as well. And I just wanted to take a moment today to urge the LNC to support ballot access. I think that it's really going to come down to the funding. While I'm not personally involved or contracted for any other Libertarian Party drive at this time, I am still helping out with the strategy in Alabama and Connecticut, because I'm there for the Green Party, and I want to see both parties go on the ballot. The slogan I support with the Free and Equal Elections Foundation, you may be familiar with, is more voices and more choices. We actually hosted the 2012 presidential debate moderated by Larry King and myself, and we're going to be holding our presidential debate at CU Boulder this October 25th after a United We Stand Fest. So issues that will be discussed on that panel are the ones I mentioned before. Definitely ballot access and the need to open the presidential debate. So finally, the reason I'm here today is to urge the LNC to financially support ballot access. I'm not on the inside. I feel very confident that the Libertarian Party, working together in the synergy I've seen in Illinois, that they will get all 50 ballot lines plus DC. I can't promise it because I'm not coordinating it. Even if I was, I couldn't promise it, because you are dealing with Herculean, archaic laws. But it's going to come down to the money to help get them past that ballot lines plus DC. And that will inevitably help the LNC and the Gary Johnson campaign raise a lot more money, I feel, exceeding and succeeding, that is, that endeavor. So thank you again for the opportunity of having me today. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And wonderful. Hi, Star
Hi. Thank you. What was the date again, and the nature of the Boulder event?
Sure. It's at Colorado University Boulder. We will be holding our 3rd annual United We Stand Fest, which will precede the open presidential debate. It's co-hosted by Student Voices Count, which got national recognition last year on NPR, Meet the Press, because Boulder held a debate for the GOP, you may recall. The students were blocked from that debate. They only allowed 50 students. So We're really excited. It looks like it's very likely we're going into the second round now as of tomorrow of funding from the Cultural Events Board, which is a huge group at CU Boulder who wants to come in as a joint co-host with Free and Equal Elections and Student Voices Count. So again, that's October 25th. I do think that this could be a great media direction for the Libertarian Party. Gary Johnson campaign, I welcome you to have a booth there as well to distribute and get the word out there that there's more voices and more choices than the two parties.
What were those dates again?
October 25th.
Thank you.
We will also be holding an electoral reform symposium, our 3rd annual electoral reform symposium, November 19th. So I was at Freedom Fest hosting a panel. Mr. Ed Asner joined us on speakerphone. He came ill 2 days ago. Emmy award-winning actor and I were to moderate that panel together. But on that panel had experts discussing, again, the gerrymandering, online voting, and so on. And we're going to be expanding that into our electoral reform symposium. Through discussion, we can bring about solutions.
We're out of time on
Be
this.
willing to
Is
make
there a motion to extend time? Hearing none, we will hear. There is a motion to extend.
Unless I can finish my sentence, then I'll move.
Is there
Move for 5 minutes.
objection to extending?
Objection to 5.
Is there
Two.
first is there a motion to extend time?
I move to extend for 2 minutes.
Is there a second? Fails for lack of a second. We'll move on to the election results for the audit committee. Ms. Mattson, do you have that information?
I do, so, with
Thanks.
Thank you for what you do.
Okay, so there were 11 ballots cast, so a majority is 6. So Mr. Bookman received 8, Julie Fox received 5, and Carly received 5, Bo Brown received 3. So Bookman has received a majority and moves to the runoff for the second seat.
Okay. Let's proceed as before. Edward can knock off the.
We don't, actually, we wouldn't push anybody off.
Okay, so nobody's pushed off. You can vote for anybody that you want to. There's no need to vote for Mr. Bookman again. Mr. Rose, you have a question.
No, I'm sorry. What were the results again were, please?
Bookman 8, Fox 5, Carlin 5, tie at 5, and Brown 3.
Okay.
One time, yes.
No.
Voted for 1?
So voting for one between Carleen Fox and Brown. Also signed ballots, also not by officer members. Mr. Vora is going to excuse himself for a call that starts in 10 minutes. Star Child will.
I sent both of you guys an email with the phone information.
Okay, so you have apparently the information. It's at 2:10?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to let everybody know that Mr. Vora would be, you don't have to leave right now.
Just because any other ballots?
Okay. So we'll do that with balloting. I think Mr. Hayes has a ballot here, and Mr. Hewitt. You're voting for one between Carleen Fox and Brown. Dr. Lark, did you vote?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I do want to finish, I still want to finish the balloting. I understand this is not my normal efficient use of time. But I can sing songs or tell jokes.
Can I make a suggestion on signs?
A suggestion for like having some or
One of
doing
the
new
best
ones?
places for them to stay in front of people who have nothing else to look at is in airports. And we're all heading to McCarran in the next
Maybe some of us forget to bring some stuff on the plane with us?
No, just bring them, leave them in the airport.
Yeah, we'll get them to the airport and just accidentally not bring them on the plane.
Even TSA won't know what to do.
I think
The signs are
leaving
flat
things
and
in-
obviously not explosive.
I know. Leaving things at the airport causes all kinds of panic.
I left a poster
Bad
from the
press.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the airport, and I hope that some fine airport worker in Indianapolis was.
By the way, that can backfire. You leave stuff around, people say these trashy libertarians.
That is true. So all libertarians should be judicious and use their best judgment in the best way to market their candidates. as I said to people about, talking about how to dress for the national convention, I expect that every delegate there, and I think every delegate there did, dressed as well as they dressed their best. Huh? Some of them, everybody uses their best judgment. I was just, as Dr. Lark helpfully noted, it's always important to make sure that when you leave a stage, you take your phone with you.
That's a low blow.
How?
By the way, as it may interest you that Mike Munger, former chair of the Political Science Department at Duke University and former candidate for governor of North Carolina, posted a notice saying that the look on Dr. Lark's face as he was handling
With the phone?
As I told many people this weekend, that didn't appear to be a winning strategy. I won instead. So is the balloting close to done?
Yeah, we're done.
Oh, we have results. Go good.
So this round, there were 9 ballots cast, rather than 11, so majority is 5. So Ms. Fox received 5, Mr. Carling received 4.
Congratulations to Ms. Fox. Thank you for running Mr. Carling and Mr. Brown in Virginia. So the next item on the agenda, is population of the affiliate support committee. And this one I'm going to take just a second to read over Ms. Matson's shoulder because I always forget exactly who goes on this and how they get there. Huh?
I can tell you, I read it this morning.
We'll see. You had I'm glad that you, well then tell me.
You appoint the chair of the committee from the pool of at-large and regional representatives.
Okay.
The chair of the committee then appoints 3 reps, 3 regional reps or alternates, and the LSLA appoints their remaining members of the committee. So we don't have a lot to do for this time.
So if I pick the committee chair, the committee chair can only pick between regionals or alternates. And then there are 3 members selected by the LSLA, and I think I talked to Dr. Phillies, I think LSLA has selected their members, they're just waiting for me. I told them I'd get in touch with them after we were on our side of it done. So I would ask at this point, just kind of by show of hands, members of the LNC who would be interested in being on the affiliate support committee. So I have Hayes.
Not me.
Huh?
Not me, but my senior associate.
Mr. McKnight. Mr. Nicola. All right, so I'm going to telegraph a move. This is how backroom deals happen, live stream in front room. Mr. Hayes is the only at-large who sought to be a member of the affiliate support committee. The only place that an at-large can be on the affiliate support committee is as the chair of the committee. That person's going to pick regional representatives or alternates to be on the committee with him. There are, in Mr. Demarest, Mr. McKnight, and Mr. Nicola, 3 of those people who have indicated their willingness to serve. Mr. Hayes, if I were to make you chair, would you pick those 3 people? Highly likely.
Extremely likely.
Given the high likelihood and us being in a city where probabilities matter, I'm going to appoint Mr. Hayes chair of the affiliate support committee. Who would you like to pick, Mr. Hayes, for your committee members from the LNC?
I think I'd like to pick Mr. Nicola, Mr. Demarest, and Mr. McKnight.
Excellent choices. All.
And Mr. Katz, as the alternate for that region, can you speak for Mr. McKnight? Would he accept that position?
He would accept it.
Then I would appoint him.
Okay, so that's all of our members. Can you send a note to Dr. Phillies identifying yourself as chair of that committee, who the LNC members are on the committee, and then ask him to respond to you and the secretary with the
I'll send a
LSLA.
Facebook message and I'll send you.
Thank you so much. All right. Next, Dr. Lark, I have the awards committee on for today to populate. Do you think it is or should we defer to the December meeting?
Defer to the December meeting, that's fine.
Okay.
It does not need to be populated now. There is an issue, Mr. Chairman, that I brought up in my chair's report that I think the LNC should address at some point, although it's not extremely important. The committee, though, does not need to be populated.
Okay. Do you want to take the time that's on the agenda for populating it and deal with the issue that you brought up in your written report?
Mr. Chairman, I brought it up in my report. Basically, there was a discontinuity introduced when the Hall of Liberty was introduced. What had been the Lifetime Achievement Award, that was the Jefferson Award.
Right.
That award is now for something else. So you actually have a discontinuity. People who are honored for lifetime achievement, the highest honor of the party, now we have the Hall of Liberty. And so I think it's a discontinuity that ought to be fixed. It's not a earth-shattering problem. I think it ought to be fixed. In interest of full disclosure, I am one of the Jefferson Award winners, so I have a non-trivial interest in this matter and should not be involved in the fixing of the matter.
So do you think that that's something that we should defer to the new awards committee, or should the LNC?
Well, the LNC ultimately will have to deal with it. It's not something that's extremely important now.
Okay.
This is a very minor point in the grand scheme of things.
So we can defer fixing that problem to the December meeting as well?
That would be fine with me. That would be fine with me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so is there any objection to not populating that now? It saves us 10 minutes.
I have no objection, but I do have a question.
What's your question?
I'm not sure how this is populated, but if there's non-LNC members on it, I would hope we would take the opportunity to advertise for this position.
I think we should do that, and I think that, yes, Dr. Lark?
Mr. Chairman, it has already been, Ms. Harlow brings up a good point. It's already been suggested that we seek to populate bylaws and platform during the December meeting, so a sort of a general announcement, basically looking at all of these things would, I think, be appropriate.
So basically, I think the guidance that I'm getting, both from Starchild and Ms. Harlow and Dr. Lark, and I think it was Mr. Starr, is between now and the December meeting, the party staff basically should send out solicitations for all of the committees that we don't populate at this time.
And of course, the people who are involved with these things can actually provide the copy that can then be used by the staff.
We love that.
Just a quick follow-up to that, I would suggest that the announcements be sent out to the email list, of all party members.
That's the plan.
And also publicized in LP News if there's an issue going out in the interim, and on lp.org.
If we can, we will. Definitely the email print is weird because of schedules, but if we can, we will. We skipped Convention Oversight Committee, or struck that while we were adopting the agenda. The IT committee, I didn't look that one up this morning.
2 LNC members or alternates, plus up to 5 non-LNC members who are recommended by the IT committee. So 2 LNC members or alternates, and they then recommend up to 5 non-LNC.
And I pick all of them.
The chair, let's see. Yeah. So the chair selects the 2 LNC members, and then the committee selects one chair.
Well, and they select their chair, and the committee recommends to me up to the 5. And I pick them. So, this one probably won't get populated today, but I would ask for LNC members or alternates who are interested in being on it. Mr. Bittner,
Mr. Molman has indicated an interest. He would like to serve.
Mr. Molman would,
yes.
Not Mr. Bittner.
No, I'm making that known on his behalf.
Thank you. Mr. Nikela?
I'd like to serve also.
Which committee are we in?
IT. Mr. O'Toole?
I would like to serve as an opportunity.
Mr. O'Toole. anyone else from the LNC who would like to serve on the IT committee?
Point of information.
Yeah.
Could you read the description of what the IT committee's responsibilities are?
Yeah.
Page 26 of the policy manual. Okay, the IT committee shall. It's a little bit
Can you read it?
long. What?
I go fast. The IT committee shall work with staff and state chairs to identify the information technology needs of the LP, discuss with staff and state chairs the anticipated IT needs and how to meet them, survey the list of possible vendors and solutions and reduce the list to a small number. By the LNC meeting following the convention, the committee, it's a weird description, okay. The committee will recommend to the LNC implementation of the tools to satisfy those needs within the budgetary constraints of the party, monitor progress and transition and implementation to that solution as Q, monitor progress and transition and implementation of that solution as it pertains to relations with the various affiliates, and propose standards for transfer of data between HQ and the affiliates. And then there's this thing about nothing requires staff to consult with them about routine changes, and anything that has to deal with money or the FEC reports has to be run by the treasurer. So that's basically it. In the past, they've recommended either changes to the IT infrastructure. They're the ones who often solicit from affiliates what they need and do all the interviews with vendors, kind of neck down proposals. Everything they do comes back to the LNC to actually have to approve.
So they, could we perhaps put in something about regular reporting to the LNC report? I think that would be actually a good idea for all committees. But
It's a standing committee, so they have a regular report on the agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Bittner?
Point of information, is the website committee that we populated last term still under the IT committee?
It never was. The website committee was made as a separate ad hoc committee, which we are sort of by wink and nod. Mr. Ludlow still chairs it because he was authorized, even though he's no longer a member of the LNC. And then he's working with Lauren Doherty, who's kind of acting as the point person from our side.
Point of information.
Mr. Starr.
Is it possible to have an update on the progress of that at some point?
It is possible the person to ask actually got on a flight back to Texas. But I can give you some update later. I just don't have it right to hand. If I start looking for it right now, I'll stop chairing the meeting very well.
We could add it as an agenda item for the next meeting, perhaps.
I'm hoping for something today.
Well, so enough with so right now I have 3 LNC members who are interested in being on the IT committee. If the 3 of you can all just send me an email with why you want to serve, what your qualifications are, because I have to pick only 2. That would be awesome, and I assume Mr. Bittner, you let Mr. Mullen know that?
Right now.
Thank you. Ms. Madsen?
FYI, I received email from Mr. Phillies who indicated the LSLA appointees to the Affiliate Support Committee are as follows: Leela Sheen and Michael Pickens and George Phillies that have picked for the Affiliate Support Committee.
Okay.
Dan, you want me to read those names again?
I got it. William Sheen, Mike Pickens, and George Phillips.
Got it.
All right. So that's it for committees. Star Child?
This is talking about filling people not on the LNC. Alicia, are you proposing to fill those positions now? Or
So, are you talking IT or are we talking affiliate support?
I believe Alicia was just talking about affiliate support and mentioning people not on the LNC. So
Yes,
just
they're the LSLA people who are chosen by the LSLA and already, they were chosen before I chose the people from.
I missed that part of your comment.
Yeah. But to that end, if there are members that you know of the party who wish to be on the IT committee as the up to 5 non-LNC members, let them know that they will be given information about who to contact soon, because as soon as I pick the LNC members, this is what happened last time. They're the ones who get to filter between through all the people who want to be on it from off the LNC, and then we kind of go over the list together and figure it out.
You're saying that the people that you appoint to be the LNC members would be selecting the non-LNC members?
They don't select them. They recommend to me who I ought to select. I select everybody on that committee. So, but I would rather that they do the evaluation of the people who wish to serve, and then I talk with them about their short list. So, as soon as I pick the LNC members, then I'll make it known who to send qualifications and stuff to.
But we're going to fill that committee as part of the process we talked about in terms of publicizing it.
Committee as soon as I feel like we've gotten enough people.
But I don't mean the process of filling it, but I mean the process of publicizing it to put it out to party membership. To
yes, we will probably do it that same way.
Great.
It'll be a different blast
that was
because I want it done.
That was
fast.
my sole concern there.
Okay. So, reports of standing committees, and then we would go to the audit committee. Mr. Starr, as well. Okay, so we're in a weird spot.
I can't give you an update because
I know.
since the last meeting I haven't been
On the audit committee, I got you. So without objection, we would hear from the sole remaining member of the immediately previous audit committee as to the update of where we're at to this point.
We got copies. Want to hand those out? Yeah.
Can some people help with the handing out?
I can handle that.
Okay.
I'm a little bit stronger than I look.
This might be a good time for a 5-minute bathroom recess.
Yeah, if there's no objection, we'll take 5 minutes. You guys can take a break while we're handing out stuff.
This one?
What do you think is
Evan has the other one, or I'll let you do the financial. Evan has the financial.
And when you have a chance, I want some financials as well.
Well, I guess it depends on what end here. I like that American law. I just have to wait for my organization.
Yeah,
That's an awesome bag you got here, by the way. Take a good copy of this one.
The last thing you
Get a copy of this. Oh, did you see it?
But the times are the same bag.
But they wait forever. They have to wait. So I'll get with you after.
Whenever you want to go to sometime, and then I might take care of it.
It's the best of model line. Yeah, I keep my extra battery on the phone, my charger, I read my news. Yeah, kind of like lost it.
What I'll do, you have my,
that has some truth emblazoned on the front of it. Yeah, she was asking somebody to update it. Right. Yes. Just stop killing people.
Were you at the convention? Okay, you were at the convention. Okay, and you're the regional rep? You're the regional rep for? Okay. Very good. Welcome to the committee. It's, Texas? Okay. Texas Party Committee? Oh, okay. I haven't witnessed that firsthand. So, anyways, where do you live in Texas? Oh, you're in Texas? Oh.
Not everybody's from here.
Oh, okay. I just.
But thank you.
Just the word.
I like the British guys.
I'm sorry. So where in Texas? Okay. What do you think?
It's just not fixing anything.
Okay.
Hey, Nick, are there any link outs to the free
That's good. Sure. Yeah, exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, very good. Well, welcome to the committee. We'll see you in December in Alexandria.
I tried researching it, but they don't really show you. Yeah, well, it was
There was a young wonder kid who's now had some problems. I don't think he's actually called
I would definitely publicize your difficulty in finding anything out about that.
Yeah, it was really sketchy. I even on Ballotpedia. That's farmers.
Yeah, you could send the tweets to Betty and Reeds. They'll respond.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Consideration.
I appreciate that.
Three names.
It's always an honor to ride in your RV.
Okay, also you're working on it.
That's good.
There's like one was police and one was
How
deputy.
about the 318 in my camera?
Of two of them.
Every mile we get, sign up driving things more grateful and fearful of the
The whole thing. I keep pushing the non-aggression and de-escalation and have it stand down.
The problem, like they kind of talked about, it's that over-criminalization, so cops have to, solve who's drug.
But it's been escalating because, and regular people get caught with that.
And if somebody in southeast Georgia, I'll be here. I can drop off something.
I guess I'll be talking
We're
to
still in West Tennessee.
if we're not locked out.
Yeah.
School. Locked out of school.
I was so from Missouri, so that I couldn't read that name.
I have like over 100 something. I think it's all right, we should probably come back to order. Hear from Mr. Carling. Is he crazy? Did he say anything?
Yeah, I'm still here
Oh, okay.
And whenever you're ready.
So, not much I can really tell you. You've received these.
One of them is.
Yeah.
What information, everybody needs to be.
Wait, which one's a confidential?
Disclosure
Board
letter.
disclosure letter.
Or disclosure letter?
Well, for the benefit of people watching at home.
Can they hear me?
They can hear you.
Okay, great, awesome. So, yeah, you've got the
the audited final numbers. They're not really substantially different from what you guys had last time. The audit committee hasn't done anything since the last time the LNC met, so there's not a lot that I can report to you. Are there any questions?
Is it your understanding that basically the frying company is ready to work with whoever, the new audit committee, to do whatever needs doing at this point? Okay. And all the field work is done for this last audit, is that right?
For
2015?
2015.
Has to be because they don't.
Well, no, I mean, but there's nothing pending that's work on their side, it's just the committee.
To the best of my knowledge, Robert, is that correct?
Yeah.
Field work's all done?
Sure. Yes, the field work is all done,
So it's just committee stuff now?
and it's just committee stuff now, yeah. You have the draft financials and the draft adjustments go forward to the new audit committee right now as I speak.
Okay. Any other questions?
They could review it with the auditor.
So that's what, I'll just volunteer that we'll take the time to look at the adjustments. This is the first time I'm seeing this right now.
Me too.
I've been absent for the last few months. I apologize for being served.
We like that you run for things.
But what I'll do is I will look over what we've got. I'll review the financial statements. I won't have time to do stuff real in depth. Just make sure it makes sense, and then I'll report back either by email or next meeting what our findings are.
Okay. Starchild, did you have a question?
It sounds like both the current and former audit committee members just got this information, so I won't ask them questions about it.
Okay. I'm sure they'll be available to answer questions offline.
I am wondering why I guess this is only showing it now. I mean, the letter's dated December 31st of last year.
No, it's
That's the financial statements.
Yeah, it's not dated. It's
okay.
Through the end of calendar year 2015.
Okay.
All right, if there's no other questions, we'll move past this and on to the Ballot Access Committee for 20 minutes. Mr. Molman could not join us for this meeting. So Mr. Redpath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was a report submitted by Ken Molman, who is chairman of the Ballot Access Committee. I'm on the committee. Richard Winger's on the committee. Ed Marsh is on the committee. Mark Axon is on the committee. We've been meeting about weekly during the petition drives. Recently, we've had about three meetings recently, and we're meeting right now on track about every week. I wanted to just report to you, give you some updates here to the best of my knowledge. Just first of all, overall, we are still on track. I think we're going to make it, but it's been a struggle. It's been more of a struggle than what I would have liked or hoped this year. But I'm going to divide this basically into hard states and easy states, quote unquote, from the perspective of the LNC. There are 8 remaining hard states and actually 6 remaining easy states, since Tennessee now, thanks in no small part to the efforts of Mr. Marsh, Tennessee is now formally qualified for the ballot by the authorities in Tennessee. That's my understanding, Ed, that is correct, okay. So that leaves, I'll just go through the easy states quickly. Washington has a July 23 deadline. My understanding is we are on track for everything being qualified and done by July 23rd.
We have, as of now, at least that I know about 1,642 gross signatures against 1,000 that need to be valid.
Okay, so we've got 1,642 gross, and there are more, at least, and probably more than that.
Probably more.
So Washington, is my understanding, is looking pretty good. New Jersey has an August 1 deadline, and you know, it's sort of the curse of the easy petition drive, unfortunately. New Jersey only needs 800 signatures. The New Jersey LP just recently requisitioned money. I mean, really, this ought to be done on a volunteer basis. the New Jersey party was not going to complete the 800 valid SIGs on a volunteer basis this year, believe it or not. And they did pass of money, their paid SIGs. The last report I got, which was several days ago from Patrick McKnight, who unfortunately is not at this meeting, 800 signatures paid, 400 volunteer, up to 1,200. I have been in touch with him, and I'm going to be in touch with him again. The deadline is 2 weeks from tomorrow. New Jersey should make it, but it is very disappointing when a state with only 800 valid signatures, I mean, it's up to them ultimately, and they are doing it under their own money and volunteer combined, but that is a state that is pretty darn easy. Tennessee had an 8/18 deadline, they're already done. Iowa, I believe they're up over 1,000 gross SIGs. They need 1,500 valid. I need to be in touch. I may not have the best data from Keith. Is it Laub or Lauby? How do you pronounce Keith's last name? Lauby, okay. They need 1,500 net. I'm going to be in touch with him again. That deadline is 1 month and 2 days away. Minnesota's 2,000 net. They're proceeding. They're in pretty good shape. Virginia right now needs 5,000 valid signatures. My understanding is we're in the ballpark of 5,000 gross signatures. Probably most of them are paid by the Libertarian Party of Virginia, and others are volunteer. And anyway, I'm trying to get the Libertarian Party of Virginia to do our first turn-in. We have to do 5,000 total signatures and then do our first turn-in and have Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, get back with us and tell us how many valid signatures. And if we wait too long, then we're going to miss out on that opportunity to get feedback. So I'm trying to get a first turn-in to happen this coming week in Virginia. I hope that will happen. I'm not sure that it will. Then Rhode Island has a deadline, 1,000 valid signatures on September 9th. Now let's go to the hard states. Right now, we've got a number of very critical states going on right now. New York, I'm in contact every day with Mark Axon, who's the point person for the Libertarian Party of New York. We need 15,000 valid signatures. The last number I saw was of a couple days ago. We had 10,000 gross signatures. I think we're going to make it, but we're going to have to do something like 16,000 gross signatures over the last 18 days of this drive. And it's a push. They are recruiting more people just today. More New York petitioners have been located. We're in contact. I'm in contact with Mark Axon frequently. He's a member of the Ballot Access Committee. He'll be on our next ballot access call. Massachusetts is essentially done. Good news there. That's an August 2 deadline, but Massachusetts is essentially done at this point. I think something like 16 signatures for 10,000 net, and so that is essentially done. Then the big day is August 10. 3 weeks from this coming. 3 weeks from this coming Wednesday is Wednesday, August 10. There are 4 states that have deadlines that day: Connecticut, DC, New Hampshire, and Ohio. First of all, in Connecticut right now, Josh, can you give us an update? You're the point person on the Connecticut drive right now. Where do things stand there?
I'm not very happy with where things stand in Connecticut. So the number here is accurate. Approximately 5,400 raw SIGs collected in hand.
I'm sorry, what was that number again, please?
The number in your report, 5,400.
Okay.
I don't have my spreadsheet in front of me. The last turn-in on Friday night that was done with Andrew Rule and Alex Arsenal, I know came in well below the estimate that Arsenal had provided.
Mm-hmm.
He had said about 1,200 and turned in less than 500.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that we have enough staff in Connecticut to finish the drive by the 10th. We are working to recruit more people. I have appointments set up the day I get back, Tuesday, all week, to meet with new petitioners and get them petitions. But the retention rate on new recruits has been very poor throughout the drive. It's been a large use of my time getting new people. So I don't put a lot of faith in each particular person who contacts me. I don't know why Arsenal's production has been this low. I'm concerned that he is getting less than his usual override. And I don't know that he is bringing sufficient staff into the state. I think that with Massachusetts completed, that we might see an uptick there. I do know that he has 3 more people planning to come on Monday. And I've been in touch with Christina Tobin, who had originally looked to take a contract with us and do some subcontracting. It now seems to just be recruiting people to work with Alex. It's a worrisome situation. I don't have a great answer for you. I'm not pleased that I came in when I did and found the rate of production what it was, and I'm not pleased with the volunteer effort in the state. I'm not pleased with the state party participation, to be honest with you. I don't see enthusiasm there.
Okay, well, 5,400, we need 7,500 valid. What is being done on the validity testing?
So all of our petitioners, with the exception of Gary Field, have been running about 80%. Gary Field has been running lower than that, and he's been put on notice he's only going to be paid for valid SIG until it comes up to 70%. Alex Arsenault has not had validity at that rate. His validity rate came in about just over 50% on his first turn-in, and I don't have in hand his latest turn-in.
Okay, well, the good thing about Connecticut is it's next door to New York, and the Connecticut deadline is 8 days after the New York deadline. So that's a saving grace right there, is that there are people who are in New York, and we could probably get to go up to Connecticut, and we will continue trying to recruit people into Connecticut. New Hampshire, have we heard anything more about the New Hampshire situation other than that we were essentially at 0 SIGs when Nick Dunbar got up there on, I believe he drove up, he left Virginia on Tuesday, I believe arrived Wednesday in New Hampshire. He found an extremely low number of signatures. There has been almost no effort. We could have started immediately after the Orlando convention. Unfortunately, there has been almost no effort from volunteers to this point, is my understanding, in New Hampshire. Nick is working to crank things up, but I have not been in touch with him very recently. Through a text message for him to call somebody in Massachusetts regarding people in Massachusetts who want to come up to New Hampshire to petition. Does anyone have an update from Nick?
How frank of an update do you want?
Go right ahead. I mean,
I'm happy to. New Hampshire's basically starting late from a standing start. It is not good. I was not pleased that it was let to go this long without being raised as a real problem. From my perspective, I met with Wes the other day. From my perspective, New Hampshire is the hair on fire emergency right now. That is the biggest priority, not only because we're starting from a standing start, but because New Hampshire is farther away than everything else. It's hard for us to get up there. The state party is not overly communicative, although I do have to return a phone call to the vice chair. Mr. Chavity called me while I was at breakfast this morning. I had a bad connection. I've been a little busy right now. There are complications in New Hampshire that are odd. There is an independent candidate who is running for Senate. There was some move to try and circulate a different petition for the Libertarians that didn't include all the people who were nominated at the state convention, and in fact included some of these independent people. I had extensive conversations with the president of the Free State Project, who knows the independent candidate. I think we mostly have it all sorted out. The other big challenges in New Hampshire, just to be real straight about it, Arsenault was going to be Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Hampshire. Basically, what he told us in New Hampshire was that Rocky, what's his face?
De La Fuente.
Was paying $7 per. And so he kind of told us that thanks but no thanks, and didn't end up. He may have some on the boards that I get conflicting answers about whether or not he has any, but they haven't been turned into us yet. Andy Burns, our affiliate sports specialist, already has a plane ticket and a rental car booked. We'll be there on the 19th. Is that right, Wes?
Yes.
He'll be helping with Nick Dunbar. Lou Jasikoff from the Johnson campaign is up there, and he's collecting right now. Nick Dunbar is getting contacts from the Free State Project to recruit petitioners up there. We have raised the rate in New Hampshire, and we'll probably need to be asking for more money to be allocated for New Hampshire to try and get more production faster in a way where we're not going to be cannibalizing other drives. Because the problem is with all the states on the 10th, you can't push here unless you want things to drop there, and vice versa. It's just, it doesn't work. So that's the update I have. I know I talked to Christopher Thrasher. He's going to do a blast and try and mobilize whatever resources he has to go to New Hampshire as the biggest priority. We talked about prioritizing it over DC because this is just real blunt stuff. In DC, we have staff who would probably be overpaid for that kind of work, but they're very close to DC. And in an emergency, they can go across the river. They can't go to New Hampshire in an emergency. Also, Ed Marsh from the Ballot Access Committee has volunteered that he can go up to New Hampshire personally that first week in August to try and give it a final push if we're still going at that point. But with the rate that we talked about as far as what we'll pay out as a street rate in New Hampshire going forward, and the size of the drive, which I mean that's the one saving grace, is it's 1,500 valid per district, so it's about 4,500 is our target. So it's smaller than some of the other drives. It's hopeful we can get it done very quickly. I also talked to Ken last night. I don't know if you've talked to him between now and then.
Probably not. I talked with him yesterday, but you probably talked with me.
He talked to me during that banquet. Well, I've stepped out. He told me that he has a new team in Ohio that should be able to do a lot of production, and some of them have actually said, once we get Ohio banged out, we can go to New Hampshire. So I still have optimism. I think that this is an emergency that can be handled, but it's the state that scares me the most.
Right, I understand. Just got a note from Mr. Bittner here, I believe. Ken Molman says 138 SIGs in New Hampshire as of Friday.
It's 100 more than the last thing.
Okay, well, literally, unfortunately, the state party did nothing
4,500
subsequent to Orlando before Nick Dunbar got up there.
It is not an acceptable situation, Mr. Soames.
If I may, I don't see any social media effort on behalf of either of the state parties. Libertarian Party of New Hampshire doesn't have a Facebook page. If I
say known issue, it's bad.
We know it's totally dysfunctional.
So my question is there some way that the admins on the national page and in the design group can create graphics in order to raise awareness for this?
Go and do.
Okay.
You're authorized to create whatever graphics you want. You can do targeted posts. If you talk to Wes, there may even be a budget for sponsored stuff.
That's the next thing I was going to ask.
Mr. Hayes.
I spoke to Mr. Edge, I think it was yesterday, with a Free Talk Live.
Right.
Which is a radio show out of New Hampshire, very well listened to. And I made some mention of our crisis that's going on in New Hampshire with regards to the signatures. And he made it pretty clear that he would open that up to some spots or something. So I don't know if that would help us with that effort.
Yeah, have him get in touch with Wes, and we may be able to spend some money on advertising it. Mr. Redpath.
Well, I was going to, addressing Ohio next, I was going to say that Ken Molman went up there yesterday and worked on validity. Validity is increasing in Ohio, but it's not very good. Unfortunately, in Ohio this year, there was this emphasis put on doing a party petition in Ohio this year, which we just didn't have the resources to do. And there wasn't, the LNC had decided to go with an independent petition. There were problems. There were people who wanted to do the party petition, but the party petition was 30,000 to 31,000 valid signatures. The independent petition for president was only 5,000. They wanted to do the party petition, but the oomph wasn't there. So finally, we settled for the independent petition, but there unfortunately is not much of a volunteer effort going on in Ohio, is my understanding, and the paid petition effort had low validity, but we've got some new people coming in, and apparently validity is increasing in the new batches that are coming in. Ken Molman was up there in Ohio, as I said yesterday. I think he's up there today.
He is.
And is addressing this situation firsthand. I wanted to also speak about the District of Columbia. We were at about 1,150 signatures as of Thursday or Friday. There's a petitioner from Virginia, Sanford Pankin, who's up there for a 5-day shot right now. Milton Lukens is another petitioner who's there. I think we're lining up some other petitioners. I went in for some volunteer petitioning on the last weekend, both Saturday and Sunday, and it was tough. I got to tell you, petitioning in the District of Columbia is the toughest thing I have come across. I mean, in terms of my acceptance rate was running 10% or below. I mean, that is horrible compared to other places where I petitioned this year, Illinois, Pennsylvania. My count right now is I've done 1939 volunteer SIGs between Illinois, Pennsylvania, DC, and Virginia so far this year. So I'm going to bust through 2,000 volunteer next weekend because I'm going back into DC. But I will tell you that the standard operating procedure for people in DC is earbuds in the ears and walking right past you, you know, in terms of soliciting signatures. And it's young, yuppie liberals who only want Democrats on the ballot. It is far better petitioning people of color than it is petitioning Caucasians in the District of Columbia. I will tell you that. And the acceptance rate for a Libertarian is horribly low. We're gonna tough it out. We're gonna do that. Staff can cross the river if need be. I know they don't want to do it. I don't want to go in and volunteer, but I'm going to go back next weekend, if not before, to DC for more volunteer petitioning. That leaves 2 hard states. Alabama, Paul Frankel's down there. It's in good shape. On the ballot access call, Paul thinks that Alabama may even get done early with the people who are there. Which begs the question of perhaps shifting some resources to another state if it really becomes urgent. Then Kentucky is 5,000 valid SIGs, but that's not until September 9. That deadline is quite late. September 9, rather luxurious compared to everything else. I would also I will speak from a personal perspective right now in terms of, because we're going to talk money here at some point, and the 20 minutes is nearly up. How I would like, and how I think we ought to think about this is taking a look at the money that's been spent. There's been a lot of talk about encumbrances, encumbered this, encumbered that. With all due respect, at this point, it's time to set encumbrances aside. Okay, it really is. We are down to 16 days to go in New York. We are down to 24 days to go on DC, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Ohio. We need to figure out, as a committee, what we are willing to spend total on ballot, in my opinion, total on ballot access this year based on what we've spent so far, based on the cash that we have, based on the cash that we think is coming in, and based on this committee's commitment to ballot access, and adjust the budget to that. I would also ask going forward that the proviso provision be waived at this point regarding encumbrances and things having to be approved by the executive committee. I want to spend, even though I think I have the reputation within the party of spending money on ballot access like a drunken sailor in the past, which I really didn't intend to do, but believe me, I cussed like a drunken sailor while I was doing it. But I assure you, first of all, I don't have any authority to spend money at this point, and I tell them that. That authority is residing with the chairman and the executive director. Not one penny gets spent without the approval, frankly, these days of the chairman. So I'm not spending the money, but time is so critical at this point. We can't wait a day or two for an executive committee meeting at some point here. It's very possible we can't wait a day or two to shift funds from this state to that state and what have you. I assure you that we want to spend as little money as possible on this, and the situation is so regrettable in many ways. But if we succeed, we will be, other than the R's and D's, we will be the only political party in this nation with our presidential ticket on the ballot in all 50 states and DC. And we are faced with constantly shifting circumstances. We get a call from someone. I got a call yesterday from Lori Ann Horner, or a text message, and the plane door was about to close at Dulles Airport, and I texted her back, said, call Carla Howell right now. But she is the daughter of Rick Arnold that we've done business with in the past, National Voter Outreach, and they've got circulators available. She said, we've got circulators who are interested in working for you. I said, call Carla Howell. I called Carla Howell and said, call Lori Ann Horner. And so, we're just dealing with a constantly shifting situation, as regrettable as it is, and I just think that we need to figure out how much we're willing to spend for ballot access as a committee, and grant the chairman and the people who are ultimately making the decisions the ability to go spend on an as-needed basis during these last very critical days of this petition drive. And with that, we're out of time on this issue, this agenda
And
item.
we're out of time before you made any motions, man.
Move to extend for 5 minutes.
There's a motion to extend for 5 minutes. Is there objection to that? Is there objection to 10? I don't hear any objection to 10. Is there objection to hearing from Mr. Starr?
No, I don't have to
Go
go
ahead.
first. You can recognize other people.
Right. No,
That's
go
fine.
ahead. It's a point of information, so I
So
will.
what I'm not clear from the report is how much money, forget whatever conversations you've done, from this point forward, how much money do you think is going to be required to complete the efforts to get us 50 state ballot access?
I don't know. I mean, it might be $100 grand more. I don't know. From this point forward, that would be my first. That'd be my first judgment. Would be how much more money from this moment it would have to go out the door for ballot access.
Is that counting the $100,000 that Johnson campaign
No.
is promising?
Well, no. We're not talking about revenues here. We're talking how much is it going to cost. Forget about who's paying for it. That's how I interpret the question.
Correct.
That was the question. How much more is it going to cost, regardless of who pays for it? And I'm saying that it would. My best estimate right now would be $100 grand.
Ms. Mattson and Starchild and Hagan.
Would it be reasonable to ask, since Mr. Nielsen was here and he said they're willing to put in $100,000, they have it in the bank? Would it be reasonable to ask them, go ahead and make the donation to us for that amount so we can distribute where we want, and we will refund the unused portion when we're done?
No, illegal.
You can't refund
We are
the donation?
capped at $5,000 American dollars that we can give to the presidential campaign, and I think we're probably going to send it to them here soon.
It wouldn't be a donation from us to them, it would be a refund of their ballot access.
Oh, you mean like refunding the?
Because it's a donation.
No, it's not allowed.
You can. I don't think you can give it
It's
back.
cash basis. It's cash basis.
Yeah, you can't give it back.
You can't do a refund?
Nope, because it wouldn't. There is a $23 million coordinated expenditure cap, so we could then, if we had money that they gave us that we didn't use on that, we
And
could.
ballot access is economic.
Perhaps if we just told them who to write the checks to.
Right. Well, it would be the other way, but, so no, we can't give it back, is the short version. Mr. Hagan, or Starchild and Mr. Hagan.
So, Bill, I'm sympathetic to what you're saying as far as, skip the encumbrance process and let the money just be spent as soon as it's needed to be spent. My concern, what I'd like to see happen in conjunction with that, is better transparency about who is getting the contracts to do petitioning, who is getting paid, the thought process that goes into, we're going to work with this person or this company over this person or this other company. I was hoping that the Ballot Access Committee would be handling more of that and doing it in a transparent manner. I don't know to what extent the Ballot Access Committee actually has been given authority to have that, and the Ballot Access Committee, which I'm glad to hear from you, has been meeting. But I don't think, it doesn't sound like, at least that I'm aware of, that they've been meeting transparently, that other people not on the committee have the opportunity to see what's happening in those discussions. I'd like to see more of a transparent process there.
We're hiring anyone who has a pulse right now, okay? I mean, first of all, we're hiring anyone who can go get valid signatures for us right now. It's some of these people we don't know. Believe me, anybody who wants to go petition for $3 and we think they're going to bring us good quality SIGs, they're hired. Go. I mean, it's that simple.
Can I address one?
Please.
Let me address one part of this, because it is something, and I'm addressing it because it's one of the things I've been insisting on, oftentimes creating some difficult discussions with people we've worked with in the past, is as a general rule, absent some very, exceptional circumstances, Every drive that we have done this cycle has been, this is how many dollars we pay per signature that's over a certain amount of validity. This is how much we pay. We don't care whether you're a company or an independent contractor. We don't care if you're a libertarian or not a libertarian. This body or this party pays this much for these signatures in this state. And it does two things. One, it makes it completely transparent. No one gets special deals. You work for this much or you don't work. Two, it actually lets us manage the money better. We know how much a drive will cost, and every time I authorize a raise in the rate like we did in New Hampshire, I know how much extra money that's gonna cost. We know it's gonna go from this dollar amount to that dollar amount. When you start doing things and scrambling, like, you know, I'll pay for your plane ticket to go out there, or I'll pay for your hotel room, or rental cars, or things like that, that's the stuff that I've heard stories about in the past, and that's one of the ways that we've been addressing that.
May I follow?
You may not, because we're gonna keep recognizing.
I'm sorry, there is a matter regarding Illinois, $7,500. Lex Green says he needs that they don't have the funds to finish paying off for that petition drive.
Are you trying to make that motion?
Yeah, I will move that the Libertarian National Committee expend $7,500 transfer $7,500 to the Libertarian Party of Illinois so they can finish paying their bills on their petition drive.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a need for discussion on that?
Could you modify that motion so that it includes asking the Johnson campaign for that amount? Because this is a clear amount of money you'll spend.
It doesn't need to modify the motion. The money goes out. If we pass the motion, we spend the money. If I then call Ron Nielsen and say, this is how much money we're going to spend, please give us some of it, it doesn't have to be part of the motion.
I would, if I may speak to
Go
the
ahead.
motion, we need to get this paid. I don't want to slow this process down. There are people waiting for their money. There's a petitioner right now who is saying that he's not going to petition because he's due money for Illinois. He's not going to petition until he gets paid for Illinois. And there are people below him who are waiting for their money.
And as a point of information, the Illinois party in that drive expended quite a bit more than they had planned to expend as well. So
And there were
they
11
are also over budget. Is
and
that right?
they had 11,110 volunteer signatures. It was a good volunteer effort in Illinois.
Okay. Is there anyone who wants to speak against this motion?
I guess I just want some comfort on this because what happened in Illinois, as I understand it.
Point of order.
Point of order,
Sorry,
Dr. Lark.
we've been very casual about this, but again, people who are not on the committee should ask for recognition.
Thank you, Dr. Lark. Your point of order is well taken. Mr. Katz.
Let him seek recognition.
I saw someone on the committee who was seeking to be recognized.
I was going to seek to suspend the rules for a minute.
For what purpose?
To hear from Mr. Starr.
Is there objection to that? Hearing no objection, Mr. Starr, go ahead for a minute.
I guess what I want some clarity on, maybe this is, maybe it's just so that we can learn how to do things better in the future. My understanding of Illinois is that we had a sudden surge of signatures that we weren't anticipated, and we wound up, and I guess maybe we're now on the hook for, or we asked to put on the hook for. What is it? I mean, we want a sufficient number of signatures to qualify. We don't want to overpay and add a ton more signatures than we need. What do we do, or what were we doing to control this so that manage this better, so that we don't wind up overpaying?
You want to answer?
I'm happy to.
Go right ahead.
Here's what happened in Illinois. Illinois was the first really bad emergency of the cycle where we were way behind. You saw those graphs I sent to the business list. It was not good. So we ramped up everything to get those signatures in. That combined with the fact that there were a couple of professional petitioners with lots of signatures who had not been doing regular turn-ins that dumped thousands of signatures on us at the very, very, very end, where we didn't know they were coming, so we didn't plan to get them, but we definitely wanted to blow the doors off because Illinois is a very unpleasant challenge state, so we're very happy we got them, but yes, it went way over what, I wasn't happy with how far over we went, but it sure as hell beats the alternative.
I wasn't either. It was Jake Whitmer who was told communicate, was asked many times, didn't communicate, then dumped a bunch of signatures. Now that we take the signatures, yes, we turned in 53,000 signatures. It warded off a challenge. It did help ward off a challenge. It was very regrettable that he behaved that way, and there have been conversations, not with me, but with other people have had with him, saying you've got to communicate. It is irresponsible to be petitioning during a petition drive and not communicating.
But it doesn't answer the question.
What was the question?
My question is, what do we learn from this so we don't, if we're paying for more signatures?
That question will not be answered at this time.
Yes.
That question will be answered in an after-action report that the Ballot Access Committee will do with Illinois once we're done with the August 10th petitions. Is that?
Yes.
We're not getting there. Lex wants to have that conversation. I want to have that conversation, and we will report what the results are, but.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, please. I would like to increase the ballot access budget line to a number that is $100,000 over what has been spent.
It's out of order because you have 500 for Illinois. Dr. Lark. I don't think you can substitute your own substitute. Or you can't substitute your own motion.
We're out of time on this.
Okay.
I move to extend for 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Second. Is there any objection? Okay. If there's no objection, will be extended for 5 minutes. We're gonna stay. Stay focused.
Mr. Chairman.
If we go, can I help us go fast?
Actually, with the indulgence of the body, I'd like to withdraw the $7,500 Illinois motion with the indulgence of the body and make another motion.
If there's no objection to that, we can do that. Go ahead.
I'd like to move to increase the ballot access expense budget item to a number that is $100,000 over the money that has been spent to date, which I believe is $213,000.
Yeah, 213,150.
Okay, it's been spent to date to a number that is $100,000 over that, which would be an increase from $272,500. And I would,
Wait, hold up. Your motion just got confusing to me.
Isn't that less than?
You want to be 100 over what we've spent, or 100 over what we budgeted?
Spent.
That would bring us from 272.5 to 313.150.
Okay, that would be my motion. Okay, and I would and that the proviso provision regarding EC encumbrance approval be waived for the rest of this petition drive cycle.
Can that motion be divided?
I'm not recognizing anyone who's not recognized. I would recommend to the maker that we get the budget line item done,
fine.
and then we talk about how it's spent.
Okay, that's my motion. The
So
first
just
part
the
of
budget part. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
I move to substitute $340,000 as the ballot line, which is what the treasurer had suggested earlier, which is more than what Mr. Redpath is asking to encumber, and will leave us the option and flexibility to adjust as we need.
Okay. So, is there a second for substituting?
Second.
Mr. Chair, I was waiting to be recognized to introduce a motion.
To introduce a motion?
Mr.
Chairman,
introduce an
Chairman,
amendment,
point of order.
excuse me.
You
Well,
did
as a point of
recognize
order.
You did.
An amendment.
Mr. Starchild was waiting to be recognized. Mr. Hayes spoke without being recognized.
That is a good point of order. So that is out of order, Starchild. Thank you, Dr. Lark.
Thank you. I would move to amend Bill's motion to require that either the chair of the Ballot Access Committee or one of the other members of the Ballot Access Committee, Bill basically being on the LNC, post to the LNC list notifications of meetings of the Ballot Access Committee, and also for the Ballot Access Committee to be directed to publicize the rules, which could be, as you were just explaining them to us, Nick, about process for hiring people, so that it's a public statement of the committee and everybody knows this is the party's policy.
That motion to amend is out of order in the form of an amendment. That would be proper as a main motion, but there is a main motion that Mr. Redpath made. So it's out of order. That amendment's out of order.
I guess I would challenge the ruling of the chair, although I'm open to hearing your
You may-
reasoning why it's out of order.
You may appeal the ruling of the chair. Does it take a second?
Yes.
What?
Is there a second
Can you
for
ask-
appealing the ruling of the chair?
But why is it out of order? Not for me.
It is out of order because the motion right now is to increase the budget line item from 213,150, or from 272.5 to 313,150. Your amendment would be to amend the motion to require the ballot access committee to publish certain information which is not related to the main motion we're dealing with, which only deals with the money side of it. Because Mr. Redpath did not do anything about how stuff was spent, which is behavior of the ballot access committee. If he had gone with that combined motion, that amendment might have been in order, but it's not because we're just talking about the dollars. So you've appealed the ruling of the chair. Is there a second for appealing the ruling of the chair? Hearing no second for appealing the ruling of the ruling of the chair will stand. I'll recognize Mr. Hayes.
I move to amend the ballot access line to $340,000.
So it's a motion to amend by substitution Mr. Redpath's motion to move the budget from 272.5 to $340,000. There's a second from Mr. Hagan. Would you like to speak to your amendment? It goes to 340.
Yes, I would like to speak to the amendment.
We're out of time on this, Mr. Chairman. I move to extend for 5 minutes.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection.
Okay, the treasurer's made his recommendation. That's the amount we need to spend. The reason we have so many resources at the present time is because of the situation we're in with regards to the presidential campaign. Also, we're losing opportunity. If we lose any of these ballot access lines, how much does it cost us in the future to get the ballot access line back? It's money wasted. We are going to potentially, in some states, achieve permanent ballot access. This is going to move the bar farther forward for us. So our members are expecting us to have 50 state ballot access. I'm not suggesting we spend money recklessly, but we have had challenges put in our path that we didn't expect, either by design or just by circumstance. But we need to give our members what they expect, and the reason we have so much money is because they expect to see our presidential nominee on the ballot in all 50 states.
Is there anyone who wants to speak against the substitute?
I'm not sure if this is in order, you could let me know.
I will let you know.
My concern is this seems to be, again, waiving the encumbrance process, and.
No, that's.
I will, let me answer let me answer it quickly. This is increasing the budget line. We are discussing nothing about how the money is spent. We're only increasing the amount that we can spend from X to Y.
Okay, that clarifies something.
Okay, is there anyone who wishes to speak either for or against the substitute? Mr. Redpath?
I'll speak for it because I guarantee you, not one more penny will be spent that doesn't have to be spent, given that Nick Sarwar is reviewing every expenditure. So God, I hope we don't have to spend that much money. But I guarantee you that not one penny will be spent that doesn't have to be spent to successfully complete this thing.
Point of information.
Mr. Katz,
I wish to speak for.
Okay, I'll recognize Mr. Katz unless, without objection of the body, I'll find out what Mr. Starr's point of information is.
Yeah, I just want to understand why the treasurer believes the number should be higher than Mr. Redpath understands the ballot access needs. Why does he believe it needs to be higher?
I was going by the amount the executive committee had already encumbered, and some of those amounts, like Pennsylvania police one, where we actually come in less than the encumbrance. I don't know what other surprises may be coming up that gives us a little bit more of a buffer.
All right, then I have Mr. Katz and then Mr. Bittner.
I was just reminded by a note that was handed actually that I've been hearing for several weeks now that we're going to be competing in Connecticut with Rocky as well. And I assume this is going to be happening in other states. If our people as independent contractors, they can pick up these other forms, we're going to have to be flexible to increase the amount that we're paying if we want them to not put ours on the back of their stack. And a lot of investment has happened at this point where Bill Weld and have been making these 50 state claims. It's going to be a huge loss if they have to backtrack on that.
Thank you. Mr. Bittner, were you seeking to be recognized to say what Mr. Molman just said to me?
Yes.
Okay, well then, it's probably more appropriate for you to say it, Mr. Bittner.
Ken, who is my alternate and the chair of the Ballot Access Committee, said that he believes 343,000 would be very close to what's necessary. He's okay with the substitute motion of 340,000 based on his on-the-ground, hands-on effort.
Is there a need for any further discussion before we move to a vote? Is there any objection to adopting the substitute that would make the budget line go from the 272.5 that it's at to 340,000? Hearing no objection, that will be the main motion. Because it's money, we'll go roll call. And as soon as the secretary's ready.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Could
It's money.
I can, well, no, I can actually, Dr. Lark is correct. Is there any objection to increasing this budget line from 272.5 to 340,000? Hearing no objection, we don't need to proceed to a roll call vote. Mr. Redpath?
Yes, I would like to move I move that the Ballot Access Committee, with approval of the chairman, have power to spend at its discretion funds budgeted for ballot access.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'd like to speak to that, please.
Second for Mr. Marsh, please. Go ahead, Mr. Redpath.
This is crazy time, folks. And I'm sorry, Ms. Harlos, you live in Colorado. Come east and experience the fun of ballot access. Seriously. It's a ball. It's just more fun than a barrel of monkeys. You know, I mean, I don't mean, I do mean that. If you haven't lived it, you just don't know. And I wish, God bless. I mean, I've been out there. I've done more than my part in terms of volunteer signatures this year. I've done everything I can to get free signatures for this party. But we can't afford to lose a day or two, or maybe even three, waiting to call an executive committee meeting at this point to approve expenditures. Earlier in this drive, we could afford that. But now we are dealing with, there was 1 week last year where it was an exploding crisis every day. It was West Virginia, it was Tennessee, it was moving people here, moving people there, or that state's finished. And we just can't afford to call a meeting of the executive committee at this point. There could be circumstances where you can't afford without very serious consequences. I asked the committee to grant the Ballot Access Committee the ability to spend funds with the approval of the chairman moving forward here. And this is not meant to be a permanent thing, but this addresses the urgency of the issue at hand.
So I have Starchild or Lark.
I had a point of information.
Harlos has a privilege point. Go ahead.
How long does it take to call an executive committee meeting? Is there a certain notice requirement?
I don't think technically there is a requirement. There's a practical amount of time. It runs between 24 and 72 hours. It kind of depends on when I get the ask, when I'm an email, when other people have emailed. Advice to state parties. He's almost always available by phone or text. I mean, I'm very happy with how he's doing. He offered that to change his agreement to general terms that he will dedicate 45 hours per month to LNC work as opposed to 12, but the fee per month would go from $3,000 to $4,500. Some of you can do math. So I would move that the LNC authorize me to execute that revised retainer agreement with Mr. Hall. Is there a second? I'm sorry. That's what I'm second.
Is there objection to this change? Start
Question,
out.
yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sarwood, would you like to speak on any further on your motion?
Just really briefly, I did the math. He's going to do a lot more work at a lot lower cost per hour, and you know, it just makes a lot. I mean, he's being very generous.
concern here is and nothing specific about Oliver Hall or the work he's been doing sounds great, but I think we should always, put this kind of thing out for competitive bidding. There might be other attorneys out there who are willing to do the same work for even lower cost. And again, that's no aspersions on anybody. I think it's just general good operating practices. We should try to spend as little party's money as possible so we have it for other things like ballot access and whatnot.
If there's no objection, we'll have a point of information from Mr. Starr.
Yeah, and also, my point of information says, how long is the agreement for? Is it an annual thing? Is it, or what are you looking at agreeing to?
Mr. Starr, would you speak to that?
Can, but I have to remember, let me try and answer both points of information at the same time. I believe during the term that you weren't on the committee, Starchild, we actually had a whole committee to do a general counsel search, and Oliver was the best candidate selected by Bill Hall, Mark Rutherford, and Dr. Lark, right? No, Redpath. Yeah, okay. He was the most favored candidate for that job, and then chosen by the whole LNC. So we did the competitive bidding thing.
Right
on. I believe the retainer is a month to, it's indefinite and would continue to be indefinite. I think we have either a 30 or 60-day notice that we would give if we wanted to stop. But my intention would be to modify it to change the number and the agreed upon hours, but keep it on that rolling basis.
Other point of information is what happens in the event that the hours that he needs to work for us in a particular month, let's say is 60, and then after that goes down to normally below 45. What happens?
As a general practice, because he has not billed us for any of the overage. The agreement says he can bill us an hourly rate for overage. He just doesn't. He did want to deal with the issue though. As a general practice, the way we've operated and the way previous general counsels for the party have operated is it all kind of comes out in the wash. There's the busy months and the not busy months, and as long as we're averaging 45 and we look at it periodically, that if he does 60 one month and 30 the next month, it's okay.
And as a follow-up.
Okay,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
just trying to understand the nature of the agreement and what's going to happen, and I hope these are helpful questions. My question is this: typically, in a year where we're not having an election, the amount of activity tends to go down dramatically, and I'm wondering, are you considering that in your thinking about your negotiations with them? If we're going to go down to something more like 15 hours a month, might be more normal in a year after the election. I don't know.
I don't think we'll ever go back to the way it used to be. We sue too many people now. We are in too many fights, and that was based on Oliver's discussions with Bill. It's not like before. We're just, it's not. It'll probably go down to something on the order of that 10 hours a week or less, maybe a little less, but we'll never be back down to like 12, 15 hours a month. That's just not. That's not real.
Mr. Marsh.
Just information, and Mr. Starr asked what I was going to ask about the length and so forth. But this is a rolling situation. In other words, if we see in a month or two, we need to reduce it or increase it or whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Long.
Point of information.
Point of information. Go ahead.
Do any of the attorneys in the room, are they able to estimate what an attorney of Mr. Hall's caliber, the sort of person that we need, would typically bill for per hour?
Mr. Starr, can you speak to that?
It's between 250 and 400 if you on the market. I mean, for appellate work, and he does appellate work for us too. For appellate work, you're probably closer to 5.
Dr. Lark.
Do we know, first of all, roughly where we stand in terms of his clients, in the sense of what fraction of his, do we have any ballpark estimate, what fraction of his work do we represent? The second point is, of the things that we're asking him to do, what fraction of that turns out to be inquiries from our state affiliates?
I don't know how much he works. My guess is that we're probably somewhere between 10, I think we're eating between 10 and 20% of his time at least right now. It may be more than that right now. And then what was the second one?
The other one was of the amount of work that is tossed his way.
Right.
What fraction of a ballpark estimate actually comes not from us, but essentially from our state affiliates?
Wes might know because I think Wes channels some more of that than I do. I mean, how often do you know what percentage of stuff would be from the state affiliate?
I don't think it's that much other than our ballot access stuff that affects.
So it's like
state
some ballot
affiliates.
access, but
It's a lot.
Yeah, and some of that stuff is on the edge because if it's a ballot access contract for a particular state, is that us or is that the affiliate? Kind of. But I don't let a lot of people ask me legal questions.
Mr. Katz.
I don't believe my pen.
Oh, okay. Maybe a while ago. Mr. Hewitt.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that, you know, we have a lot of attorneys on the city and such like that, and what Nicholas said was exactly right. 275 or 400, if you're getting somebody of his caliber, and we saw him last, you know, he knows his stuff. If you're getting what you want out of an attorney, you're getting them for $100 an hour. That's ridiculously good. And in fact, that's the only red light that goes off. Maybe he's not so bright. He's taking that.
He is. Oliver's a very good man.
Nick addressed partially what I was going to ask. You know, what kind of protocol do we have for for what tasks he takes on? Does he run things by you if they're kind of out of the ordinary before he, you know, or does he just accept a request from an affiliate chair or what?
He does not do any work that I don't authorize either implicitly through Wes or directly. And to the extent that he has done work that is substantial for a state, for example, the Arizona case, he's lead counsel in our case against the state of Arizona. I actually referred him and he has a separate retainer agreement with the Arizona party. So it's not us subsidizing Arizona. He has them as a client as well.
If there's no objection, we'll hear from Mr. Hinkle.
No, we're out of time here.
Well, we are out of time. Is there a motion to extend time?
I move to extend long enough to hear from Mr. Hinkle.
Is there objection to that? Okay, there's a second and there's no objection. Mr. Hinkle, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, when I was elected chair of the National Party in 2010, we were paying $3,000 a month for legal, and in my recent memory before that, probably another 5 or 6 years before that, we were paying $3,000. It's been a long time since we've been paying $3,000, so it seems to me at $100 an hour, you're just getting a screaming good deal, so you guys ought to jump on this with both feet. So 4,500. We've been skating on the low end for a long time.
Is there objection to Dr. Walker?
Well, I was actually going to point out that the LNC we now have the honor of having two former national chairs sitting in the room, Mr. Hinkle and Mr. Neal, and I think it's appropriate for us to actually
Guys at the end of the table.
Jim, you're such a
Yeah.
we actually have 3 former chairs.
Four.
Four.
Yeah, 2 of them are sitting together across from me.
We've got enough for a dining set now.
Is there any need for further discussion on this topic? Is there any objection to this motion? Hearing none, the motion passes without objection.
Thank you, guys. I'll do the paperwork. For transfer of Elpedia to the LSLA. You don't need to read the motion, that's why I put it in the agenda. Thank you for submitting and writing ahead of time.
So,
Is there a second for Ms. Harless's motion?
Second.
Okay. Start showing down last year. Do you want to speak to it?
I do.
Okay.
I don't know how many people here are terribly familiar with Elpedia, but it's a fantastic resource that preserves our institutional memory, at least up to a point, which I think is something we've been very poor at. And members, when they want to research some party history, and I am very, very interested in party history, and that's where I got started, was on Wikipedia. From what I understand, it has not been updated. It's not being used as a crowdsourced wiki right now because nobody really has time to, the party does not have the resources to put into it to actively moderate it, to make sure people aren't, you know, vandalizing it. And also to update the software. From what I understand from one of the few admins left, we're one update away from losing the site. There could be some kind of, I'm not a computer person, but whatever the background, backbone of this could get updated, all of a sudden it's unusable and it's lost. It's a resource that we have that has live follow, and I think that's a shame. And the LSLA has indicated interest in maintaining this, putting the resources into it, having people staff it, and have it become a true archive for our institutional memory. So the point of my motion was to let them do that. If they ever came to the point where they could no longer do that, they would transfer the domain back to us. I think this is something really important that we should do. The people whose like baby this has been, primarily James Golston, has agreed to this. He wouldn't see it as us taking something away from him. And I spoke extensively with George Phillies about it, and the LSLA does want to do this.
Dr. Lark.
I will not support this motion now, though I think that at some point I might. I would actually like to see a proposed agreement before I would say yes. If it's purely archival and LSLA will maintain it as purely archivally, then yes. But there's an awful lot of, in a political party, who decides what the history is. If the LSLA has responsibility for making the decisions as to what goes in or what doesn't go in, I'm not sure I'm keen on that. I would rather let that responsibility ultimately stay with the LNC. So I would actually like to see a proposed agreement before I would be willing to vote. I'm not willing to vote to authorize something until I see exactly what's in there.
Ms. Madison.
My concern is that just because at the moment we have leaders of the LSLA willing to volunteer and take this on, and they say they're going to do the job. It has not been all that long ago that the LSLA was on the verge of nothingness. That the annual meeting got canceled. They had no money. That at one point they lost their domain because they didn't renew it. I would, give it, the organization has had enough ups and downs, even within recent years, that I will be concerned with handing a domain over to an organization that has in the past lost its domain. And frankly, I think it's more stable for us to maintain the domain at minimum, even if for a temporary basis we want to give them the keys to it or whatever. But it's great that we have people who want to take it on right now, but I have a serious concern about long, just because there has been so much fluctuation in the past within the LSLA.
Next, Mr. Hayes.
I believe the Secretary's concerns are definitely valid. We certainly don't want to lose this, and LSLA has some instability. As to some of the Dr. Lark's concerns, one of the ways that wikis typically operate is it's not really so much controlled by, or content is not really so much provided by the organization putting up the wiki. It's provided by users that go in, and then they basically, as Ms. Harlow's mentioned, crowdsource it, hash it out, have discussions, and change it. Now, there's been an underutilization of the site, and so there's not as much participation, which kind of taints the way the wiki typically works. But part of that is because it's impossible for people to get user accounts, which allow them to easier access and ability to track their own changes and that sort of thing. So I think that this moves in the right direction, but I think we need to maintain the actual domain like the Secretary suggested, and maybe leave it, change the management, if we would, to the LSLA.
Mr. Hewitt.
And those are my concerns. And on this tech stuff, I don't know anything about wikis or this or that, but the urgency issue of it, if there is indeed a chance that we're going to lose all these archives or whatever by not maintaining the site or whatever, then let's do whatever it takes necessary, and then maybe we can address some of these issues that Mr. Locke has and such with it. That's what I would say. If there's an urgency, that if it's going to fall off the face of the earth, so to speak.
Is there objection hearing from Mr. Starr? Mr. Starr.
Having been a previous officer of the LSLA, I can tell you that there are problems. For example, I had set them up on QuickBooks Online, so they had all their financial history. And in theory, you wouldn't have a treasurer run off and keep the record. Somebody could always take it over. And even when I did that, they refused to pay the annual fees for the QuickBooks Online, and guess what? Eventually those records are now gone. You also have an issue of FEC issues here. I don't know if you can just give away an asset just to some nonprofit like that. I think that you have to be careful how you write that agreement up. The safer thing to do, in my opinion, is absolutely give them access to this. Give them the ability to make any modifications they want. I wouldn't turn over the ownership of this asset to them. How are you? I'd keep ownership of the asset. Give them all the access they need to make all the modifications, and that way, next time they go dormant, which could happen, at least you haven't lost it.
Start Kyle.
Yeah, I like Aaron's suggestion. I don't know how Karen feels about that, but to me, sort of the larger issue here is that, this domain's been sitting there, being paid for by the Libertarian Party, and we're not getting any significant use out of it. Turning over the LSLA may not be an ideal solution, but I think it's a step towards actually getting some use out of it, and doing so in a way that hopefully doesn't mean that we can suddenly lose everything. People who are finding fault with that particular proposal, I would say please come up with a better alternative. As Aaron has at least proposed some other alternative. I'm tempted to just say make that a motion, but I want to hear people's discussion. I don't want to just propose another motion and then have everybody find some fault with that. But the goal here should be to build an institutional knowledge base for the party and to crowdsource it, and not have to rely on taking staff's time to maintain it. Give enough people access, whether it's people in the LA or some other organizations, LP members, access so that it can work like a wiki is supposed to work.
Mr. Benedict.
I'm not too concerned how this goes either way, but I'm just going to suggest we have like an APRC that approves everything that the party puts out, and if you take it out of the LNC's control, then it won't be under the APRC review process. I was going to suggest another thing to consider is if you were in charge of a historical committee, that the LNC, the LNC forms a committee, call it the Historical Archives Committee, and then the LNC is still in charge, and if you were chair of the committee, I think we could work with the technical issues to get this transferred. Staff can do this, or we can find someone who can make it happen to get it upgraded. But so that's an option. In just 2 minutes of background, when I came to the office in 2009 as executive director, LPedia was so bad, and I didn't know much about it, but it was so bad I just removed a link to it from our website because the content was so bad. I think if you were working on it and a couple others, it would be way better. And I'm interested in having good content there, and I think if there were people who could get user accounts like what you're saying, it would be way better. I could even probably send you a bunch of stuff that you might want to put because it's historical things that are in our office, and that might be a good way to do it rather than turn it to the LSLA. And you still may get all your goals accomplished of getting new people posting good content on it.
Mr. Katz?
Maybe I'm misunderstanding something, or maybe I'm just not very smart about tech. If this is a crowdsourced historical site, which is my understanding, why are we having this whole discussion about maintaining and getting information there? Can't people just sign up and put things on?
So, I will address that point of information and kind of the reason why we're talking about this. Basically, it's a software issue and the fact that there's no one administering it as far as giving people new user accounts. So it's not being upgraded, and the people hosting it, us, we are not letting people do the thing that you're supposed to do with the wiki. So APRC wouldn't come into it ever because it's crowdsourced, right? We're just not letting people create this crowdsourced content.
So why
And
couldn't we just let people create
LA
it?
is offering to do that.
There's a problem even giving accounts because of the software issues. So these things need to be upgraded. It's kind of complex.
So we're out of time. We're out of time. So without a motion to extend, we'll move to a vote.
Move to
I
extend
would
for 5
move to
minutes.
extend 5 minutes.
We have a motion to extend for 5 minutes.
Who made the motion?
Okay. Huh?
Oh, we both said the same thing basically at the
Yes.
same time.
We'll
If
figure
you're
it out.
recognizing her motion, I'll second it.
Is there objection to extending for 5 minutes? Hearing no objection, we can extend for 5 minutes. I would note I don't see anyone seeking to be recognized who hasn't been recognized before. Without objection, I'll recognize Ms. Harlow.
And I just wanted to address some of the comments that were made. It seems to me that we've had this resource for a while. We've done nothing with it. We haven't cared about it. It's almost to me like, you know, someone who's had a girlfriend and all of a sudden we hadn't paid attention to her for 8 years, and now that she wants to go find another relationship, all of a sudden we're interested in her. We haven't done anything. So I would love for the LNC to keep it, but we have to dedicate something to developing it. From what I understand right now, it's on a shared server with the main site. There's all kinds of security risks. What the LSA wanted to do was put it on a separate server. I would love for us to keep it and put it on a separate server. I would love for us to keep this resource, but the body has to make then the dedication to maintain it. I don't even care, and I know Star Child might not like this, if it is particularly totally crowdsourced. I want to preserve our institutional memory. Even if the content was only put in by a historical committee that had the review of the APRC, I'm concerned we're losing our history. And we had this resource, and it's just laid dead. And it's nobody's fault. We haven't had the resources. But if we're going to keep it, then let's keep it. If not, you know, if you love something, let it go free. If somebody wants it, I would love for us to keep it if we want it.
You don't want your girlfriend to go with that unstable guy that's in and out of jail.
Yeah, I think something with the name lpedia.org should remain within the province of the LNC should have ultimate control over it. Now that said, there are a lot of issues that are very valid to be brought up here, and some sort of effort to update it should be stimulated. I think right now the question is that a priority over the next 16 weeks and 2 days? I think that you know that this is something. I see this as something, unless this is needed before November 8th, 2016. I think this is something that should be addressed by the LNC on or after November 9th.
Mr. Vora?
I kind of want to get the sense of everyone. Would it be okay if we had the following system set up, where we would maintain ownership over the domain name? The name servers could be adjusted so that they pointed to a site on a server run by the LSLA, and that it would be subject to APRC review the same way that Facebook is, where the APRC could go in, and if they found something that was false or objectionable or something, they would have that oversight, which would be probably used as often as it is on Facebook page, like once every 10 years. Would that?
I think that would create resentment. If we want to maintain that level of control, we should keep it. We should find a way. You know, these shared servers are not a lot of money. I asked, we're looking at maybe putting $200 a year at this to maintain our institutional memory and set up a historical committee. That's my preference. I brought this motion in desperation because I do have a little bit of frustration, it's a little bit of a tangent, is I tried to bring this up on the email discussion list, and unfortunately not everyone really participates in the email discussion list. I would have preferred not to waste our travel time on this, but it's the only way. I was desperate to get it before everyone.
Is there any objection here from Mr. Neal? Go ahead, Mr. Neal.
All right, part of my job, I work in tech, part of my job is finding gaps, bringing up things that other people don't think about. APRC should have jurisdiction to review new things. New. If you're going to post historical documents, they have no authority to say what can or can be published for things that were documents that are historical in nature. Those need to be published exactly as they were. They have no value. They need to be protected from outside interference. So you don't want a crowdsourcing world where people can go in and say, I'm going to change the minutes from the Dallas Accord to show that it never happened. You have to have some level of protection. It's a big issue. Mr. Redpath got the most compelling thing. He said it. It's a great idea. It needs to be discussed, but does it need to be done in the next 16 weeks? It's not as simple as everybody seems to think it might be. I think it has a lot of ramifications and implications that should be judged. It's my opinion.
We have now gone through everybody once.
We have 10 seconds left on this item, Mr. Chairman.
I would call that out of time. So are we ready to move to vote? Or would we like to extend?
Move to extend for 5 minutes.
Objection.
Move to extend for 1 minute to create a substitute motion. Is it possible?
Second.
To create a historic committee.
Oh,
How was that?
God bless.
No? All right. I'll withdraw. I'll withdraw. Never mind.
Wow. So are you, what are you?
I'm cross-talking with Daniel about.
Oh, okay. I thought it sounded like crosstalk. It was just so surprising for the secretary.
So
I heard so much.
I
move to
believe-
extend for
I
5 minutes,
believe
Mr. Chair.
What the secretary is trying to help you with is that if you want to move to extend for a minute, it's probably to refer to an existing committee because that's a lot easier to do.
I move to.
There's one that has 2 letters in its name,
Could be mistaken for a pronoun.
like it.
Oh, yeah. I move to.
Extend for 1
Extend for 1
minute
minute.
to consider a substitute
Consider a substitute
amendment to
amendment.
refer the issue
To
of
refer the
LPD's
issue
hosting and
hosting
upgrade
of the LP
to
to
the
the
IT
IT
committee.
committee.
No substitute motion, it's the way
Actually, I mean, it really just be moving to extend to move to refer this motion to the IT committee, right?
Right.
For their, because then they'll
It's a second.
tell us what they want.
Is there objection?
Is there any objection to moving extend for 1 minute to consider that motion to refer this motion to
Point of
the
information.
IT committee? Point of information.
Daniel is as chair of the IT committee.
No, I'm
No,
chair.
it doesn't exist
Oh,
yet.
excuse me. Okay, I guess then I withdraw my point of information.
So, Mr. Katz,
Do we have a sense of when the IT committee will be populated?
I already have an email from one of the potential members of it, so hopefully soon, within the month, within a month. Is there any objection to extending for 1 minute to consider that motion? Hearing no objection to extending for 1 minute, are you making that motion?
I am making my motion.
Is there a second? There's a second. Is there objection to referring the motion that Ms. Harlow submitted to the IT committee? Hearing no objection, it will be referred to the IT committee, and then they'll get back to us on what's the best idea. Okay, now, from where we're at in the agenda, we have 2 things left. We've got regional reports, verbal as supplement to the printed ones. We have new business without previous notice, and then we have discussion of goals that kind of got pushed to the end. So we have 5 minutes each for each of the regional reports, and I think we can probably get through them pretty quickly. Does anyone feel like we need a 5-minute recess before we get into a block of time?
Yes.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
And also, like.
Sorry, that was
They can use some of their time.
So 2016.
Everyone's at their trust. Oh, yes, right there. That's probably where we'll go. Well, because it's top of mind. Right? If I'm not able to respond to email without seeing something, I have to get my email screen. That's probably best.
Who is actually ideas from the Libertarian Party than a student group that's actually been recognized, is actually affiliated with all sorts of other organizations. It just depends upon what it is that you want to look at. We have the same thing. We're trying to get local affiliates in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I'm the guy who basically is responsible for helping to build local affiliate parties. But what do you mean by local affiliate party? Do you mean one that's been formally recognized as the official affiliate in a region? Do you mean we have a contact there? I mean, if so, what's the extent to which the contact actually does anything?
Yeah.
I mean, these, you know, and there's just so much involved to explain the areas.
Sir. Yeah, sounds good to me. He's actually yeah. So
Stuff, exactly.
Wes and social media.
And people are dying.
So we good. I need to ask questions. Right, did you see what I typed you? Yeah, I know that. Okay. That was it? Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that. I actually felt there may have been details on this. And I was just trying to skip that and search the line.
It doesn't have to happen. That was.
We need to, I mean, just take a look at that thread. And I think you'll see exactly what I'm pointing to when you. I just like something you talk about. Yeah. No, I was. It was one of those things where. Even information that I I don't have information.
I'll email it. Okay.
What I went out.
Yes. No, I don't know. I don't know. But it's
I've had enough balance.
So you don't work
How long I support ready to figure out come on, you didn't exactly wrestle with that for
And I mean, it'll go
One point there's going to be a vision that they have now. I appreciate
I hope
picture.
That's real convenient to National Airport. Sometimes 5-10 minutes walk to the petrol station, 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, that's not us.
Yeah, the hotel. Yeah, we're targeted for the now we're requesting and give us a code for the rate.
These look to be done, I mean, it was taken from someone who started it on the road.
Yeah, it's good, because I was flying Southwest.
But now
Somebody else.
The student called me. No,
So,
For you?
back on regional reports. As soon as the secretary's ready.
He may already talk to you. I forgot that you knew Brett was chair for one who's out of all the chairs. Who was? Anyway.
Ms. Mattson, are you ready?
Yeah,
All right, so we'll do regional reports as supplement to the printed reports. It is assumed that everyone read the reports that were distributed, so I encourage everybody to use as much or as little time as you need.
So I get to start, huh?
Yes, Ms. Harlow, go ahead.
I actually don't assume.
Just pass supplement.
I actually don't assume everyone read the 41-page report, but I would love it if you did. I have just a couple introductory remarks and a supplement. I'll make it really quick. And I would encourage the regionals to do this because I want to just relate a little bit of experience I had. I personally spoke to every single chair and did not rely upon email updates. And let me tell you, they were very appreciative of actually having that touch. Well, some of them were. Some of them at first, when I called, I'm going to give you a quote. What they said to me when I caught them on the phone was like, "Oh shit, I've spent my time avoiding you people, and now you caught me on the phone." But after speaking with them for an hour and a half or so, and they saw that it wasn't an adversarial relationship, I think a lot of bridges were built just with this one thing. I have made a pledge to continue that in Region 1. And I would encourage the other regional representatives to do that. I think there's a little bit of an adversarial relationship between the affiliates and the national, and that breaks my heart. As far as the supplement, the only thing that has happened since the time of the report is that Arizona suit that was mentioned, they did have a hearing on July 12th, and I spoke with Michael, the chair of Arizona, and he went into it very confident, but now he's not sure that they have a really tremendously oppressive petition requirement. If you don't read anything else in my report, I suggest you go read the Arizona section and see what they're trying to pull with the party there. And hopefully there'll be a decision on that soon, and I would entertain any questions about my report or maybe the different methodology I've tried to bring in the relationship of the regional to the affiliates.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Harlow?
You just told me your report is 42 pages. I'd like to commend you for possibly submitting the most detailed regional report in the history of the party. Given that it is 42 pages and I didn't make it through all the reports, I haven't actually read it. I'm just wondering if there are any things in there that you find particularly important to bring to our attention.
Well, there's not one thing in particular, but let me relate something else. When I did put this out, I got immediate feedback from the Johnson campaign regional worker who said, "Oh my God, I'm going to be able to use this to be able to gauge what's of interest and of importance to the affiliates." There are things in here where there are some recommendations that the affiliates asked that national consider. And this may or may not be a legitimate complaint complaint. But I think when people are complaining, you need to listen without discounting what they said. In my region, everyone except for Washington has ballot access, and they're going to have it, and they'd be doing it on their own. Right, wrong, or indifferent, there's a feeling in Region 1 that we get the short shrift, that all the party money is being spent on ballot access. And that's one of the reasons I brought that Colorado motion that was defeated. That I think we need to think sometimes that some states have this feeling. They might be wrong to have this feeling, but it's out there. That on states that aren't getting a lot of attention, that maybe, you know, national needs to look at that a little bit, because it's a pervasive sentiment in the states that have either gotten ballot access on their own or have had it. That we really need to be paying attention to all of our affiliates, not just the ones that are having problems.
Okay, crowdfunding project could help address that potentially.
I'm just speaking more of the, I want to see the.
I mean, you give them an avenue to put their projects forward.
No crosswalk. It is more to start off. As a question, for things like the Colorado motion that was proposed and did not pass, do you think it would help if the LNC were to have a substantial affiliate support budget, or a substantial amount that's over and above the amount that covers Andy Burns' time, that was then spendable at the discretion of, with the approval of the affiliate support committee? Would that help resolve some of these issues?
It would. I think even the gesture would. Even if any, no, we need to start making overtures of friendliness and cooperation with the affiliates, is the sense that I have.
Okay. Someone might want to think of a motion before the meeting's over. Region 2.
Well, we go from the longest report to what I think is probably the on Region 2. However, Region 2, of course, is Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida, 3 active parties with active websites and active organizations. They have all 3 good websites, especially Florida's. Anyway, Florida also has a good submission in LP News. So if you want more detail on each of 3 states in Region 2, you can refer to that, and I'll be happy to talk with you outside about these things. Would like to welcome the new alternate, his first LNC meeting. I'm sure most of you have already met Stephen Nicola. Anyway, if he has anything to mention about Florida, now's the time.
Yes, Florida, we have our first third-party primary for Senate, so that's pretty exciting. Not much else to report. We're really active, and I'm happy to be here. So.
Does anyone have questions for Region 2? Hearing no questions, thank you so much. Region 3.
I'd like to thank my predecessor from 2 terms ago, Jillian Mack, for providing the template by which both Ms. Harlos and I prepared our reports. I do feel inadequate in only having 19 pages in my report. However, I do have fewer states. I do have a few amendments to make just based on information, and I'll get to those in a second. As Ms. Harlos did in contacting her state chairs, I actually held I am holding conference calls with the state chairs and state vice chairs between the release of Mr. Sarwark's agenda and our meeting so that I can get a sense of their feeling as I do represent those 4 states. We're also communicating as a region with a regional Facebook group that anybody can participate in. And within my region specifically, we also have a Region 3 leadership group that includes those state chairs and state vice chairs, myself and Mr. Mullman, so that we can discuss issues that may not be appropriate for general discussion as we brainstorm or things that may be happening for or in the region. And as well as Ms. Harlos and Mr. Demarest, I also have a website, lncregion3.com, which I transformed from my campaign page for this position to be a resource for people who are interested in what's happening on the LNC that are not on Facebook and are not participating in other ways, so that at least they have that resource digitally, so that we can at least keep people and can keep people up to date with what's happening in Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, and Ohio. With regard to the updates and amendments to my report, on page 9, I listed Matthew Holder as the treasurer of Libertarian Party of Kentucky, and I was incorrect. It's James Bozeman. I also have, there was on Friday, not this Friday, but this past Friday, there was a ruling that they just appealed in Kentucky with regard to ballot access and the struggles that they've had there. And I have some updates with regard to the Ohio Drive, which I know that Ms. Redpath included in the ballot access update. Actually, it's not so much about Ohio, it's about Kentucky. Their pay drive has not yet started. They do anticipate having one state house candidate, one county commissioner candidate. They are currently petitioning, and then the pay drive for Johnson Weld in Kentucky hasn't started yet. They're asking volunteers to get their petitions back in the mail by 7/23 to allow validation to begin. Their deadline is 9/9. And I'm willing to entertain any questions with regard to Region 3 or my report. If not, I'd like to yield back my time.
Seeing no questions, thank you, Mr. Bittner. Region 4.
I thought I had the shortest report. my report is not only short, but I can't even access it on my phone because about 15 minutes before I came in here, I got some kind of cyber thing on there. And where's McAfee when you need him? So I can't even see my email. But I can remember, when your report's only it's almost a full page, double spaced. I talked to both of my state chairs, as I do all the time. Brett said there's nothing new to report that he can tell me about on the record. He's working on some pretty crazy things, and they have to do with Area 51. But in California, a lot of exciting things have happened. We do have 5 candidates. And remember, we're top 2. I don't know how many other states are top 2. There's not very many others.
Washington and Louisiana sort of, but
it's a tough deal for us. So I was hoping to go on to November. I did in my race for the assembly. I spent $13,000, of which I raised pretty much all. And my 2 opponents, the Democrat had $150,000, and the Republican incumbent had $400,000. I got 7.2% of the vote, which, there's less than 1% Libertarian. I almost hit double digits in the county of San Bernardino. That would have been nice. However, the 5 that we do have remaining are all ones that were write-ins in unopposed, so that we'll have our name on the ballot in those. We moved our state office from Sacramento. It's coming down to Monrovia now. There's always that, you talk about the state affiliates being in a little bit of having hassle with we have another Northern California and Southern California kind of back and forth on that. So that's going to bring us all a little bit more together. Politicon was a big nonpartisan get-together. I think most of you heard it. It was in Pasadena. It was just a few weeks ago. Gary spoke there. Actually, I went to the first one that was in LA Convention Center last year. The difference between last year and this year was there are a lot of libertarians there this year. It was really great for us. Got a lot of exposure out there. We've got the state fair, and I'd like Mr. Hinkle just maybe say a moment or two, just for a second of my time, on our state fair and how it's doing.
Yeah, the state fair is Sacramento. It's running from July 8th through the 24th. Andy Burns was very instrumental in helping us facilitate that. You got a real winner on your hands there. One thing that really impressed me, of course, we've got some Johnson t-shirts. We've got the Legalize It t-shirts with the marijuana leaf on it. Those are going like hotcakes. Andy Burns came up with this. When somebody would come up to the booth and most people who want to wear that sort of t-shirt, let's say, are on the lower socioeconomic scale. If they balked at the $10 price, he says, if you put it on right now, I'll sell it to you for $5. And they almost always went for it. So, and of course, they were walking around the fair advertising the booth for us. I put some pictures up on Facebook, and the other thing that really impressed me is the number of volunteers that came out. Again, we're just totally all exception of Andy. Virtually all of the volunteers that came out, the Libertarians that have been in the party 10, 12 years, but have not been active like for over a decade. So literally, Libertarians are coming out of the woodwork to support the Johnson Well campaign, and it's going very, very well. So again, thanks for lending Andy to us. That was a godsend. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And then one more note, we've got a couple of nonpartisan elections coming up in November. Susan Marie Weber, she'll be going for her first re-election. She's a city councilwoman in Palm Desert. We will be really, really trying to back her up in every way we can on that. And of course, we have Mr. Starr here that we hope to see as a city councilman on the city of Allenstown.
Awesome.
So a lot of exciting things.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Region 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submitted my report prior to the meeting. We'll be happy to entertain questions about it. I will note, might be of interest to members, I seem to be increasingly a go-to guy for RTTV. Since my report, I was asked to come in and offer my expert opinion about why Donald Trump is popular. I'm now, I think, officially being raised an apologist for RTTV. By the way, I do conduct the broadcast in English, as opposed, which is a good thing because I've forgotten nearly all the Russian I once learned. And I'll be happy to entertain questions about my report.
Are you doing them live, or are you
Both.
going studio or Skype?
Skype, and some of them are live, some of them are recorded for subsequent dismissal.
Okay. And this is not as germane to the report. How does it feel as far as the editorial line? Because I've done stuff with them before. Is it more overtly pro-Russian or less?
No. But most of the things that they're asking, Mr. Chairman, do deal with the American political situation. There are clearly situations where they're looking for a particular answer, and in some cases I think I give it to them. In some cases I clearly didn't give them the answer they were looking for. But for some reason, perhaps by virtue of my charm, sparkling personality, and ruggedly handsome good looks, they are seeking me out as a source on a regular basis.
Awesome. Region 6.
Mr. Chairman, the big news in Region 6 is, of course, the Illinois success with their ballot access signatures and with the LNC assistance. And I think they should be congratulated on that. Marvelous success. Another big item is that Nebraska is now the second state with a Libertarian state senator. And
Laura Ebke, right?
Right.
Well, the first state with the state senator.
Yeah, you're actually the first Libertarian
Highest
state
ranking
senator.
Yeah, because it is the first.
Ever.
Mr. Moore is
Is it ever?
I think it might be ever.
Do we have one before?
It wasn't.
We would have one before as a state senate.
A state senator.
Yes, you got the first.
oh, I'll pass that on. So, and I have also suggested to the Johnson campaign that they work closely with Laura Ebke. I think they have a lot in common. So
That would be an excellent idea. I had an opportunity to talk to her a little bit, and she is really a very impressive person, in addition to having remarkably good judgment about her current choice of political party.
local candidates, we have quite a few in most of the states in our region, and Nebraska is making a remarkable effort as far as increasing their voter registration. I believe it's up over 33% in the last 12 months, and it is accelerating. So it's doing well, and in general in Region 6 that is the case. The voter registration is going up double digit. So
Awesome.
doing well. Wanted to focus just a little bit on the goals for the LNC, and top of the list would be to consider reinstating the LNC policy of funneling a percentage of new national LP memberships back to the states. I believe we used to do this at the level of 50%, if I'm correct. That might be a little high, but the general principle is if you funnel money back to the states, they're going to be very active in promoting national LP memberships. I think it's a win-win. And this is something to be brought up after the November elections and after the due diligence, and I'll be submitting a motion on that.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Demers? Thank you so much. Region 7.
Okay, so I'll have 6 states, and they are all reporting upticks in their membership and inquiries in media attention, etc. A couple of them also credited Andy Burns with coming to help, so that's a good thing. Individual things of note, I would say Arkansas had, let's see, they were supposed to get a ruling or on the 11th from federal courts in a lawsuit that they have filed. They had, some of their nominees were chosen after the date that was specified by the state. And so they filed a lawsuit to challenge that, and we're supposed to get a ruling on the 11th, and the judge has said he's going to give it tomorrow. What?
No, I got something on it.
Okay.
So.
I only got that update just from looking it up myself earlier, because I hadn't heard anything since the report was written.
Oh,
They
this
were
is the
supposed
one
to
where
get-
he did some stuff, but there's still an order coming or something.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So basically what happened was they had not chosen all of their nominees prior to whatever date the state had set for all of those to be decided. They wound up having a convention, chose nominees, and they were not going to be allowed. So.
I try not to eat your time, and I'll give you more. But Richard Winger had posted that they did issue an order in LP Arkansas v. Martin. They basically said it was, they struck it down, but they didn't put any of the other ones on. So it was a weird baby splitting thing.
Okay.
So Arkansas will no longer be required to hold a convention that early, but the people in the spring convention didn't get put on, because I think the judge said he could nominate them back at the whole one. So it's kind of a mix. That's what ballot access says.
Right. Louisiana, obviously of note would be that the convention will be in New Orleans in 2018, but also on September 17th, they will have the Libertarian leadership training there. That's something in case you guys are interested. Oklahoma also had, and for the first time in 16 years, an actual primary for Libertarians, and they had 99% voter turnout for Libertarians.
That's pretty awesome. Some good turnout.
Yeah, so Robert Murphy will be on the ballot for U.S. Rep. Yeah, U.S. Rep. And then from Texas, the one thing that I know they wanted me to pass on to you was, or to this body, that they love Nation Builder and want you guys to keep it so that they can keep it. That's it.
Any questions? Dr. Lark.
First of all, Ms. Dew, thanks for being part of the team. Welcome for your first LNC meeting. A couple of points. First one with respect to the September 17th event in Louisiana,
yes.
the Libertarian Leadership event. You might want, if they're not already aware, you might want to note that September 17th is the observation Constitution Day. For some libertarians, that is a point of some, and they may want to try to tie that in with their activities. Second point, with the advent of Brexit, the UK leaving the EU, there's been talk of Texit.
Yes.
I would think that to the extent that that actually is drawing any attention, that there would be many people in the Texit movement who would be very keen on the libertarian perspective. Is there any sort of organized effort to reach out to people who perhaps are actively talking about that issue?
Oh yeah, we, the Texas Nationalist Movement, we have several of them active in the Libertarian Party of Texas, so they attend our meetings, they attend our conventions. In fact, we work very closely with them to something in our platform related to secession, while most of us don't necessarily think that it's a viable option. Some of us do, and so we did have discussions with them during our convention this year to keep it in. Our platform committee had decided to take it out completely, but we left it in because of that group. We do work with them. It has not, the Texit matter it's in the wind, but it's not something that the party is actually addressing right now. But we're sympathetic for sure.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Thanks a lot. Does the newly elected at-large member know anything about what's happening in Region 8?
I think you've heard about enough from us. We were the stars of an earlier segment. New England is not leaving any new EUs or anything like that. Just no matter what England does. And Region 8 is also known as the region of bad Aston. There's a written report, a lot of ballot access, and a lot of litigation has been kind of the theme in New England. A number of candidates are mentioned there who have been nominated by various states. Like I said, a lot of litigation. We've been doing some legislative lobbying. We do have another bill coming into the legislature in the next session to try to improve our ballot access retention situation. That'll again be introduced by Devin Carney, who introduced several bills on the topic last session as well in Connecticut. And I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions from the at-large member? Hearing none, thank you so much. So well informed about the region.
It's weird how that happened.
The next item on the agenda would be a recess, but we took one very shortly ago and trying to get us close to done. So if there's no objection, we would move into new business without previous notice. And the first item I have in that stack is Mr. Hagan with a proposal for support of Mr. Moore for 10 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Hagan.
Okay. Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do first before I get to the motion. Actually, I'll offer two motions to do donations to help out John Moore's re-election campaign. We can, according to the state law, we can legally give him up to $10,000 to his campaign fund. He's hoping to get $40,000. He also has a PAC set up. That's probably a forklift and not a truck, Jim.
He's here to get all that money.
Yeah. So as a PAC set up to help out his campaign, then we can contribute another $30,000 too. So I'll offer two motions, do one at a time. So first motion is
What was the second one?
30 to a PAC.
30,000 to a PAC he has set up to help his campaign. So I move that we donate $10,000 to the More for Assembly campaign, and to do an increase on the budget line 60, just candidates, campaign initiatives, increase it by same amount. It's currently 12,000.
So we go to 22?
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Mr. Hayes. Point of
Number?
60.
60. Mr. Hagan, have you verified that we're okay to transfer from our fund to those funds? There's nothing wrong with us doing it.
Not right. There's nothing wrong.
Do you want to?
No.
Do you want to speak further to your motion?
Yeah. Most of us know that Assemblyman Moore, he got elected 2 years ago as a Republican and did the brave and bold move, I think it's very bold, to switch his party registration Libertarian. So he's running out re-election as Libertarian, does have a Democrat and Republican running against him. And for last filing, the Republican had to raise 10,000. The Democrat has raised 100,000. A lot of it's from labor unions. And I think John has about 56,000. And I think we should show our support. He's one of the first, and now we have the follow-on from Nebraska legislatures sitting in Capitol offices, switching the party registration, showing our support.
Mr. Redpath and Mr. Vaughn.
I thank Assemblyman Moore for joining the Libertarian Party. I have donated to his campaign either $100 or $101, I forget, $100. I hope he gets reelected. That said, we've seen this movie before, and it doesn't play very well. I stand stridently in opposition to this motion. In August 2011, Columbus, Ohio, the Indiana LP came and asked for an encumbrance, a payment of $50,000 to the Ed Coleman for city county council in Indianapolis. I abstained on that vote only because I was a chicken. Because the vote had already been decided. Madam Secretary took the roll going around the opposite side of the table. It was clear that it already had passed by the time it came to me. I abstained instead of voting no. But if it started gone the other way around, I would have voted no. What I feared did happen on Election Day 2011. And this is no slam against Ed Coleman or anybody in the Libertarian Party of Indiana, but Ed was beaten and beaten decisively, and $50,000 of LNC money was spent. Now, when we met down in Phoenix back in February, we had been told by the chair of the Nevada LP and the political director, Jason Wyman of the Nevada LP, who's not here today, stated that there would not be a Republican. And why is there not going to be a Republican? Well, I can't tell you. Well, I can tell you the story. And it is that the Republican Party couldn't really control the situation, apparently. They tried to control the situation, is my understanding. But some guy decided to run, even though he was asked by the Republican Party not to, but he ran anyway. And so now we've got a standard situation, where a Democrat and a Republican are running against John Moore. And I wish him the best. And believe me, if I were out here, I'd be working on his campaign. But I will tell you, and by the way, pardon me for going on, but addressing your point, Ms. Harlos, about these states, I am open to better ways to spend the money of the Libertarian National Committee. I am. But I haven't heard a better suggestion than ballot access. If there were somewhere where people were actually being elected as Libertarians to state legislatures, or they were doing something that were getting people elected, I'd go, wait a minute, hold on, let's reevaluate our priorities. But the sad fact is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I will tell you a fact. What I understand to be a fact is that in the entire history of the Libertarian Party, there has been one instance running in a single member district only as a Libertarian, that is not fusion, okay? Single member district, only a Libertarian, running for a state legislative office and winning. And that was Andre Maru in Alaska for the House of Representatives in 1984. He ran for re-election in 1986, and he was defeated. I wish Assemblyman Moore the best. I hope he wins. I thank him for coming over, but this is going to be 40 grand thrown down a rat hole, point blank, if this passes. And I have to urge this committee to vote no.
Just
sorry, but that's
information. We're considering 10 at this point.
10. Sorry, 10. I'm sorry.
The comments are still germane. I had Mr. Vora next, and then Ms. Harlos, and then Mr. Katz, and then Mr. Hewitt. So, Mr. Vora.
Mr. Redpath actually brought up quite a few of the points that I was going to bring up. It does seem very, very very similar to the Ed Coleman situation. One thing that may be different, this is one thing that I want to get information from those who might know, is one of the things that caused Ed Coleman to really not really even have a chance was that if the city council, Indiana allowed straight party ticket voting. So it means that you could just go in, push Republican, and then you're done. You don't look at anybody else, you don't look at any of the details. If that's different in this case, I mean, I would be willing to consider to a certain extent. But when we're talking about, $10,000 is ballot access in the state. If we're talking about $50,000, that's ballot access in 3 or 4 states. I mean, it's not a small amount of money that we're talking about, and the opportunity cost is significant. Like Mr. Redpath, I donated to his campaign. I intend to donate again to his campaign. I think his courage has been inspiration to everybody. I think that he's done an amazing amount for liberty already, and I think we should do everything we can to support it. I think that there are better ways that we can support it that don't involve the high risk of money loss, while at the same time giving him a huge amount of national promotion that realistically he wouldn't be able to get if he was running as a Republican, but he can get running as a Libertarian because he can make use of the Libertarian National Committee's mailing list, email list, and Facebook page, and all these different things. There's a lot we can provide that I think should be considered first.
I have next Carlos, then Katz, Hewitt, then Mayor Lark. Oh, and without objection, if Mr. Hagan can answer whether or not they got a straight ticket here.
We don't have straight ticket here.
Okay. So Ms. Harlows.
On this issue, I'm actually sympathetic to what you're asking for, and some of the things I say are because I'm green and I don't really know what we can or cannot say or ask for. But this is another way we can help the affiliates. For instance, and I'm going to be dragging in someone from my region, Alaska was mentioned before. You've got Sean Stevens who's running out there for U.S. Senate that's pulling great numbers. And I think actually spending money on helping some of these candidates with the higher profile or winnable races is a way to start drawing more quality candidates. One of the big complaints we hear is that LP candidates get so very little support. I'm not saying I necessarily would vote for your motion, but I'm sympathetic to the idea that we need to be picking on some key races in the most profitable way and start supporting these candidates. I know that was a request from Alaska, and I didn't realize I could make it, or I'd be having a similar motion to you. And to answer some of the comments there, I agree that ballot access is extraordinarily important, but in order to have ballot access, you have to have strong parties that are going to be putting forth candidates that are going to take advantage of this access. And investing money in certain campaigns or in other items builds the base that will bring us up. So I guess it was more of just a running commentary, but I do think as the LNC we need to think about supporting some of these winnable or high-profile campaigns. Whether this is a good one or not, I don't know. I plead ignorance. I'd be arguing for Ms. Stevens in Alaska, but.
I've been informed the time has expired, 10 minutes has expired. I have 4 people on deck, and I'm sorely tempted to speak on this myself.
Move to extend for
Everyone else
10
has a
minutes.
chance.
Move to extend for 10.
10 sounds good. And no objection. All right, so Mr. Katz.
So I was thrilled to hear that John Moore had come to the Libertarian Party. And I'd love to see us do everything we can to support him, which is what makes opposing this motion challenging for me, but I'm going to do it anyway. If we are going to be in the business of picking and choosing candidates to support, I'd like to know first what's going to be the strategy by which we do so. And one of the things I'm afraid of is that strategy going to amount to they had to have been elected as a Republican or a Democrat the first time before we can support them. I don't know, but if this is the precedent, this is where we start, I'm afraid that's going to become the pattern. And furthermore, my overall prejudice is I don't think that that's necessarily business I'd like to see us get into. My prejudice is I'd like to see us building our brand and credibility nationwide and providing them with a name, providing them with the national appeal of our party. That's my overall prejudice. And my third prejudice here is if we're going to do this, I would like it to be through a structure that involves something other than a motion of the LNC. I'd like it to be through the candidate support committee that can go out and find the candidates and races that they think are best. I don't think that any of us are positioned to compare Mr. Moore to Laura Epke and decide where this money needs to go. I think that a committee for that purpose would be more beneficial.
Mr. Hewitt?
Your state senate candidate, she just changed over, right? She didn't get elected right now, is that right? When I ran back in 2014 for the state senate on a special election, the incumbent that I ran against, he spent over $300,000, and $250,000 came from the state Republican Party. They needed to keep that seat. We don't get a chance like a John Moore very often. A year ago, I sat out here right across the street at 2 in the morning and helped talk him into coming over to our party. And what I said, if you do, it will inspire others to follow you. We're asking for $10,000 right now from a national party for someone who is a libertarian and has taken that chance. Whether he wins or loses, and he may very well lose now that there's that other Republican there to mix it up, you know. But if he does well at all and shows, and being the incumbent and having been a very popular guy, he's a likable guy. He does more for us than 10,000 can ever do for us. We have to get policymakers at the next level. We have a chance to do it, and he will make national news if he pulls this off. Hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars in TV time or anything else, we couldn't buy that kind of exposure. A libertarian won at the State House, running as a libertarian. To me, it's a no-brainer. If we don't take chances, we'll never get past the boutique party that we've been. Of course we've got principles. We're not giving up any of our principles. We're backing up somebody that's made a sacrifice to represent his true values and say, look, they haven't won, and I will take this chance and I will do it. And I'd like to see us put at least $10,000 into that.
Mr. Bittner?
I think I can provide a little bit more insight, and I have a little bit of unique insight as somebody who has won re-election as a libertarian. The first thing that I would like to do is echo Mr. Katz's call for a strategic plan for how we want to spend the money. The other thing that I wanted to do is add on to what Arvin brought up with regard to Ed Coleman. In addition to straight ticket voting, he was also running against an incumbent because he had moved from an at-large position, which was city county-wide, to a districted position against a very popular incumbent who is now a very popular candidate for state senate and is very popular in the area where he is. And that wasn't something that was brought to the table in 2011 in August in Columbus. I can tell you that re-election as a libertarian is hard. I did it. I did a lot of work. I had a lot of people that were doing a lot of work for me, but I was able to do it without coming to my county party, my national party for money. The one thing that I would add to, that I would like to bring up to Mr. Hagan is the same thing that I brought up to the team that presented Mr. Coleman in Columbus, and that is it's contingent upon a match of funds raised by the campaign. That was something that I suggested to the team that they ignored in Columbus, but I thought would have been more effective and showed that there was a lot of skin in the game and a lot of effort made by the campaign to earn the money that they were seeking from the LNC. Right now I'm still kind of on the fence, but those were the things that I thought were important to bring up. And on that side of things. On the other side of things, I think that seeing someone move from one party as an elected official to another is something that does not happen very often, and usually it's for political expediency. It's usually for their political gain. I saw it in Georgia as people turned from Democrats to Republicans to get elected because they saw that the state turned from blue to red. He has not done it for that reason. He has not done it because he is looking to get reelected. He's actually done it because he believes in the principles, and he is somebody who's doing it a harder way because he could get reelected as a Republican if he wanted to. And so I think that we also need to be encouraging of legislators and elected officials who are willing to make that leap. Because, as has been brought up, we will be attracting others who wish to do so when they see that they have the support. So those are the things that I'm considering, and I thought I wanted to answer some of the things and add to some of the things that have been said with the insight that I can provide as somebody who worked with Coleman's team and who has been elected and re-elected as a Libertarian.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Dr. Lark, and then Star Child.
I have a point of information.
Point of information, Ms. Harlows.
What is the ballot access status in Nevada?
Nevada has automatic ballot access.
It's one of the easiest ones.
Recognition, correct?
Yeah, we have it because myself and Jim Dunsey got enough votes the last election to carry ballot access for this year.
So ballot access funds haven't
Not been
had to
expended.
be
It's
spent.
pretty easy to
Okay.
keep.
So I have Lark, Star Child, and Marsh. Dr. Lark.
First of all, a question. Was any sort of proposal by the Moore campaign put before this committee? I don't remember seeing.
There was a presentation at a previous LNC.
Yeah, yes, I apologize, I should have made it clear, I saw that.
Okay.
I would have, if I were asking money or asking someone to ask for money, I actually would have had a presentation for the LNC to indicate this is the lay of the land. This is what I think I can do, this is where I'm polling, this is how much I've raised, this is how much I think I can raise, this is how much your money is going to help as a multiplier. I actually would be inclined perhaps to vote for money for Mr. Moore, but I'd like to see a little bit more. I don't remember everything that was discussed at the previous LNC meeting. I'd like to see a little bit more information before we actually make this decision.
Star Child, and then Mr. Marsh.
I feel kind of the same way about this that I did with approving money for Riot Fest in Colorado. We keep doing these things on an ad hoc basis, and I've said it before. Joshua's said it again just now, and Brett seconded that. We need some kind of plan or system, and I think the reason that hasn't happened is because it is very difficult. It's often comparing apples and oranges. I think the way to address this is crowdfunding. And I keep harping on this, but I think it's because it's a good idea, and I think it would help us a lot. One of the things it would help us with is avoiding this kind of dilemma coming up again repeatedly. If something meets some minimum threshold of acceptability, we simply add it to the crowdfunding page and let our donors out there decide what they think is important.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Are we able to set up donations for state level candidates legally?
Right. We can't. That is one type of crowdfunding that oftentimes is not legal for us to do. It amounts to fundraising for state candidates by a federal committee, and it is fraught with peril, and I would not recommend it.
Fair enough.
You don't. The rules that you would have to follow make it so that you really wouldn't want to do it. I have Mr. Marsh and Mr. Hayes. Was that a point of information?
Question,
Mr. Hayes? Yes, go ahead.
Would it be possible for us, instead of donating money to the campaign, to donate to the LP Nevada?
It is always possible for us to give money to the state parties. I believe there's no restriction on us giving to any affiliate in any amount other than maybe state campaign finance laws.
Time, Mr. Chairman, 10 minutes is up.
Time has expired. I would note that Mr. Marsh and Mr. Hayes are on deck and have not spoken, and I
Extend for 5.
And I would also like to speak if the body will indulge me and
Extend for 6.
6. Is there any objection to extending for 6? Mr. Marsh.
First of all, question, has the Nevada State Party donated to John's campaign?
Not money, because we only have like just under $500 in our banking account. We have all volunteers who are organized to donate to help out ours with the campaign.
Okay.
And we're actually doing a fundraiser today, a telephone raiser for him and a couple other candidates to get people to donate directly to the campaigns.
This is going to be my toughest decision today of everything we've done, because I totally sympathize with with John Moore. I think we need to, in this case, I think we need to step out and do it. But I see the other side, the slippery slope. If you see other than what we had or what we did have in Indiana, apparently a few years ago, but I think this is a special case, and I think you told me, what did you say? He had raised $56,000?
Right.
Okay. And that was from various fundraisers, personal funds, LP members in Nevada?
Some were LP members, and I think some people he knows.
Chris Rupert donated 40,000.
Yeah.
He's our largest donor.
Okay. And again, something that was said earlier about, you know, we don't have to spend any ballot excess money in Nevada. And I personally think maybe to funnel it through the state party would be the correct way to do it. You know, the state party would then in turn, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Would you be amenable to changing your motion or friendly motion to do it that way?
Can't do that. We can't do that. It's not legal.
Well,
Mr. Marsh has the floor.
to be clear, in this particular case, my understanding is Nevada's FEC filing, so we could actually give money to the state party. It would run into more of an issue of whether or not the state party could give it to Mr. Moore is no.
Yeah, I think same limit 10,000.
So there would be no effective difference though, right? Because if we give it to the state party in a targeted way, then it's just an extra hand on the tiller.
I'm sorry, I don't agree with that because it would take away the capacity of the state party to give more money. I would
That's
think.
right. You'd also you would eat their cap.
Okay.
And so that might
I
not be a
withdraw
good
that.
idea.
Makes sense.
Mr. Hayes, then Ms. Billiou.
So in Louisiana, John Moore came and spoke at our state convention. During that convention, I made an appeal to the members that were in attendance at that event to donate to his campaign, and we raised $2,500. Some of that money I probably could have gotten to be donated to my local affiliates and the state affiliate. So that cut into what we could use in Louisiana. That was some of our money. And because I believe in this. You know, this is the first person to come over. I spend an inordinate amount of time lobbying at our state legislature. I have legislators that joke about coming over. I have legislators that earnestly tell me they wish they were libertarian, but we don't have the support at the present time. We need to start showing that we have the support. Our states are not necessarily quite able. That's why we need to sort of focus. We've got the ability at the national level to target some funds on the first guy that's come over. Let's show these people that there's some value here. You know, yes, it's a risk, but as Mr. Hewitt said, you know, we've got to show these people that, you know, there's something there, and this guy took a risk. So I urge us to do this. You know, and a lot of times we micromanage so much stuff and talk about sending things to committees, and we delay so many things. We're like Hamlet. We vacillate between thought and action until the state of Denmark is ruined. We have opportunity. We need to take it.
Ms. Billiou?
I agree with Mr. Marsh. This is very difficult, partly because I came into this situation being wholly focused on ballot access and not at all interested in supporting individual candidates. However, lots of points have been made regarding the states that we don't have to fund ballot access for. Maybe this is the trade-off for those states. At the same time, Arkansas has a candidate that they're going to have a special session for state house race. The Democrat and Republican are probably not even going to bother to take this lame duck, to fight for this lame duck position, which means the Libertarian in that case might actually have a chance, knowing they're going to lose it when the election comes back around, knowing it's going to go back to Republicans. How would we justify to that candidate if they were to for money for that same kind of situation? Is John Moore really likely to maintain that seat if he's actually a Libertarian now for the next election? Do you know what I mean? The other thing is, I'm looking at his re-election website. I don't see the mention Libertarian not once. And I don't know if that's something that we would want to address if we were to decide to give money to him.
Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken who wishes to speak on this? Yeah, I know I want to speak, that's not.
We're out of time, but I move to extend to hear the chairman speak.
Okay.
Second.
I will keep it short, and I was vacillating between whether or not this is something I wanted to stick my neck out on. I have a lot more opportunities now than I used to talk to legislators before they switch over to being libertarians. I did speak with Ms. Epke before she decided to switch to be libertarian. I did speak to John Moore before he decided to switch to be libertarian. I'm speaking to other people and continue to solicit those opportunities to speak to people before they decide to be libertarian. One of the questions that comes up is there any support for me if I do this? If I take a risk, will you take a risk too? And I have never, ever promised money, ever. Because I know that you guys control the money, and I don't. And so I don't make promises of things that I can't do. But putting the promise aside, there is a signal that is made by the party stepping up and standing behind somebody who has taken a risk. And sometimes providing positive feedback for that signal is as easy as Lauren Doherty staying up late to write, some soft, kind words about political courage. And sometimes it's as hard as taking $10,000 and spending it to help get somebody reelected, knowing, as Mr. Redpath points out, that the political dynamic in the race has shifted and we may not win. But if we won't fight for the people who are willing to come over for us because we may not win, then our commitment to them, while I can say nice things, may have a tendency to ring hollow. That we want them, but we don't care to try to keep them. That we want them, but we won't stand behind them. And then the doubt that people have, which is I can't leave my safe old party because I'm going to lose my base of support and you guys just won't do it, will become more of a reality, and there will be fewer John Moores. I do think that there are a few motions that ought to be made this meeting to do things like empower the affiliate support committee to decide which affiliate projects should get funded and just spend the money instead of bringing it to the whole body. To have something like a campaign support committee that has a budget that's empowered to make decisions about how to spend the money and just spend the money and not bring it before the body. That said, the decision's in front of us right now. It's important to make decisions. That's why we were elected, and I will vote yes. No, we've already spoken. I'm being hard on that rule only because we've been burning a lot of time on this. So, I think it's time to move to a roll call vote, except the secretary's computer went kaboom.
So the reason for the flinching was I'm plugged into a power strip and suddenly my computer said low battery, plug in, and I'm like, I'm plugged in, and there's some kind of short. I don't know if it's a loose outlet or whatever, but anyway, I temporarily seem to have power, but in the meantime, my computer decided I'm shutting down. So I'm just waiting on it to come back up. And
Does somebody with a pen and a paper?
I can do it manually if you like there. So.
All right, when you're ready. So the motion to restate it is the motion to give $10,000 to John Moore's campaign for re-election for state assembly in Nevada, correct? Right. Okay. Ms. Harlos.
If I pass, will I be able to?
If you pass, it'll come back around to you.
I pass.
Mr. Bittner.
Pass.
Eventually it doesn't work, but. Mr. Marsh.
Yes.
Mr. Katz.
Yes.
Dr. Lark.
Nay.
Mr. Redpath.
With regret, no.
Star Child.
Same.
Mr. Demarest?
Yes.
Ms. Billiou?
Yes.
Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Vora?
Yes.
Ms. Mattson?
Yes.
Ms. Harlos?
Yes, with disappointment that he does not use the word libertarian in his site. I almost voted no because of that.
Mr. Bittner?
Yes.
Was there any other pass? Did I miss one? Starchild voted no. You voted no, is that right, Starchild?
That's correct.
You said no.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
I will vote yes.
Okay, so since I'm doing this by hand and keeping up here, I have yeses from everyone except Lark, Redpath, and Starchild, is that correct? Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 yes, 3 no.
Passes. We're out of time unless there is a motion to extend to continue considering giving more money to Mr. Moore. I'm going to suggest to Mr. Hagan that that might not be a profitable use of time.
Probably not this reluctant, so yes, this work.
So is everyone okay with us moving on to the next agenda item?
Could a recess make sense at this time so the computer comes back up?
Oh, it's back. The next item was the Rhode Island proposal. Mr. Vora, for 10 minutes.
Pat Ford, the state chair of Rhode Island, has requested $1,000 to assist with not ballot access signature collecting the way we usually think of it, but to support events and outreach events at which signature gathering will take place, and other types of outreach that will encourage and enable signature gathering. Rhode Island has a relatively low threshold for signature gathering, but they are also a very small state. So if you look at it percentage-wise, they actually have a very high percentage level in terms of signature gathering. I forwarded to the LNC business list earlier today the full text of Mr. Ford's explanation, kind of explaining what he thought the opportunities were. Some of you guys might have had a chance to read that. But to summarize, he basically argued that Rhode Island right now is a place where there's been a lot of party growth. There's been a huge improvement in their activist game, their ground game. They've gone from basically being a very, very small party, according to Mr. Ford, being much more effective. They've already been gathering signatures. It's not something that they won't follow through on. It seems that they're going to, that they will follow through on this. And the amount that they're asking for is $1,000. And so on behalf of Mr. Ford, I move that the Libertarian National Committee give $1,000 to the Libertarian Party of Rhode Island for that purpose.
As a point of information, that would be affiliate support, basically. Is that right?
Yeah.
As a budgeting thing. Right. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Gill, second. Is there, do you want to speak more to it, or is?
No, that's
Okay, is there some, is there
Point
some?
of information.
Point of information.
Ballot, again, I'm always curious about what is the ballot access? Have we given money to ballot access in Rhode Island?
We have not.
Oh, yes, we have. Not this year.
Not this year, right. We have in the past. It has been sort of a sore point because it's a small number. In this year, and I'm not advocating, I'm just going to say, Pat Ford called me and said, and pitched this idea that rather than do the thing that they've done in the past, which has caused some tension of saying, give us money for signatures, he wanted to ask us to provide sort of a multiplier so that they'll go get the signatures either through paid efforts or volunteer efforts on their own, but this would let them make it into more of an event and try and double dip and do party growth. That's the pitch. To speak against, Dr. Lark, are you?
I don't know whether I'm going to be for it or against it.
Okay.
I'm on the fence.
It can be painful. Depends on the fence.
Depends on the fence, yeah. Just a couple of things. Sort of a natural inclination to say, yes, I'd like to send them $1,000. I also, again, I wish that we had a proper procedure and a proper committee that, for the same reason I argued against the allocation to Colorado. A couple of questions. Why are we seeing this now as opposed to having seen this before we think a little bit about this? And why was it routed through Mr. Bora as opposed to the region, or is there any particular reason?
Rhode Island's out of the region.
That's
so
right, my
Mr. Bora's-
apologies, that's right, they are no longer there. My apologies, thank you. So naturally to Mr. Bora. Why are we seeing this now as opposed to, was there a reason why, I mean, could this have come forward sooner? I'd like to have had the chance to think a little bit more about this than having it presented essentially on the fly.
It could have been. I basically got I asked for the text of the proposal, which I got earlier today. When I got it, I sent it to you guys. I spoke to him about it a few days ago, and we discussed it, and I told him that the best thing to do would be to put some sort of motion in writing, which he then. There were some family delays that made it impossible for him to get it.
That's fine.
I'll take Mr. Wait a second. I'm going to write Redpath, Katz, Carlos, Hayes, Redpath.
Recently, well, I've had over the past couple of months, I've had a couple of phone conversations with Pat Ford. And I, first of all, thank him and salute him for trying to revive the Libertarian Party of Rhode Island. I know it's a really blue state, I know that. And I do think he's bringing some energy to this. It basically, though, it appeared to me that Mr. Ford is upset that he wants some love, quote unquote. And that is, and I understand that, but I think he's basically, he was disappointed, to put it mildly, that the National Party was spending all sorts of money on ballot access for certain states, but wasn't giving any money to Rhode Island. Well, I understand. That said, I am bothered by this request. When does it stop? I'm in the Libertarian Party of Virginia. The Libertarian Party of Virginia does all sorts of things, including putting the presidential ticket on the ballot. I don't know that we're not going to need help from someone this year. I think we're not going to need help from anyone. It has been many presidential elections since the Libertarian Party of Virginia has asked for national help. I've been a 6-time candidate personally for office. I've never asked the LNC for help. I never asked the LNC help to get on the ballot twice. Once I ran for governor, once I ran for U.S. Senate. I never asked the LNC for help in that regard. It just seems to me this is not a lot of money. We put on state fair booths, the Libertarian Party of Virginia. We never asked the LNC for help for that. I know that we're resurrecting something here, but I know, and Pat texted me earlier today, hope you'll support this, but I don't think I can. I'm bothered by requests for small money for this body. State parties ought to be able to do some things themselves, and it's only 1,000 valid signatures. It's only 1,000 valid signatures. And any state that can't do at least 2,000 valid signatures is a problem. Themselves, it's a problem, and I wish we had. And believe me, in the West, or in the East, I wish we had the ballot access that the states in the West do. Now, I don't know how it came to be that way, but you look at the map, and the West is a whole lot better on ballot access laws than the Eastern U.S. We are fighting an uphill battle, but we are winning. We're making progress in certain states, and in a lot of states we make progress. So I salute what they're doing there, but I'm bothered by these requests for small amounts of money from the LNC. The states ought to be able to pass the hat. The states ought to be able to do them themselves, and people need to be and I have been in many ways, need to be in the spirit of giving. Ask not what the Libertarian Party can do for you, ask what you can do for the Libertarian Party, and there needs to be a lot more of that spirit out there, in my estimation.
Mr. Katz.
I just want to say something about the Libertarian Party of Rhode Island, because this was kind of a project of mine in the last term. Just so everyone's aware, especially those who were not on the committee in past years, the party was to a large extent defunct. Secretary of State had unlisted them as a party. They hadn't filed paperwork in quite some time. There was basically no activity. And a group of people, Path Forward, came forward and said, I want to be the chair of the party. And there was a chair. There just wasn't much happening. And I went up and met with Pat several times and the other people who joined his state committee. And we kind of transferred ownership to them in a sense. I've been attending their conventions ever since. Yeah, they only need 1,000 signatures. They had, 10, 15 people at their state convention. Now, 10, 15 people can get 1,000 signatures, but not everyone there is going to do it. If they were unable to do it on their own, we would spend, $2,000, $3,000 doing it. And I know this is a corner. This is one of those things where we work ourselves into a corner, because there is a difference between paying a contractor to do a job and paying a state party to do a job, because the state party is supposed to care. They're supposed to want their candidate on the ballot. I get that. I understand that difference. There's also a difference between paying a member and the non-libertarian. At the same time, you hate to say, well, you're a libertarian, so I can't pay you. This is a corner that I cannot get my mind around. But I do know that the Libertarian Party of Rhode Island needs some support if they're going to continue to survive, really. This is the first time they filled their delegation. They have 3 seats. I don't know the answer. I'm on the fence about it, like Dr. Larkins, but it's a concern of mine.
Ms. Harlow.
And I share all the same concerns. If we're talking about a party that was almost dead, I think that it is something we should support. I've got a couple states in my region that way that are struggling. Asking a small amount is saying, well, if they ask for a lot of money, they'd be taken a lot more seriously. I think that $1,000 is a reasonable investment for us and a party that may die. We talk about 50 state ballot access, and I know I'm giving the impression, unfortunately, I think that you think I'm against ballot access. I'm not, but we also need to have 50 state parties. You can't have, if we have states all of a sudden with dead parties and we're not supporting them and reviving them and giving them whatever encouragement we can, I think that's a failure on our part. But I think one thing that's come out of these discussions is there are a couple committees we need, no matter what a big pain in the ass it is to set them up. I think that whole idea of the candidate support thing we definitely need. And also dealing with that Colorado issue. But I think this is a minimal amount in a state we haven't had to spend money on that was in danger of dying. And we need to make sure our states don't die. I mean, that is of tremendous importance to me, though. I understand the difficulties in the decision, and I'm going to say something I've already said before, and this could be out of turn. A lot of these discussions we could be doing via email if we all participated in doing business all year round rather than these 4 quarterly meetings. As an observer of the LNC list before I got on the LNC, I noticed it wasn't being taken advantage of. And I think little things like this we could take care of without us all having to travel to Las Vegas to do it.
Time has expired. Mr. Hayes was on deck. Is there a motion to extend?
Move to extend per 5.
Is there objection? I don't hear an objection. Mr. Hayes.
So, one of the reasons I wanted to be on the affiliate support committee is because, while I fully support ballot access, states like mine that don't receive any or much value from the national party, I'd like to try to do that. Yet, when Mr. Redpath speaks about this, when this is regarding ballot access, it's something that, I get Ms. Harlow's points about worrying about the state party. So I think they need to make some greater effort there. They're already doing 2 or 3 events. I think it's a month. So I'm unsure as to what exactly it is they need money for us for if they're already doing these events. That's why I'd like to offer up a substitute motion so that basically to refer it to the affiliate support committee with the power to spend up to $1,000. We've got members on there like Michael Pickens, myself, members of the Libertarian State Leadership Alliance. We've got members on this committee as well. And we could basically get in there and evaluate it, help them maybe make suggestions of better how to spend the money and decide if the money needs to really be spent. And, you know, and then if it does, you know, we can put that in there. I think we could possibly provide a little better value as to how it's spent. I don't want to micromanage it, but granted, this is the LNC money. And so I'd like us to basically make the party work a little harder for it. So I'd like to offer up the motion to move to refer the motion to the affiliate support committee with power to spend up to $1,000. Second.
It's not a substitute, it's a motion to refer to the committee.
Yeah, motion to refer, pardon me. Yes, correct.
With the authorization to spend the money at their discretion. Is there a second for the substitute? Mr. Katz is seconding. Sorry, motion to refer. I just said it was a substitute. Yes.
I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Redpath, go ahead.
I want to pass the buck.
$1,000.
Pass. Okay. Would anyone like to speak against referring it? All right, so we will proceed to a vote on referring it to the affiliate support committee with power to spend $1,000 if they choose, or up to $1,000. Roll call. Are you ready? Ms. Harlow?
Yes.
Mr. Bittner?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Dr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Redpath?
This is the substitute.
This is the referral.
Referral.
The buck.
Yes, yes.
It's been referred to. Mr. Archcott?
I abstain.
Mr. Demarest?
Yes.
Ms. Billiou?
Yes.
Mr. Hewitt?
Spirit of harmony, yes.
Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Vora?
Yes.
Ms. Madsen?
I'm gonna vote no.
And I will not vote. So it's referred by a lot to not very many. The next item on the agenda is Mr. Katz for 5 minutes regarding the relationship with the campaign.
May I be recognized first to move to amend the agenda?
You may.
Move to amend the agenda to add after the log cabin Republicans, 5 minutes to consider a request from the Libertarian Party of Massachusetts, which I've just been handed.
It would be telling that I was reading things while you guys were doing the meeting if I said I knew what that was for. Can you say what the request would be?
It is to give the legal limit to Tom Simmons, the Massachusetts candidate for House District 1.
Congress?
Congress, US Congress.
So 5,000, yeah.
I'll
I have not had
just
time to
so we
research
can
on my
hear the
laptop.
pitch since we've heard these other.
Well, no, I'm
Here
just,
we go.
when you say that the consideration of the motion we're gonna consider is the legal limit, do you know what it is?
I don't, because my laptop is dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Lark?
Just to be completely clear, that the LNC will give.
Yes,
Yes.
to move for us to give to Mr. Simmons who's running for Congress in Massachusetts. So it's a motion to amend the agenda to add after the log cabin Republicans 5 minutes to consider that request. Is there objection to
Yes.
amending? There's objection to amending the agenda in that manner. All those in favor of amending the agenda to add those 5 minutes, please raise your hand. Opposed? It did not pass. So the agenda will not be amended to add that item. I might suggest that if Mr. Katz has a lot of thinking time in between now and when we're done, that he maybe think about a motion that might create some sort of committee that could do these things without us and amending the agenda for that kind of item, because that might get more votes.
I wish I would have suggested that earlier.
But for 5 minutes, the relationship campaign, go ahead, sir.
So So, I heard Michael Steele on the radio the other day talking about presidential campaigns. And he mentioned, to a large extent, when a presidential campaign takes place, the campaign becomes the public face of the party. To a large extent, I think that's been true. And he went on to say that what the party tries to do is whatever support comes into those candidates, bring it to and keep it in as their donors, volunteers, etc. I think that that's a very important thing for us to do. But one of the challenges that I've seen in this party has been a challenge with giving the reins to some extent to the campaign, because I know that there is debate about the campaign's positions and the candidates' positions on various issues. So I would like to, it has like a minute left, so that's why I'm opening it now. I would like to move the following resolution. The LNC, in order to appropriately support the Johnson Well campaign and the recognition of the challenges faced by candidates for public office, and in order to facilitate our candidates in their efforts to, while giving voice to and seeking to implement the principles of the Libertarian Party, attract and persuade new supporters to the great cause of freedom, directs all committees reporting to the LNC as follows. Make a good faith effort to, in cases of uncertainty or ambiguity, maintain a bias towards promoting our candidates. Interpret instructions to ensure consistency with the platform, to prohibit only statements directly contradictory to the platform.
I'm sorry, what was that last one?
Sorry. Interpret instructions to ensure consistency with the platform, to prohibit only statements directly contradictory to the platform. Consistency will be interpreted as prohibiting statements that directly contradict our platform.
This would apply to candidates or something?
Yeah, we only have two candidates. So this will apply only to those two candidates that the LNC has, namely Garrett Johnson and Bill Weld.
I've heard a second from Ms. Mattson. She said it very quietly. Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I think my introduction basically spoke to it.
Would anyone like to speak against? Ms. Harlows?
With all due respect to Mr. Katz, I think this is a backdoor way of trying to put rules over the APRC. And I can't really even discuss why I think so because of the confidentiality of the APRC. Only as a member I can say this is how I see it. I think there's tremendous subjectivity always on what is explicitly against the platform, and I think that everyone does do that in good faith. If anyone here has any kind of malicious leanings to sabotage our candidates, I would say they have no business on this body. And I presume that anyone who would disapprove anything in any capacity in any committee because they believed it was against the platform is doing so in good faith and trying to protect our brand in addition to protecting our candidates. This seems to be putting greater emphasis on protecting our candidates over protecting, and I would highly object to that.
Ms. Mattson?
I'm going to speak in favor of this motion. I think it's perfectly appropriate for the LNC to direct the committees it has created and how we wish them to interpret the rules we have given them, and the APRC specifically has been given directions that it's fine for anything that proposes moving public policy in the direction of our platform. Around the party, different groups, there's the fight between political reality of how you steps to voters versus people that want to say, well, we can only advertise, our end game and nothing less. And I think the rules we've provided the APRC were specifically written to say, in the direction of our platform, incremental steps towards that are perfectly fine. And it's perfectly appropriate for the LNC. And its role of supporting the campaign and its control that it has over directives given to committees to do this. And I think we have to accept some some political realities here that to get the foot in the door. That I think the Johnson Well campaign has a strategy in mind for where they are going to sometimes it's what you have to do to get your foot in the door. That doesn't mean we can't go farther later. But I think we have to accept the reality in order to get short-term improvements in our status. If we can't, then you can't sell the American public on the end game. You have to take little pieces at a time, take what you can get, and if we don't do that, we're never going to get the 15%. We're never going to get in debates, so we can have the larger conversations about those longer-term plays.
Mr. Morrow?
I would actually speak, I disagree with what Ms. Mattson just said about that something needs to correlate directly to our end game in order to be in line with our platform. For example, our end game is not to lower the income tax by 1%, but I would perfectly say that a proposal to lower the income tax in a state by 1% is perfectly in line with our platform because it's going clearly in that direction. However, a proposal that's going to increase any tax by any percent would be a complete violation of our platform. Some of the issues that come up often deal with things, not in the APRC, but just in the Libertarian Party at large, is methods of taxation or methods of cutting government that are actually revenue neutral. If there's something revenue neutral, it's not a decrease. And so things that sort of argue in favor of increasing government in any way whatsoever are just are a direct violation of our platform, our mission statement, our goals, or anything. You don't have to be arguing in favor of something big and giant and drastic. You can just be arguing for something that's a tiny, tiny, tiny step in the correct direction. It just has to be in the correct direction. And so I'm going to be almost certainly voting against this motion unless something major convinces me otherwise.
Time has expired on this item. Is there a motion to extend? Hearing no motion to extend, we'll move to a vote.
Could we hear the motion again, please?
I would love to hear Mr. Katz read this resolution again.
The LNC, in order to appropriately support the Johnson Well campaign and in recognition of the challenges faced by candidates for public office, and in order to facilitate our candidates in their efforts to, while giving voice to and seeking to implement the principles of the Libertarian Party, attract and persuade new supporters to the great cause of freedom, directs all committees reporting to the LNC as follows. Make a good faith effort to, in cases of uncertainty or ambiguity, maintain a bias towards promoting our candidates, and interpret instructions to ensure consistency with the platform, to prohibit only statements directly contradictory to the platform.
All right. So the roll call. Are you ready? Ms. Harlows?
No.
Mr. Bittner?
No.
Mr. Marsh?
No.
Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Nay.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Starchild?
Nay.
Mr. Demarest?
Abstain.
Ms. Milieu?
No. That's a no.
That was a no. Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Mr. Hayes?
Abstain.
Mr. Hagan?
I'll abstain.
Mr. Gora?
No.
Ms. Mattson?
Yes. Would the chair like to vote?
I will not.
Okay, I have ayes being Katz, Redpath, Hewitt, and Mattson, that's 4. I have noes from Harless, Bittner, Marsh, Lark, Starchild, William, 4, that's 7, and abstentions, Demarest, Hayes, Hagan, Sullivan.
It does not pass. The next item on the, is this privileged or? No. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is outreach to log cabin Republicans for 5 minutes. I think
It was me.
it was Ms. Harlow.
But I was wondering if you would entertain a motion to amend the agenda?
For what purpose, for what time, and
For the
salary?
purpose of trying to capitalize on the hint you gave me in my Region 1 report,
Oh, yeah.
that perhaps we should allocate funds to affiliate support for things such as consideration of the failed motion. Not that I'm trying to revive that motion, things in the nature of that failed motion about Colorado before. I'm again pleading newness that I'm not really even sure how to word this.
So the way that you want to word what you're trying to say is that you would move to amend the agenda to consider for probably 10 minutes so we don't extend. Increasing the budget for the affiliate support, increasing the affiliate support line item in the budget and authorizing the affiliate support committee to spend up to a certain amount, probably that same amount that you've increased, on direct spending for the support of affiliate events.
Okay.
That sounds like what you were trying to say.
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
I will second that.
And Mr. Katz would second that motion to amend the agenda to add those 5 minutes, 10 minutes. All in favor of amending the agenda to consider that, please raise your hand. Opposed? It passes. So the agenda will be amended to consider that. Would you like to speak to the agenda item that you have before that?
Yes, this is a request from a regional member, and there isn't a motion at this point. She just would like that we would consider doing some kind of outreach to the log cabin Republicans, perhaps either advertising in the Advocate or other LGBT newspapers, due to the log cabin Republicans sending out letters being extraordinarily shocked and horrified at the religious content that's being proposed in the new GOP platform, that this would be a ripe field to bring to our cause, and that perhaps this is something we would consider doing. This is actually more for discussion. I do not have a motion for it. I would entertain ideas for that, but I think this is a ripe outreach field for us.
Without objection, Mr. Summers.
Do you think this might be something good to do during re-registration week? Like have placed these advertisements around the same time that re-registering Libertarian would be hopefully trending on major social media sites?
I actually think that this would be something that should be targeted specifically just to the interests of this particular group. They are a special interest group, and they have a special concern right now. So I think focusing on our advocacy for the equal rights of that community, rather than a re-registration thing is what's called for. And these people should be ours.
Would anybody else, Mr. Dennis?
Ms. Harlow, how immediate is the need, or could this be referred to the affiliate support committee?
It's not necessarily affiliate support. I'm not even sure what this would be, and again, I'm pleading a lot of newness because I'm learning here. This perhaps could even be something to the extent of money not even having to be spent, but such as the letter that our chair sent welcoming Muslims to the Libertarian Party, perhaps, and congratulating, Jeb Bush possibly for saying that he might consider voting for a Libertarian. I think maybe we should do some kind of specific outreach specifically to these log cabin Republicans. It doesn't even have to cost us anything. So I think we need to make the overture.
So, in order to make productive use of the time, what you're probably moving is a resolution that's the sense of the body, and that the chair should make appropriate efforts to reach out to the log cabin Republicans, thanks to their new disenfranchisement from an already mostly disenfranchised party.
Yes, that's exactly.
I'll second that.
Good resolution, I like that one. And it's been seconded by Mr. Hewitt. Is there a need for discussion on this resolution?
I just have one point.
Yes, Mr. Hayes.
It kind of echoes with what Mrs. Soames was, not necessarily put it in with the re-registration week, but maybe it's something where that hashtag could start getting utilized. So I think the more hashtags are used, the better value you get from them. And we are looking to encourage those people to re-register. So having the chair issue the letter and maybe including the hashtag in there, or something in this lobbying effort to get people over.
Any other discussion on that resolution? You ready? Is there any objection to that resolution? Hearing no objection, it passes without objection. Thank you, Ms. Harris. We've modified the agenda to have 10 minutes now for consideration of a motion by Ms. Harlos to add a certain amount of money to the budget for affiliate support and authorize the affiliate support committee to spend up to that amount of money on proposals to support specific events or activities within the state parties. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you have a specific number?
I'm actually just gonna throw something out there and would welcome amendments of $10,000.
$10,000 is the proposal. Do you know what's in that line item right now? Is it
27. 27.
affiliate support?
Yeah, 27 left, the budget is 45,000.
So that would increase it to 55,000 and authorize them to spend up to 10.
And how is this working with the referral that we're doing with that now?
That referral.
I'm sorry, has the motion been seconded? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
it hasn't yet.
I'll second.
Now it has.
Thank you.
This was two, but
the referral was a separate authorization for the affiliate support committee to consider and potentially spend the $1,000 that would come from the same, well, that might come from the outreach budget. So we don't know which budget it comes from, so I'm not sure if it necessarily affected. I don't know. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, and I don't want to repeat things I've said all day, so I just recap that this building the party does build people wanting to get involved, which then leads people to want to be candidates, which then gets to use this wonderful ballot access that we are obtaining. And I believe also there is a priceless value in building goodwill with the affiliates, which we've got a great groundswell with Andy Burns, who has already built tremendous goodwill. And I think with a program like this, it would extend that even further and you know, without sounding corny, have a new era of relationships.
Ms. Mattson, then Mr. Hayes.
If we had 27,000, that's basically not really allocated to anything, is there a need necessarily to increase the budget, or, I mean, if you want to give them a pool of funds, is there a reason it can't come from the existing budget?
That line covers Andy Burns, right? So it is
Okay,
allocated.
okay, so the 27 that's there is dedicated for this.
Right. Mr. Hayes and then Starchild.
Actually, a point of
Oh, point
information.
of information, Starchild.
Just trying to understand the intention here. Would this basically just be transferring spending authority from the LNC to this smaller committee without doing anything to establish sort of guidance or rules for the allocation of money, anything different than what we've been struggling with here the last few motions?
It would be transferring spending authority up to a certain amount to the smaller committee that is specifically tasked with affiliate support.
But without addressing that larger issue in any way?
That's a question of opinion that I don't think I can answer as a point of information. Mr. Hayes.
So, one of the things that I think I'd like for us to establish with this committee would be how we would spend funds. I mean, you know, we've got a lot of active people in the, you know, Michael Pickens, myself, and there's others in there that are active within their affiliates, and so have an idea of what's going on there. But I think us allowing committees to do what they're supposed to do would just be a good thing, put tie in our hands. This $10,000, I mean, obviously, as the chairman of the committee, I'd like us to get more to spend if it's done effectively. What's that going to be? We're going to have to provide value. We're going to have to not just, you know, spend like drunken sailors. No offense to the drunken sailors, but that $10,000, you know, there's a little for states that don't get money from ballot access. There's this abrasion towards the national party, and we could get more than $10,000 by spending this money. This money could get money back. It's seed money, and you know, we need to provide value to those many affiliates that have great ballot access that don't get that help from the national party. And so I would strongly encourage everybody to support this.
Mr. Hayes, as a point of information, as chair of the affiliate support committee, would your committee be getting together to come up with criteria by which you would evaluate proposals that you would then publicly post on the LNC business list so everyone knows kind of what criteria you're applying to these requests?
My thoughts as I wrote an email were that we were going to be mostly inactive unless something popped up that we needed to address before the election. And it's become apparent that that's not going to be the case. We're going to have a lot of things that we'd like to address. So I think that, yes, we would probably do something like that, come up with some guidelines.
So that everybody knows how the money's going to be spent.
And we would post them and make them publicly available. We've got George Phillies on that committee, and I believe George Phillies is kind of active about pushing for transparency. I could be mistaken, but I certainly would encourage the committee to work in that direction.
Mr.
Point of
Katz,
information.
Point of information. Yes.
Daniel, as chair of the affiliate support committee, would you also commit to letting people know publicly when you're going to meet, so that they would have the opportunity to at least listen in, if not participate in the discussion of your committee meetings?
Yes, we could do that. Like you said, I mean, one of the reasons.
Commit to doing that?
Yeah, I'll commit to doing that.
Right on.
Mr. Katz.
So I strongly support this motion. Certainly the empowerment part. The money part, I'd like to know more about where it's coming from in the budget. 10,000 didn't just appear; it came from somewhere. I am a little concerned about that, but not enough to oppose the motion. I think this is a huge step forward in corporate governance and in not having small decisions come to the highest body in the party. And I would add that I think that, I think this is picking up on a thread from Starchild as well, that it would be appropriate, in my opinion, for the LNC to give broad strategic direction to its committees. And I do plan to draft a motion. I know I said this on list, and I apologize, I haven't done it yet, that in a sense summarizes the debate on the Riot Fest and says, okay, well, it seems like these are the things that people are looking for. And I do plan to do that and submit that later.
All right. I have Dr. Lark, I think.
Well, I was actually, you raised one of the points. The other one was where, I'm sorry, from what pot of money is this being transferred?
I mean, I think you mean the revenue line versus the expenditure line?
Well, just
it's going to be an affiliate support expenditure. I think it just comes from the general revenue. I mean, revenue is just way up.
All right, fair enough. That's fine.
Yeah, it's not a balanced transaction.
That's fine.
But we're way over.
Just wanted to be sure that that was the case. Thank you.
I have Mr. Vora, and then I think Mr. Marsh. Yes, okay, Mr. Vora.
Well, I'm probably going to vote against this motion, and there's a couple of reasons why. In the last term, the affiliate support committee honestly had some spending recommendations that I thought were reckless and bad, and they ended up not doing super well. But it wasn't because they were bad. Some of it was out of their control. But had they made those same decisions, by the way, I'm referring to spending, I think, $3,000 or $5,000 Halifax. I can't remember what it was. Had that money been spent without LNC oversight, I could imagine that would have been a huge problem among affiliates, among members, among donors. It could have been just a huge thing. I don't really see that this is going to save a lot of time. I don't know that there's that many things that are very time sensitive. Now, if there are things that are so time sensitive that they can't be done in the mail ballot, I would definitely want to know that, and that would almost certainly change my decision. But the way I see it right now is there's nothing that is so time sensitive that it cannot just be brought as a recommendation from the LNC to just be agreed upon by the LNC if it's inoffensive, and to be debated by the LNC if it's the type of thing that merits debate. Mr. Marsh.
Early in the discussion on this item, we talked about outreach budget. Maybe it should come out of outreach budget. Is there a reason why we want to put it under affiliate support versus outreach?
because it's the affiliate support committee that would have control of the money.
Would it not on the outreach also? Aren't they, they're connected next door to each other in the budget?
When Ms. Harlow crafted her fine motion, I think she was thinking that it looked cleaner to have it be under the same budget line item as the name of the committee.
Yeah, well,
She's pretty sophisticated in that line.
the outreach is close to 5,000, I think, in it now. I don't know how much we've spent of that. But, you know, it might be a situation where we can just add another 5 or split it or whatever.
I actually spent almost all that 500. Yeah, 5,000, we have like 500 left in there.
Okay.
Yeah, we may need to raise that number soon too, because there's other bills coming in. Other discussion? We ready to move to a vote? Do you want to do a roll call? Star Child probably does. If not, I.
Can we hear the motion again?
The motion is to,
My version of the motion is muddled, so I'm going to bring up later. Increase the affiliate support budget by $10,000 and effectively allow the affiliate support committee to decide how to spend it.
yep. Ms. Harlos?
Yes.
Sorry, you're right.
I'm ready.
Mr. Bittner?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
No.
Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Dr. Larkin?
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath?
No.
Star Child?
I was leaning towards no, but in light of the fact that it may promote a little bit of extra transparency with regard to our committee functioning, I'll abstain instead.
Mr. Demarest?
Yes.
Ms. Billiou?
Yes.
Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Mr. Vora?
No.
Ms. Mattson?
Yes. Would you like to vote?
No, thank you.
So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9 in favor, 3 opposed, 3 abstain.
Two things. So where we're at now, as I see it, we've gone through all of the new business items that people had raised and added to the agenda. We've completed everything except the goals section. It's 6:21 right now by my computer's clock. I think a certain amount is the expense of Freedom Fest gonna be an outreach thing, or is it gonna be from something else? Or do you know, like how it gets booked? Robert?
It actually rolls up into admin.
It rolls up in admin, okay, so we don't have okay. So there's no,
I
there's
believe
not,
that's how it works.
there's not necessarily a
Double check.
budgetary increase that has to occur right now, but, and if there was, we could do it by email?
Yeah.
Okay. We have the room until 7.
Is it in order right now to make motions or not?
It is not on the agenda. The next item, orders of the day, would have the next item be the discussion of goals that we had deferred from before. That would be the orders of the day. So it would be in order to move to amend the agenda to add something to make a motion about.
Can I do that?
I'll recognize you for that purpose.
I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add 5 minutes for discussion of transferring ownership of one of our Facebook pages from one group to another group.
I think I know what that motion is about. Somebody remembered. Is there a second for that?
Second. I did.
Okay. Is there any opposition to that?
To the motion?
To amending the agenda to allow the consideration?
Where will it go? Where's it going?
Right now, 5 minutes. Hearing no objection, though seeing some pause, we'll try and keep it snappy. Mr. Vora, your motion?
I would like to move that the Facebook page that's currently designated as the Youth Caucus of the Libertarian Party Facebook page be transferred to the LP Youth Caucus, to the Libertarian Youth Caucus.
Is there a second? Second motion. Okay, Starchild is second. Is there any objection to hearing from Mr. Soames in support of the motion? Oh, the names of the groups.
The original group, I believe, is the Youth Caucus of the Libertarian Party.
Yep, let me get it up.
And want to do a page merge to the Libertarian Youth Caucus Facebook page.
Is there any objection to hearing from Mr. Soames? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so back in 2013, there was an attempt to make the Youth Caucus of the Libertarian Party, and they have a Facebook page with 512 likes, but the page has been dead since like a long time, like since like 2015, even before that really. Like there was an occasional post, but like they were really active only in 2013. But if you notice, they continued to get likes because of our involvement, the Libertarian Youth Caucus's involvement. When you Google Libertarian Youth Caucus, this page comes up even though we're the verified page. And it would be good, since this is a now defunct group, if we like assumed control of it and either deleted the page or just merged it with ours. So the people that liked it and have similar interest in the youth of the Libertarian Party could now see the active youth in the Libertarian Party. Are there any questions? Cool.
Only, I guess, with the initial description of it as a transfer, I think it's described as merging the two pages so that, you know.
Transferring the control. So I would be assuming control of the page versus.
From the defunct youth caucus.
Exactly.
Sounds like a no-brainer.
I see Dr. Lark, I see Ms. Harlows, I see Ms. Mattson, I see Mr. Katz.
Just for my information, Mr. Soames, who had control of the page, who was running it?
Let me get that up right now. It was, Arvin actually gave me editor status on the page, but I can't actually do anything with it. One second.
I think the original page was managed by Kevin Duell, and Trent has tried to contact him several times and not really got much response.
Did you say Kevin Duell?
Yes.
This is Kevin Duell?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the California LP secretary. He is
Yeah,
currently
I would-
active, but
yeah, I'd like to still ask him about it before we get. Have you talked to Kevin?
I've made attempts to, but he hasn't responded.
Ms. Harlows?
So the page isn't the property of the National Party.
Yeah, Arvin, would you like to speak on that? Because this was your idea.
The page, it's complicated. The page, you're right, is not the direct property of the National Party, which is why I didn't just immediately just change the rating. I mean, on a practical matter, I would have been just like, yeah, here you go, try and make this be something useful. But because it is not the formal property of the Libertarian Party, I brought it before, or I've recommended to bring it before the LNC. Right now, it's something that we have technical and mechanical control over, or at least I do. Right now it's creating a bit of a problem because it's confusing people of where to go. So it's causing an issue, and it's something that I don't. It's not being used for anything right now, except for to cause problems.
Well, that was the first part of my comment. If it's not our property, I don't think we have any authority to do anything. And further, even though I completely support what Trent's doing, I think transferring, if it even was our property, assets to a caucus is problematic. But A, it's not our property. It's not our property. We can't do anything with it. It's unfortunate that people are getting confused. But there are caucuses I'm involved with that have confusing other pages all around, and somebody on this committee might have it in there. It doesn't mean I can bring it to the LNC to give it to me. And those 512 people, we could assume they were confused, but of their own voluntary free will, they liked a certain page. And I don't think it's within our scope and authority to be giving it to somebody else. It's not our property.
Ms. Mattson?
I'm going to largely agree with what Ms. Harlow said. Neither one of these is the property of the Libertarian Party. Maybe people on our board have control of them, but I completely agree with that aspect of her comments. I also take issue with us getting terribly involved in any particular caucus. I mean, the caucus kind of has its own internal political agenda. You may take actions influencing outcome of our internal elections. I don't think we should meddle with the caucuses and force this page that we don't own to merge with that page, which we also don't own. If the first group is defunct, just send a post out and say, we're closing this group down, we suggest you join that caucus and close it down.
Yeah, but we can't close it down though.
Why?
Just saying,
Because
if we don't own it, we can't
Well,
close it,
I
otherwise
don't
we can transfer
mean
it.
personally.
That's what I mean, is Mr. Moore has,
It's his business.
Time
he has control. He can
time
close
has
it.
expired on
Just a
this.
point of information.
Point of information.
It's actually not a request for information, it's delivering it. Jeff, I believe, is on the phone right now with Kevin Duell, so maybe we can figure out Kevin's intent with the page, and if we do, that should remove the roadblock.
We are out of time. I don't know if this is out of bounds. General point, we're at the end of a long day. We're considering something where there may actually be non-trivial implications. I'm not keen on discussing substantive motions and debating without having a chance. We're just seeing this on the fly. May I suggest with the consent of the body that this motion be withdrawn, and that we can consider this at a later time, because there evidently is more information that would be helpful to us.
Would it be withdrawn or postponed indefinitely?
Oh, so I'm sorry, withdrawn from consideration. Postpone would be better. I'm sorry.
Okay, so is there objection to moving to extend time to consider a motion to postpone this motion indefinitely?
So, Mr. Chairman, the gentleman can simply request that it be withdrawn.
Could I request that it be moved to a mill ballot?
Well, postponing indefinitely here would let you do whatever, yeah. Or withdrawing. The problem is withdrawing is not technically correct after there's been a second.
We can let them.
Withdraw without objection.
I could withdraw without it?
The chair statement.
Okay, I would request to have my motion withdrawn without objection.
Is there an objection? Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
That's how we'll read the minutes. Do we want to spend the next 30 minutes of our time discussing goals, or would we prefer to do something else?
Do something else.
Dr. Lark?
Mr. Chairman, I think that if everyone, or a large fraction of us can remain, I don't know, we could continue to discuss goals.
Yeah, so you can check out our platform,
My feeling is that I'm not sure that we're going to come up with anything actionable now. This is something, I put out my statement for a generation of discussion. I think we're tired at the end of the day. It may be useful for us to go ahead and simply follow the orders of the day. However, if people want to go ahead and discuss this,
Technically, the goals are the orders of the day, because we didn't have a hard end.
Fair enough.
Mr. Katz?
Yeah, I would suggest that we adjourn and let people leave if they want to leave, but we make it known that there could be a brainstorming session. My other question would be, is there somebody coming in the room at 7, or?
We have the room until 7. Robert's indicated we are running late. There's always a little slack if we want it. It's just, it's late. But, I mean, orders of the day are to discuss goals. It might be in order, if we wanted to make sure that we were not going to discuss goals past 7 o'clock, that someone moved to amend the agenda to make the goal discussion 25 minutes long.
I moved to make the goal discussion 25 minutes long.
Okay. It's amazing that I recognized Ms. Harlow's before it even seemed like I did.
Well, you're brilliant.
The vote is 20 minutes right now, so you're increasing the time?
No, it would be rather to amend the 2 items, the working lunch and the actual discussion of adopting goals, down to 25 minutes total. That's what I heard.
That is, you were correct, you heard correctly.
Was there a second?
Second.
Is there any objection to amending the agenda in that matter?
Objection.
Okay. There's objection. All in favor of amending the agenda in that matter, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
There were more ayes than noes, and it felt like 2/3. They're harder to count.
Do it.
You want hands? Okay. All in favor of amending the agenda in that matter, please raise your hand.
fight that delay.
Opposed? It looks like 2/3. It was like exact. So, with that, Dr. Lark, would you like to, are there any other privileged motions to amend the agenda, points of information? Hearing none. Dr. Lark, would you like to open the discussion?
Well, I put forward I tried to categorize some things that I think we should look at. I used a categorization scheme that people didn't object violently to. I think that if we are going to adopt goals, one thing that's very important is that the simple thing is they have to be measurable. We have to be able to give some idea of whether we actually achieve them or not. I think it's also very important that any goal that we select has a champion or champions who will provide regular reports to the LNC concerning progress. And to the extent that there are goals that may actually require us to commit real resources, which I suspect will be most of them, we ought to at least get a ballpark estimate of what those resources are going to be. I tend to see these things as iterative processes that we try to figure out what we think would work. We then look at the various resources that might be available, and then we just simply adjust it. And eventually, we converge to a set of goals and associated resources and associated champions that we can live with.
Would anyone else like to be recognized? Mr. Vora and Mr. Redpath? Mr. Vora.
I just want to put forth two goals that I think are where we're at the stage we're at right now. I mean, we've in the last number of years we've had a lot of major improvements. We've changed our.
Mr. Vora, can you speak up, please?
Oh, sorry. In the last couple of years, we've changed our appearance, we've changed our branding, we've changed a lot of the functionality, we've gotten a lot of volunteers involved. I think that at this point, we need to start taking that momentum and focusing it on what is, in a way, a lot more traditional for what political parties should do. And the two things that I have specifically in mind is one, heavy, like a major increase in outreach to traditional media. I think that we've made some progress in that, but a lot of it's been happening to us. It hasn't been something that we've proactively been doing. There are a lot of activists out there who've been talking about ways that have had some early successes already in making this happen. And so that's the first thing that I would strongly recommend, that we really focus on traditional media. As social media becomes more saturated and more expensive and all that, traditional media is having just kind of like a resurgence. It has like the force to push the political agenda that we need to push. And the second thing is actually along those lines also, which is, it's been discussed before to set up a more organized Libertarian Speakers Bureau. I think at this point, we need to have more Libertarian activists and candidates, spokespersons, state chairs, whatever, speaking at colleges and schools and all that kind of stuff. I think that those should be two very, very central points. We've seen the success of that with folks like Bernie Sanders. Even Ron Paul showed how important that was, and I think that we should adopt both of those as major outreach goals for this next cycle.
Mr. Redpath?
I I generally haven't been that enthusiastic about goal setting, because some of the goals, some of them I think have been good, where we're going to have certain active affiliates and we delineate what constitutes an active affiliate. So I think some of the goals are good. I think just setting numerical targets, that just doesn't ring my chimes. I mean, we want more of everything. Just to say, well, we want to hit, or 20,000 members, or well, of course we want more members. We want to maximize the number of members. But so I just, or some in the past that we want to be on the ballot in so many states by July 1. Well, it doesn't matter how many states we're on July 1. It matters how many states we're on election day. I also don't think that they necessarily have to be measurable. I'll give you an example of something I'd like to see as a goal, and that is that the Libertarian Party become involved in the movement for proportional representation in the United States. That's the key to the future success of this political party. And we talk about so many things that don't address the core issue of why we have not been more of an electoral success in this nation. The core issue is our single-member plurality voting system. Single-member legislative districts, person with the most votes wins, is entirely, or not entirely, but is certainly the number one reason why the two major parties are propped up in this nation time and again, and makes so many people so reticent to leave the comfort and the institutional tyranny of those parties and come over to us. And that's a goal. It really wouldn't be measurable, but I think that goals don't have to be quantitatively; they can be qualitatively measurable, and that's one goal I'd like to see happen, and the Libertarian Party become involved in that.
Ms. Carlos, Mr. Katz, Starchild, and then without objection, Mr. Starr. Ms. Carlos?
I wanted to lend complete support to what you said. I think sometimes the focus on numbers, you always got to be able to say it's this much, really loses the big picture. There are things that aren't necessarily measurable, but that are definitely successes. I think losing track of numbers on things that maybe are measurable is a mistake, but only focusing on that, I am completely on board with what you said. But another thing, this isn't a goal thing, but we're in the last few minutes here. I wish that everyone would either commit to continuing having a very substantive discussion on this on the LNC email list, or I'm not trying to revive something from earlier, just stick something in people's head. Maybe we need to just have a goals meeting, even if it's through that online thing that is provided for in our policy manual. Because we're in the last 10 minutes of a day with such an important subject.
Please, I know I said it out loud. I'm getting a little bit tired, but I think I had Mr. Katz, Starchild, and then Mr. Starr. Muscle memory.
So, I suspect that part of the reason that you see this dichotomy where some people say goals need to be measurable and others say they don't need to be measurable is maybe we have different ideas as to what we're going to do with these goals. Are they for self-assessment? Are they to guide our actions? Are they for re-election? My preference is that we adopt goals that we use to guide our actions. If we're going to say we have formally adopt this goal, I'd like to know, okay, this is going to be used as a guide to how we're going to structure bonuses in contracts, as to how we're going to make hiring decisions, as to what types of communications we're going to put out. And in that case, they certainly don't need to be measurable. They just need to be actionable, or at least be able to guide your actions. And also, there was a mention of an online meeting. I'm not huge on having a goals meeting, but I would like to have a meeting probably in September, before the election ends, and I think that the online would be a good way to do that.
Yeah.
Starchild?
I will also agree with Bill and Karen that measurable, specific numbers I think is kind of pointless, and also just in terms of larger discussions of goals, I think it's very easy for those to just result in a lot of talk and nothing actually being accomplished or leading to action. Because that's exactly I think what happened 2 years ago during my former term on the LNC. We spent a bunch of time talking about goals, and to the best of my recollection, very little, if anything, solid came out of that. But I think LNCs traditionally like to talk about goals. They like to sort of have these big ideas about things. I've got some myself, but I don't know how productive it is to focus on them in terms of goals. I mean, transparency is certainly one of them. I think we should be as transparent as possible and set a model for governance. Show that we practice what we preach in our own organization. A lot of it has to do, I think, with the problem of power in organizations and realizing that it corrupts and being vigilant with regard to that just as we do in government, but realizing we as libertarians aren't immune to that. But once you sort of if you have that insight and recognize that, then you can sort of act on that without having to necessarily formulate it as a specific goal or I think too much of the goal conversation is driven by a desire for public relations, and you know, of LNC members or people in authority setting goals wanting to do it in order to make themselves look good to some public that they have in mind, and I think that's a really bad motivation for doing it. I like the motivation that Joshua articulated about doing it so that we can take action, but yeah, I don't think it should be done as a PR exercise in one list.
Without objection, Mr. Starr and then Dr. Lark. Mr. Starr, go ahead.
Thanks, and I don't think anybody ever adopts goals here for PR missions. I think everyone here is pretty contentious about that. My challenge is the way we've been handling goals all these years. I've watched us go through this again and again and again. When I think of what goals are, what the purpose of goals are, it's to change our behavior. Otherwise, there's no point in having a goal. And what you want to think about as well, goals are outputs. In order to have outputs, you have to have inputs and processes those inputs to achieve those outputs. And when you come up with a goal, for example, it says, oh, membership should be at X number. It's not really meaningful unless somebody says, here's the way we're going to do it. So, for example, if membership is our goal, we might want to say, well, we're going to do a direct mail membership campaign, and it's going to be managed by these particular people, and we're expecting this particular result from this many pieces of mail, and so on and so on. And this is what we're going to do to actually raise the money in order to get this much mail out the door. But if all we do is say, we're going to come with these laudable goals, and we end with that, what will happen is that we will be looking at this a year later or 2 years later, and we're going to say, let's set new goals again. And without anything substantive to show for it, the last time we set the goals. So I'd like to not keep repeating this process over and over again, which is come up with goals, but don't think about how we actually need, what we need to do to get there. What do we need to sacrifice of one activity to achieve this activity and this goal? And certainly, I don't see the point of having a goal unless somebody really owns it. Somebody's got to have ownership. If we own it as a committee, we don't own it. Somebody actually has to stake their life on it and say, I'm going to get that done. These are the resources I'm going to have to get to make this happen. This is my plan to make this happen. And I'm going to come up to you with reports every now and then, monthly, whatever it is, weekly, to show you that I'm coming towards making those goals. So that's my general thoughts on this. I really think that we should think about something a little bit more in depth than let's have these 4 or 5 laudable goals.
Dr. Lark.
Well, I'm actually pleased at the conversation because pretty much everything everyone has said is correct, depending upon exactly what way you're looking at it.
What do you expect from this body?
I don't
It's
know
the
if
right
you want
one.
to know what I also, as someone who has been through, as a professor of systems engineering, a lot of the stuff that we do with respect to setting of goals, setting of strategies and the like, this is sort of our meat and potatoes. One of the important things that sometimes is overlooked in the process of setting goals is the fact that setting goals, if it's done properly, forces you to think through what is really important. You have to think through, you have to make decisions among various possible outcomes. And you are forced in many ways to prioritize what you think is most important in the allocation of resources and time being one of the most important of those allocation of resources. So there is something very useful with respect to, if it's done properly, setting a set of goals. I think there are, by the way, there are situations where a goal can be qualitatively assessed. You don't necessarily have to spend an enormous amount of time with the typical quantitative measure. But I think it's useful for us to think through what do we feel is most important in terms of what we, as the LNC, need to do? What do we need to focus upon, taking into account no such thing as the Libertarian Party? There are a whole bunch of Libertarian parties, namely our state affiliates. How can we best help them? How can we best grow the Libertarian Party? So I think that this is something that we need to talk about. I think hopefully over the next few weeks via emailing, we can come up with some reasonable goals that actually are achievable, for which there are champions who are willing to take ownership, as to use Mr. Starr's phrase, and that they can help guide us as we move forward.
Other people seeking to be recognized? Mr. Hewitt?
I'd like to move to adjourn.
I would suggest to Mr. Hewitt that you might want to move that we close the discussion of goals to allow the time for announcements and public comment that's typically done at the end of the meeting.
I'll move to close the discussion of goals.
Is there any objection to closing the discussion of goals? Thank you all for discussing it.
A point of information, I guess, before we close it, where do we go from here on that matter?
I believe we both speak by email, and it is likely, depending on, I've heard different vibes on it, depending on whose chimes are rung, that we would have some kind of online or telephonic meeting to discuss it between now and the December meeting. Next item on the agenda is announcements. Does anyone have any announcements?
One thing I'd like to
Mr. Hayes.
read from Mr. Moore, Assemblyman John Moore. He said, please tell the LNC thank you, and I'm very grateful for their bold.
Put Libertarian on your side.
You are welcome and put Libertarian on your side. I think was what I heard.
You hear me so well.
I hear you so well. Mr. Soames.
Are we all going somewhere to dinner? Like, are we gonna hang out afterwards or not?
I think it's, some people I think are, some people I think aren't. I think that would be an informal. I know some people are going to just dinner in ones and twos, but typically after we're done, a lot of people, yes, maybe, but I don't know who.
We're going to have an executive committee meeting after this. It's going to be short.
It'll be short.
Thank you.
Mr. Katz.
I'd like to thank the committee for their confidence, perhaps misplaced, in me. I'd also like to note, for those who are not aware, that a car hit the famous Las Vegas sign today and knocked it down. I'm not pointing fingers at the Libertarian Party. There are a lot of Libertarians in town.
My God, it's
It's the one downtown, not the original one.
I said corrected.
Okay. Any other announcements? If there are no other announcements, I typically do opportunity for public comment at the end. Would any members of the gallery like to comment or be recognized at this time? Mr. Carling.
Yeah, I'd just like to commend the LNC for giving authority to the affiliate support committee to decide how to do affiliate support and not just make recommendations to come back to the body. So thank you for having the boldness to actually delegate something to a committee. Thank you.
Dr. Lark.
As always, Mr. Chairman, I think that the Libertarian National Committee should express its appreciation to the many people who attended, many members who were here throughout the day. We certainly appreciate their taking the time and trouble to attend our event.
We absolutely do, and we appreciate all the people who I think Mr. Krause.
Yes, just a reminder, please take stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. The last thing that I would like to do before we adjourn this meeting and move to our short executive session, executive committee. Late. I know not everybody uses Facebook, and most of you are probably not on it right this minute. but Governor Johnson just released the following statement. Once again, we find ourselves grieving for the victims of a senseless attack, their families, and community. And once again, we are trying to understand it. We have no idea what is truly behind the murder of 3 law enforcement officers in Baton Rouge. But as was the case in Dallas just days ago, we do know that violence and killing are not how we deal with problems in America. We cannot hide from the broader and very real issues of distrust that create tensions between law enforcement and the citizens they serve. We must focus on healing these divides while also rejecting these attacks on law enforcement as the cowardly acts that they are, regardless of the motivation. It's a really good statement, and I want to recognize our candidate for making an excellent statement. I mean, I can't add to it. Mr. Marsh.
The Georgia State Chair, Brett, mentioned something that flows right into this. He said he would like to see a Libertarian response position or whatever on the recent shootings, and he of course didn't even know about this one. Some sort of maybe press release, and from the chair or from Arvin or from Carla.
Final
But
text
I thought that was a good.
Final text is actually in my inbox. I think that is what I was led to believe. So once it gets through the approval process, it'll be fine.
Thanks.
Mr. Soames.
And we have been posting about this on our Facebook pages, like seriously, like a lot. So
Yeah, we're on it.
And he did a live stream too.
Okay, good.
You know, actually, I was writing some stuff up about this, that I was gonna post it during the meeting. And we got involved in the meeting and I forgot, but I'm from the state that had this most recent shooting. And I think one thing that some people sort of take away from some of the things that the LP has put out regarding, some of these victims is that we aren't supportive of police. We're supportive of those people that are out there putting their lives on the line to serve the public, and people need to remember, public, and he sees it as the over-criminalization problem that exists in the United States. Cops are being put in the position of having to solve all these problems that these legislators are tilting at windmills, creating, trying to say, look at me, look what I did, I'm keeping you safe. But they don't have any real plan of how it's going to be implemented, how this actually works. It's some feel-good, knee-jerk thing that they come up with, and then it's left to the police to try and solve it. The drug war, dog problems, any number of things, and these guys have to do it. And it puts them involved with people, maybe on the wrong day, maybe people with mental problems, where they normally wouldn't have to engage them. And so they're engaging people more than they need to over non-crimes, and then we have these tragic situations, and there's this backlash against the police. So the short of what I'm saying is this fits right into what we're saying. We need to quit over-criminalizing things.
I think that the cops have been allowed too much power, and that power is corrupt.
Okay, wait, hold up. We really need to just have someone now needs to make a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Thank you. Is there any objection? Yeah, I know you did. Not because what you're saying isn't really valuable stuff, but because we still have to get an executive committee meeting in. I think we still need to talk about ballot access maybe, and it's just a long day. So thank you, everybody. If there's no objection to adjourning, we are adjourned.
And I apologize, I have a plane to catch.
We'll go catch your plane.
Karen, what time is your flight?
What?
What time is your flight?
10.
So executive committee will just meet right in here. Officers, Clark, Half, Goldstein's not here. That's okay. Mr. Redpath, whenever you're ready. Okay.
I'm sorry, the executive committee, so hold on.
Do you want me to continue broadcast?
Can if you want. I mean, they're open meetings, it's fine.
Yeah, I'll just leave it on.
Thank you. No, we're meeting now. Yeah, it's public. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Would you just say?
Yeah, sure. I usually have one only probably like the side, so it's like, $2 off. Libertarian voter. Make sure you have caucus. Dr. Marcus, used to live in the city. And then, I was just thinking, yeah, I assume so. I mean, I've watched it, Google it, I don't know. I assume these ones.
Okay, so.
No, I know they're like.
Okay. So let's say.
Not because of the college student, but because.
Okay.
So I should probably like go.
Hey Daniel, hang on for a second. Hey Daniel, I just pulled this.
Okay, yeah, I was trying,
I think besides Nick, were you guys at the International Meeting July conference
In DC, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But were you at YL?
I don't think we're opposed to going to YL. I just don't know if YL wants us. So we may have to listen to West. Oh, DC. Oh, we just probably
All right, well, we were at 15, I'm gonna ask for another 5,000. Okay, in New Hampshire, I'm gonna ask, we did, it was 15, so I'm gonna ask for another 7,500. Okay? Okay. So,
Yeah, that sounds great.
I got that. Right now, yes, I suppose. Yeah, right.
Tell me about it. I said, that should be coming down. I said, no, we're adding 100 first decade or so.
Connecticut separate. There's gonna be an EC, well, there's not an EC call, there's an EC meeting. Okay, that's why I'm calling you.
He's still streaming. I don't think he's gonna.
It's still streaming, I don't know.
I was like,
All right, very good.
Sam and I looked at a lot like
If there's N candidates, each chair ranks the first, second, third, and the first money goes to the
I assume that if we follow up with an EC meeting, that comes back out for EC court. That was how I understood it. Okay. So here's I don't know the numbers, but Jackson asked for another 10,000. I'm just talking about 5,000 Ohio, 7,500 New Hampshire. I don't want to make the decision. I've been told Thursday, Andy Burgess said, just to bring you 4 bucks.
We did not put it in deference to
Right at the side, there's like one feature well, right at the front door.
This time,
Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of this.
Well, I've already got one in my yard.
So in the
Have to go
corporate
all
model,
the way.
it's.
Yeah, that's what
task
I
force,
was doing the annual, and if I had, now
So
that
there's
I know.
5 seats, you get 5 chairs,
I would
10 chairs.
left early in the morning, because I'd rather hang out with everyone, I thought.
The cumulative, that's what is
Well, I was gonna spend the night, but I didn't have a roommate, I just keep next to you, just for Ricky and I were together, so it was so expensive. But I just couldn't afford.
Yes. I own a bunch of them.
Yeah, I spoke to Ricky, she had family here, but next time.
Shares is one
Good to see you.
So it's not that
You'll find signatures in Iowa.
because nobody owns one share.
The Iowa resident, anybody.
It only might have 5 in each year.
Well, that's not, the defensive ones, the defensive.
Every time I spend one of the big rolls.
What about people like me?
Put this in the scanner.
I sometimes show up.
I had one running, I had that.
They send me the proxy and I say, no, this is good. So I get 1 point. To me, it actually, so it actually, I got 5 times. I can actually do some playing around with it.
I tried calling you back yesterday when you called. I never went the message. It just rang. I called 2 times.
I know, you probably just did like, all back.
Oh, but we're in the middle of a bar, it was so loud, and, so I tried calling you back a couple times.
Because they're not
here. Very different.
And to some extent, the company itself.
You're gonna be out of outer bounds.
Yeah.
But you will have other restaurants in Asheville, Charlotte, okay, just in the east. Bristol's right up. But Western.
what's out there. You gotta Google it on the internet.
Okay.
Well, yes.
The picture that was taken of you and I outside at the convention. Yeah, for some reason, yeah.
Alicia gave me this important piece of paper, and you just, you know, that's stuff. Except there's this one thing that's like.
Pardon?
It's kind of important.
You know, hang on.
No, this is the, here's.
Getting over the saw now.
Because she said she talked to Gilski, and Gilski said, you know, I can bring it.
Well, yeah, if we have.
I have no idea what bench will. Say again? I have no idea. Okay, well.
See.
Hey, what's your letter?
You did me a favor.
No.
Oh, actually.
Hold on.
No, I'm coming around. Thank you. There we go. All right.
Yes. Okay. Good. Because let's eat dinner or something. You know,
It's on my list.
It's such a weird balance because you can't.
Sounds good.
You can't not be on social when something like that's happening. Otherwise, you're out of touch. But you have to be very good. We had that
That's assuming everyone chimes in email saying they can do it. She just said in that text.
Yeah, safe, that's good.
The problem was that they were in the pot of the radical caucus bag, and they got pulled out.
I'm catching a red eye.